morning. The Honorable Minister is going to join us shortly. So we will be starting the program. In here. Thank you.
So he'll join in the next about 15 minutes is what his PA said. Rajesh.
Yeah. I just spoke with him. That's what he's saying. 2 minutes.
नमस्कार विद्या जी।
Honorable Minister is here.
नमस्कार।
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्ते।
नमस्कार।
आप सबको मेरा
A very good morning to all.
सर हम लोग शुरू करें?
जी विद्या।
Very good morning to all. I am Rajesh Pankaj, and on behalf of FICCI, I would like to welcome the Honorable Education Minister Shri Ramesh Pokhriyal Shanji, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, all dignitaries, speakers, partners, delegates to this inaugural session of the 16th FICCI Higher Education Summit 2021 on the theme Higher Education at 2050, Resilience, Innovation, Sustainability, Enterprise. We have with us Dr. Sekhar Vishwanathan, the co-chair of FICCI Higher Education Committee and Vice President VIT, who will moderate this inaugural session. I would request Dr. Sekhar to welcome the esteemed dignitaries and take on the session, please. Over to you, Dr. Sekhar.
Thank you, Rajesh. A very good morning to all of you. Honorable dignitaries, speakers, partners, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of FICCI, I take great pride in extending a warm welcome to all of you to this conference. We have with us today Sri Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank ji, Honorable Minister for Education, Government of India, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, Chancellor of ICT, Mr. Uday Shankar, President of FICCI, Dr. Vidya Eravdekar, Chair of FICCI HEC and Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis University, Dr. Rupa Manjari Ghosh, Co-Chair of FICCI HEC and Srinagar University, Mr. Dilip Shanai, Secretary General of FICCI. We also have more than 3,000 delegates, including the 300 plus foreign delegates from 74 countries who registered for the summit. This conference is an attempt to deliberate upon and understand the system changes that are required to develop a higher education ecosystem that instills resilience, encourages innovation, promotes sustainability, and enables students and workforce to be enterprising to face the disruptive future. Without further ado, may I call upon Mr. Uday Shankar, President of FICCI, to give the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Vishwanathan. A warm welcome to all of you. Honorable Sri Ramesh Ji Pokhriyal Nishank, Minister for Education, Government of India, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology and National Research Professor, Dr. Vidya Eravdekar, Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee and Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis International University, Dr. Rupa Manjari Ghosh, Co-Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee and VC Srinagar University, Dr. Sekhar Vishwanathan, Mr. Dilip Shanai, distinguished speakers, guests, participants, sponsors, and delegates. I'm delighted to have with us today the Honorable Minister for Education. Sir, we hope that under your leadership, we'll be able to bring about the dynamic changes that the sector requires. I take this opportunity to thank Padma Vibhushan Dr. R.A. Mashelkar for agreeing to deliver a special address. Sir, we look forward to hearing your thoughts on subject of higher education and research. I also welcome and acknowledge the presence of thought leaders and other delegates and participants who are with us today. Friends, the world of education is changing radically, and the changes in education sectors have placed learner at the center and shifted the focus from teaching to learning through digital modes. India has an opportunity to capitalize on its internet penetration and increase the number of smartphone users. It is estimated that by 2023, India will increase the number of internet users by about 40% to between 750 million and 800 million, double the number of smartphones to between 650 million and 700 million. However, with its 672 million young population preparing to join the workforce and citizenry for the new order society requires massive disruption and of rethinking the traditional educational models. Jobs will have to be created to gainfully employ 100 million youth who will enter the market over the next decade. But this challenge is not an easy one. While a lot of initiatives globally and in our own country are going on to change the world of education, it is a complex process. It requires the best of technology, it requires best of minds, but it also requires an enabling policy and the circumstances and a framework that thinks of education very differently. Because frankly, the structure of education that we have is something that we inherited from our colonial masters. Over the last 70 years, in my view, we have built on that structure. Successive governments have understood the power of education. Parents, students, society, everyone has appreciated the power of education to change the destiny of our youngsters and our country. But the foundation itself is a limiting one. And over the years, education has gained the interrupted and not consistent attention of the policy establishment and governments. In that context, The National Education Policy 2020 released by the government is a very, very powerful document. And I would like to compliment the Honorable Minister and the Ministry of Education for that document. It is a reflection on the priority that the current government places on education, that we have this document, which frankly is a very radical approach to education. It captures the expectations and requirement, and it also suggests way forward. It conveys a clear bias for a disruptive change and takes into cognizance the issues of equitability, inclusivity, accessibility, exploratory and experimental, all ingredients required for transforming into Education 4.0 and beyond. FICCI over the last decade and a half has been submitting specific recommendations on various important aspects of regulation, quality benchmarking, research, and funding. It is heartening to see that the NEP has adopted many of the key FICCI recommendations. Sir, FICCI will be happy to join hands with the government and other stakeholders in working towards developing effective implementation framework that satisfies the larger national needs and also works towards optimizing the expectations of students and parents. Sir, the mission to transform education is admirable, but the challenges are enormous. To that end, on behalf of FICCI, I would like to make the following specific suggestions. Higher education financing agency set up by the government for infrastructure funding should be made available to the private sector as well. Second, allocation of rupees 50,000 crores over 5 years for National Research Foundation is a good move forward. However, as highlighted in the NEP 2020, government must ensure that NRF funds are provided for research proposals, both from public and private sector higher education institutions on equitable terms. Number three, higher education institutions should be allowed to invest their surpluses, endowment funds in wider asset classes such as equity, AIF, etc., in addition to the currently permissible instruments like debt-related instruments. This will enable them to generate higher returns and attract the much needed capital for the sector. Fourth, government should set up a task force of experts to provide solutions for bringing down the rate of interest on student loans to nominal 4% or so from the current 10 to 14%. Fifth, under Study in India program, a clear vision and strategy should be developed to select 100 higher educational institutions as world-class institutions and identify 15 cities as international cities. Above all, I would like to submit to the Honorable Minister and to the distinguished gathering here that the desire to change the education and the dynamic approach to it that the current government has couldn't have come a day too soon. However, we need to understand that the challenge is so deep and complex that we need all stakeholders to participate actively. And to that end, we need to find ways to unlock full and comprehensive participation, private participation in the sector. And sir, I would like to submit that we should give serious consideration to comprehensive participation of private sector into unlocking the real value in education and deal with the challenges that we face. FICCI EY has articulated a report, Higher Education in India Vision 2040, which will be released in some time by the Honorable Minister. The report, while defining Education 4.0 in the current context, has highlighted the significant emerging trends within the higher education sector and drawn learnings and highlighted global best practices. The 2 days of this conference will see experts from across the globe share their views and reflect on issues that will help to develop recommendations for presenting it to the government. I once again welcome each one of you to this extremely important summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful thoughts and insights. Moving on, may I now invite Dr. Vidya Aradekar, Chair of FICCI HEC, to deliver the theme address.
Thank you, Shekhar. Honorable Adaraniya Shri Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank ji, Shiksha Mantri, Dr. Mashelkar sir, our very own from the city of Pune that I also come from, Mr. Uday Shankar, the President of FICCI, Mr. Dilip Shenoy, Secretary General of FICCI, my colleagues and co-chairs, Rupa Manjari Ghosh and Shekhar, Rajan Saxena ji, our advisor, more than 3,000 delegates who have joined from the various universities, higher education institutions, industries, and civil societies from all across the world. On behalf of FICCI Higher Education Committee, I welcome all of you for this 16th FICCI Higher Education Summit. This summit has come at a critical time against the backdrop of two major events. One, of course, the pandemic hit to all of us, and the other, the launch of the National Education Policy in July of 2020. No one can deny that everything around us has been impacted by COVID-19. While lives have been affected economically and even academically, yet we can choose to have a positive outlook and learn from what COVID has taught us as a teacher. Cleanliness, the importance of health, and more importantly, being self-reliant and resilient. COVID has also taught us to innovate as we find new solutions to every aspect of our functioning. Universities and higher education institutions have certainly innovated during this crisis and have brought in new approaches to the teaching learning process. Teachers have worked hard to adapt to a new lifestyle of online education. Students have also adapted to learning from on the screen. There is still, of course, a digital divide that needs to be addressed, but our government is trying its level best to ensure access to every student in the remotest of areas by providing connectivity and internet access and also learning through television. It is imperative that in these times, all stakeholders in the higher education system need to work together. The government, universities, teachers, students, and more importantly, the industries and civil societies that will absorb our students. The National Education Policy 2020 has carved a new path for all of us. The world is watching this transformation of the Indian education system. India was once considered a Vishwa Guru when universities like Nalanda and Takshashila attracted a large number of scholars and students from across the world. Can we revive this old tradition and create a global higher education ecosystem once again? The government is now in the process of implementing the National Education Policy. And under the dynamic leadership of Sri Nishank ji, the implementation has gained a lot of momentum. We will see a lot of changes in our education system right from this academic year. As highlighted by Sri Uday Shankar ji, there has been a focus on research and by providing a huge budget to the National Research Foundation. The slogan of Atmanirbharta, given by our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, is equally applicable to our universities. Can our universities be self-reliant, show resilience to whatever crisis that comes through? Can they innovate to find new solutions to societal problems? And can they be sustainable to survive all this? Can our students be enterprising against the disruptions that are happening all around them? With the theme of RISE, resilience, innovation, sustainability, and enterprise, we open this summit of 2 days with very meaningful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vidya, for your valuable insights in setting the context for the conference. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Rupa Manjari Ghosh, co-chair of FICCI HEC, Vice Chancellor Shiv Nadar University, and Dr. Rajan Saxena, advisor FICCI HEC and founder of the OpenEd Networks. They have been extending great support in the functioning of FICCI Higher Education Committee. Now, with great pleasure, I would like to invite Padma Vibhushan, Dr. R.A. Mashalkar ji, Indian National Research Professor and Chancellor of ICT, to deliver a special address.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. On of education, respected Sri Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishanji, President FICCI Uday Shankar ji, Dr. Vidya Yarodekar, Sri Dilip Shenoy, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank the President of FICCI for this honor of sharing some of my thoughts in the morning. 2020, if you look at as a year, It was a year of good and bad. It was the year of pandemic when livelihood was devastated. But it was also a year where our honorable minister released new education policy. And I thought that that was transformative as far as India was concerned, because I strongly believe that in education lies our future. As a scientist, maybe you would expect me to be in education, so I will not disappoint you. I was having a chat with some of the young scientists, and there was a discussion about what is the most powerful equation. Somebody said Newton's law, force equal to mass into acceleration. Somebody said, no, it is Einstein, E equal to mc squared. And then they turned to me, I was quiet. I said, no, none of these. The most powerful equation is E equal to F. Education is equal to future. Then you would say, if you're a scientist, you have to prove it. Well, I will prove it by just taking 1 year of my life, 1998. You know, I was born in a very poor family. I remember studying under street lights, walking barefoot until I was 12. 2 meals a day was a challenge. And then in 1998, something fantastic happened. Newton's laws of motion, I never thought that I will sign in the same book where Newton had signed. I became Fellow of Royal Society, which is considered as the highest honor after Nobel Prize. That was possible because I had access to education. And that was a remarkable year. I also became J.R.D. Tata Corporate Leadership Award winner, the only scientist who has won that. And that was also a year where I fought the Basmati battle. Honorable Minister might remember Haldi Ghati Ki Ladai, the turmeric cotton battle. I fought that. Basmati, America had taken this patent through Texmati, and we said no, it is ours. So that 1998 actually was a multifaceted year for me in terms of science, in terms of technology, in terms of leadership, in terms of fighting India's rights and so on. All that was possible because I had education. And I'm very proud of our educational system. I'm a product of our education. Honorable Minister, I want to let you know that after my BChem, I had a number of fellowships to go to US. I did not. I studied in PhD, I did my PhD in India, in my alma mater. I had close association with education. As was mentioned, I'm the current Chancellor of ICT. I'm also the Chancellor of a new institution of eminence, Geo Institute. I'm currently chairing the National Education Policy Implementation in terms of a task force chair for the government of Maharashtra. So I have seen how powerful our new education policy is. I've been given 15 minutes, so I will just make 5 quick points. The first point is, from right to education, we must move to digital rights to education, and I will explain why. The second is, this digital disruption will change the new fundamentals of the legacy education systems. We must take advantage of. The third is coupling of future of jobs and future of education, because that's a dynamically changing situation. The fourth is a seamless system of linking education, research, and innovation, because education disseminates known knowledge, research creates new knowledge, and innovation converts knowledge into social good. How do we and link it with entrepreneurship? That's the fourth point. And finally, the borderless multidisciplinary education. Let me explain each one of these in few. The first one is digital rights to education. You know, we had right to education, but then we have to move to right way of education and then right education. Now, if you look at right way of education, we already talked about learning, for example. All right. So we don't talk about physical learning. We don't talk about digital learning. We talk about phygital learning, the mix of the two. All right. But if you look at the pandemic, in 100 days, 1.6 billion children went out of school, and 1/3 of them did not have access to online learning. 1/3 of them. And India was no exception. We have seen in the months of June, July, very unfortunate suicides being committed by young students, a farmer selling his only cow, a girl sitting on the rooftop to get access, etc., etc. Now, the important part is that in the UNESCO, for example, when there is a panel discussion, I was invited for a special session on the future of higher education post-COVID. And I remember I mentioned about this importance of digital access for the whole world. And Jeffrey Sachs got up and said, in sustainable development goals, we have 17 goals. The 18th should be access, digital access as a human right, basically. Sir, our government has what I might call not just leapfrog, but pole vaulted in many, many different ways. I think this is one pole vault that we can take by creating these digital rights of education. And that will mean giving free laptops or tablets, internet access. And it's not just throwing away a laptop, by the way. It will mean free access to study skills content, free access to cloud space and storage, free access to software licenses, licenses of digital classroom, etc., etc. If some government can do it, this government can do it. Demonstrated it again and again in the meeting diodes, for example. Within 7 years, I mentioned it very proudly, sir. In Queen Elizabeth Prize of Engineering, a £1 million prize, which is considered as a Nobel Prize in engineering, LED got the award this year, and I mentioned to them very proudly how India moved from 0.2% penetration to 88% penetration just by aggregating the demand. I think that is possible to do it in this case also, and giving digital rights of education to everyone. The second is, of course, right way of education in terms of technology-enabled, flexible, modular, collaborative, cross-institutional, cross-cultural, etc., where we also help self-paced learning, self-enabled learning, personalized learning. And then, of course, the paradigm is changing, not brain as a storage to brain as an intelligent processor. Humanity's accumulated knowledge is freely available on the internet and then indexed and queryable, so on-demand tutoring, etc., etc. All these changes are. But most important is the role of teacher, the way it has to change. Not teacher-centric, but student-centric. Not mass production, but mass communication. Not as a presenter, but as a facilitator. Not sharing, but listening, and not as a content expert, but as a process expert. The next one is right education. See, what's happening is we talk about exponential technology, we talk about change in terms of Industry 4.0. So education has to move to also education 4.0. In fact, somebody said on the other day that students who are in senior classes, 2/3 of them will end up in jobs which don't exist today. So we have a challenge of teaching students for jobs which don't exist today. And I remember, sir, your predecessor, Shri Prakash Javadekar ji, had come home for a cup of tea. I remember when he was the education minister. And I gave him a list of 55 new jobs that are going to come as an exponential technology guy. Sir, I did this 2 years ago. If I were to give that list would have changed. So rapid change. So how do we adapt to that is going to be the issue. The next point is, of course, digital disruption of the fundamental and legacy. I remember in year 2000, I was president of Indian Science Congress that was held in Pune, and Adaniya Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the chief guest, and I remember giving the presidential lecture, which was child-centered education, woman-centered family, human-centered development, knowledge-centered society, and innovation-centered India as a new Panchasheel for the new millennium. And in child-centered education, I had said something which I will read out. I had said, the IT revolution will impinge on all aspects of our lives, including education, and new paradigm shifts will take place in both teaching and learning. And I had described those, but I had also added that we always had batch processing in our exams. All of us appeared for the exam at the same time and assessed our capabilities annually as a ritual. No more so. Thanks to IT, innovative evaluation systems which are continuous and individually centered will emerge. A child that acquires intellectual maturity several years earlier will stand apart and will have the challenge of putting it on a faster track. So what we are talking about is not just the quarterly exams or the annual exams and so forth as a ritual. I said that 20 years ago, but now the tools and technologies are available. So what we are then talking about, as the process of learning itself goes on, can we do continuous comprehensive assessment, for example, leading to instant evaluation and runtime remedial teaching. So therefore, there are opportunities now. Now, teacher to student ratio is an old concept now. In the digital education, what does that mean? Actually, we have to revisit number of these and see what changes we want to make. I think it is becoming very clear that AI-based voice-assisted devices are up there. The humanoid robots are there, and a whole range of things are going to, of course, change. Most important part, I'm very proud to say that the EdTech space in India, the way it is going, our startup, our Honorable Prime Minister started this, fueled this entire movement of startup. And EdTech is the fastest growing. In fact, in 5 years' time, it is expected to be $10 billion. In the COVID year, 2020, I'm very proud to say this sector attracted 1.4 billion funding. And it is extremely important. It's not a competition with the established institutions, but partnership. How do we create those organic partnerships? Because these young people, looking at the latest tool, they are able to create something which is absolutely fantastic. I'll finish with two more points. One is I talked about the system of education, research, and innovation, how that is to be entrepreneurship, and also the fact that we have to go borderless. Basically, disciplines don't matter. I mean, our Venkata Ramakrishnan, who got Nobel Prize, so you know that he had BSc in biology, PhD in physics, and his Nobel Prize was in chemistry. So how do we create such borderless minds? I think is going to be most important. I'll end by living up to my reputation. People call me dangerous optimist, Drutamya Ashavadi. I go back to what Vidya said. I think when we talk about, this is my book, Reinventing India, but this reinventing India is what? Reinventing what we had in 12th century. 12th century, we talked about Takshashila, Nalanda, yes. We had multidisciplinary hubs with several spots of specialized studies ahead of the rest of the world. If you look at the depth, the diversity, and the rigor, it was phenomenal. If you look at the pedagogy, inquisitiveness, inquiry, dialogue, discourse, debate, critical thinking, evidence-based approaches, they're all there. That's what we are now trying to seek as a new sort of this thing. It's not new. That's what we had in the 12th century. And the other dream that one has is that almost, the greatest scholars actually came to India. It was education hub. But if you look at the current figures, for example, for pharmaceuticals, US has 20% share, UK has 11%, Australia 9%, Germany 6%, Japan 4%, China is picking up. India has a great chance in the 21st century to sort of do that. As I said, people call me dangerous optimist. While ending, I would say in 1995, I remember Dr. Manmohan Singh was the finance minister, and he chaired my lecture, Thapar Memorial Lecture, where I'd say India will become a global research and development hub. People said, oh, he's just optimistic. He says whatever he wants. It has not. We have become a global R&D hub. There are more than 1,200 top companies around the world. And there are some 300,000 scientists, engineers, technologists working. In some cases, even 1/3 of their intellectual property is getting generated here. Why? Because the power of Indian talent. I hope that 2047, when we complete our century, India will become, like we have become global R&D hub, will become a global education hub for the world. Of course, I won't be there at that point in time to see that, but I'm quite sure with the way we are moving, the government is moving with dynamism, raising the aspirations. We have reason and right to have that aspiration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that inspirational and invigorating speech. FICCI EY knowledge paper for this year, 2021, has been titled Higher Education in India, Vision 2040. While defining Education 4.0 in the correct context, this report has highlighted the significant emerging trends within the higher education sector that accelerated with the onset of pandemic. This report has drawn learnings and documented cases and best practices from global higher education system. Now, I request our Honorable Minister for Education to kindly release the FICCI EY Knowledge Paper 21. Sir.
We can move on, Dr. Sekhar.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would now request Honorable Union Minister for Education to deliver the inaugural address.
फिक्की के इस शैक्षणिक उत्सव में उपस्थित फिक्की के अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री उदय शंकर जी, पद्म विभूषण डॉक्टर आर्य माशेलकर जी, डॉक्टर विद्या जो अध्यक्ष हैं फिक्की उच्च शिक्षा समिति के और पीवीसी हैं, डॉक्टर रूप मंजरी घोष जी से अध्यक्ष फिक्की उच्च शिक्षा समिति, कुलपति शिवनादर विश्वविद्यालय, डॉक्टर शेखर विश्वनाथन जी सह अध्यक्ष फिक्की उच्च शिक्षा समिति के और उपाध्यक्ष हैं वीआईटी विश्वविद्यालय के, डॉक्टर राजन सक्सेना सलाहकार फिक्की उच्चतर शिक्षा समिति और संस्थापक दी ओपन एंड वर्क्स, दिलीप चेन्नई जी महासचिव फिक्की, अभी जो हमारे साथ पूरे देश और विदेश के तमाम लोग शिक्षाविद जुड़े हुए हैं, संकाय जुड़े हैं, वैज्ञानिक जुड़े हैं, पूरी दुनिया के मेरे को बताया गया कि इस समय सैकड़ों लोग बाहर से भी जुड़े हैं और उद्योग क्षेत्र से लेकर के और शैक्षणिक क्षेत्र विभिन्न क्षेत्रों के सभी प्रतिभागी हमारे साथ जुड़े भाई और बहनों, मुझे खुशी है कि फिक्की केंद्रीय शिक्षा मंत्रालय और वाणिज्य मंत्रालय के सहयोग से उच्चतर शिक्षा 2030 राइज विषय पर अपना 16वां उच्चतर शिक्षा शिखर सम्मेलन का ये आयोजन कर रहा है। इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं कि जैसे जैसे हम शैक्षिक रिफॉर्म की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं वैसे वैसे विश्वविद्यालय और उच्चतर शिक्षा संस्थानों के लिए एक ऐसा इकोसिस्टम बन रहा है जो लचीलेपन के साथ नवीनता और विभिन्न आयामों को साथ लेकर के आगे बढ़ रहा है। मुझे अच्छा लगा कि आपने इसको राइज नाम दिया है। आपने अपने आप को बदलाव के लिए और तेज़ी से बदलाव के लिए तैयार करने की दिशा में आपने पहले शब्द का प्रयोग किया है कि बहुत तेज़ी से बदलाव ही नहीं बल्कि तेज़ी से बदलाव के लिए स्वयं अपने आप हम तैयार हैं। पूरा शैक्षणिक जगत और औद्योगिक जगत और व्यावसायिक जगत पूरा तैयार है और इनोवेशन जो नवाचार के साथ नए तरीकों के साथ कैसे करके ईज ऑफ बिजनेस हो सकता है, ईज ऑफ लिविंग हो सकता है, इसके लिए आपका दूसरा शब्द वो आपका बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है आज की परिस्थितियों में। और तीसरा जो स्थिरता और प्रगतिशीलता जो यूनेस्को का भी है, जो सतत विकास के लक्ष्यों के आधार पर है, वो भी आपने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से हो जो टिकाऊ हो और दूर तक जाने की जिसमें क्षमता हो, दम हो, जो अस्थिर न हो, अपने आप एक आधारशिला पर खड़े होकर के तेजी से बढ़ सके और बहु अपने आधारशिला को भी मजबूत रखे और उसमें प्रगति की, ग्रोथ की टोटल संभावना हो और एंटरप्राइज ये भी बहुत अच्छा विषय आपने किया है कि नए नए उद्योगों को कैसे प्राथमिकता हो, नए नए उपक्रम कैसे करके आएँ और कैसे करके ये बढ़ें। वो चाहे वो स्किल इंडिया, स्टडी इन इंडिया से शुरू हो, स्किल इंडिया पर जाए और फिर स्टार्टअप से मेक इन इंडिया तक पहुंचने की उसमें ताकत हो, और जो आत्मनिर्भर भारत के उस महत्वपूर्ण स्थान पर पहुंच सके। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण विषयों को लेकर के आज फिक्की ये महत्वपूर्ण सम्मेलन कर रहा है। इस शिक्षा के शिखर सम्मेलन के साथ विचार का जो मंच है वो निश्चित रूप में विकसित होगा, और ज्ञान और विशेषज्ञता को जो साझा करने के राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दोनों स्तरों पर नीति निर्माताओं पर, शिक्षाविदों पर, उद्योग जगत और छात्रों सहित सभी प्रमुख हितधारक एक स्थान पर कैसे एकजुट हो सकते हैं। और इस शिखर सम्मेलन में मास्टर क्लास से जो शिक्षा उत्कृष्टता पुरस्कार, प्रदर्शनी और B2B बैठक जैसी जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ें आपने इसके साथ जोड़ी हैं, वो निश्चित रूप में अपने में बहुत सारी चीज़ों को स्थायित्व भी देगी और वो बढ़ाने की दिशा में प्रोत्साहन भी देगी। मुझे लगता है कि इस शिखर सम्मेलन 2000 से जो अधिक प्रतिनिधि, प्रमुख प्रतिनिधि इसके साथ जुड़े हैं, जिसमें अफ्रीका है, मध्य पूर्व, सार्क, CLMB, CIS सहित लैटिन अमेरिका, अमेरिका, ब्रिटेन, यूरोपीय संघ सहित लगभग जो मेरे को बताया गया कि 68 देशों के 260 से भी अधिक विदेशी प्रतिनिधि आज हमारे साथ इस महत्वपूर्ण सम्मेलन में जुड़े हैं। और ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि जो शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में लोगों की रुचि ही नहीं है, बल्कि वो नवाचार के साथ, नए अनुसंधान के साथ शिक्षा का वैभव का विस्तार चाहते हैं, बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। जैसे कि कोरोना की महामारी ने संस्थागत स्तर पर परिवर्तन के लिए काफ़ी हमको मजबूर भी किया और गतिशीलता भी दी है। इसलिए ज़रूरी हो गया है कि सरकार, उद्योग और समाज सहित सभी हितधारक मजबूत और लचीली और छात्र केंद्रित भविष्योन्मुख शिक्षा प्रणाली के दिशा में एक साथ आगे बढ़ सकें। अभी जिस दिशा में विद्या जी ने चर्चा की और हमारे माशेलकर साहब ने उसका चर्चा की, मैं ये समझता हूँ कि ये भी एक केस स्टडी है कि किस तरीके से भारत जैसे देश ने कोरोना के इस विश्व के महासंकट में जो शैक्षणिक क्षेत्र का एक अद्भुत व्यवस्थित और सारगर्भित रिजल्ट देने वाला और भविष्योन्मुखी जो निर्णय लिए हैं, जिस ताकत के साथ हिंदुस्तान इस कोरोना काल में खड़ा रहा है, वो अपने आप में बहुत अद्भुत है। मैं उस पर अपना ज़्यादा समय नहीं देना चाहता, लेकिन मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि ज़रूर करके इस पर कोरोना काल में हिंदुस्तान की उपलब्धि, जो विषम और विपरीत चुनौतियों को जिसने अवसरों में तब्दील किया, ऐसा कोरोना काल में यदि मैं मोटा कहूँ कि वो आप देखिए कोरोना काल में वेंटिलेटर कब कितने पहले थे और उसके बाद सस्ती और टिकाऊ वेंटिलेटर का किस तरीके से निर्माण हुआ। टेस्टिंग किट पहले 3 दिन में हमको टेस्ट नहीं मिल पा रहे थे, जांच नहीं हो रही थी, ऐसे जांच जो है उसका शोध भी किया, अनुसंधान भी किया और फिर स्टार्टअप के साथ जो है बाहर भी निकाला, देश ने दुनिया को दिया। ऐसे ड्रोन से बहुत सारी चीज़ें इस बीच की। और यदि आप देखेंगे तो हमारा जो शिक्षा का परिदृश्य है, परिवेश है, ये दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक देश है हिंदुस्तान, 130 करोड़ लोगों से भी अधिक का देश है। और यदि इस शिक्षा के विस्तार को देखेंगे तो 1000 से अधिक विश्वविद्यालय होते हैं, 50,000 से अधिक डिग्री कॉलेज होते हैं, 1 करोड़ 10 लाख से तो अधिक केवल अध्यापक होते हैं, जो कई देशों की कुल आबादी इतनी नहीं होती है। यदि स्कूलों को देखें तो हमारे पास स्कूलों में 15 से 16 लाख स्कूल होते हैं, और कुल छात्रों की आबादी का आंकलन करें तो कुल अमेरिका की जितनी आबादी नहीं है, 33 करोड़ से भी अधिक छात्र छात्राएं इस देश के अंदर हैं। और ये वैभव है उन 33 करोड़ छात्र छात्राएं जो पूरे विश्व में एक साथ ऐसा परिवेश बना हो, कोरोना का महासंकट हो, लोग घरों पर कैद हो गए हों, ऐसे वक्त पर उनको ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन पर लाना, घरों को ही शिक्षा संस्थान के रूप में, स्कूल के रूप में परिवर्तित करना, ये पूरी दुनिया के लिए अपने आप एक बड़ा उदाहरण है। तब जबकि कोरोना के महाकाल में छोटे छोटे देशों ने, विकसित देशों ने भी अपने को एक एक साल पीछे कर दिया था, ऐसे वक्त में भी हमने जेईई की परीक्षा करवाई, नीट की दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी परीक्षा करवाई कोरोना काल की, और हमने फाइनल भी परीक्षाओं को करवाया है। इस देश ने इस सामर्थ्य को महसूस कराया है दुनिया को कि नहीं, जब देश खड़ा होता है और उसमें इच्छा शक्ति की कमी नहीं होती है तो विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी रास्ता निकलता है। और इसलिए जैसे कि आप जानते हैं कि बहुत बड़ी संख्या में हमारा युवा अपनी प्रयोगशालाओं में, जब लोग घरों में कैद रहे होंगे तब वो प्रयोगशालाओं में हमारे अध्यापक और युवाओं ने काम किया। वैसे भी देखेंगे तो ये देश निकट भविष्य में 30 और 35 वर्षों तक पूरी दुनिया का यंग इंडिया रहने वाला है, ये युवा भारत रहने वाला है। ये इन युवाओं की जो प्रतिभा है, जो उनकी ऊर्जा है, उसको इस देश के विकास में और दुनिया के आगे बढ़ाने में हम क्या उपयोग कर सकते हैं, इसकी ज़रूरत है। क्योंकि 1.25 बिलियन से अधिक की जनसंख्या, 65% से अधिक आबादी आज हिंदुस्तान में युवा है। ये जो बड़ी ताकत है, इसकी भी इसका उपयोग करने की ज़रूरत है। और ये सम्मेलन उन रणनीतियों और सर्वोत्तम पद्धतियों पर विचार करेगा जिसमें हम 21वीं सदी की शिक्षा प्रणाली को और तेजी से विकसित करेंगे। आपको मैं याद दिलाना चाहता हूं कि स्वामी विवेकानंद ने कहा था कि 21वीं सदी भारत की सदी होगी, और मैं देख रहा हूं कि जिस तरीके से अभी चर्चा कर रहे थे माशेलकर जी की नालंदा जैसे उनकी जो किताब है जिसमें नए भारत के आविष्कार की उन्होंने बात की, मुझे भरोसा है कि ये जो नई शिक्षा नीति एनईपी 2020 आई है, ये एनईपी 2020 उसी नए भारत के उदय के लिए आई है, जो भारत तक्षशिला, नालंदा, विक्रमशिला और वल्लभी जैसे विश्वविद्यालयों को खड़ा करता था, जो विश्व में गुरु था भारत, और जिसके बारे में हमेशा कहते थे एतद् देश प्रसूतस्य सखा सदग्र जन्मनः स्वम स्वम चरित्रम शिक्षरं पृथिव्याम सर्वमाना। सारी दुनिया के लोग तब इसी धरती पर आकर के ज्ञान, विज्ञान, अनुसंधान और नवाचार को लेकर के जाते थे। अंततोगत्वा वही भारत फिर खड़ा करना है। लॉर्ड मैकाले से पहले के भारत को इस धरती पर खड़े करके विश्व की लीडरशिप आज भी देने की क्षमता है इस देश में। तब भी पूरे विश्व को लीडरशिप दी थी, चाहे ज्ञान, विज्ञान, अनुसंधान। यदि मैं पीछे थोड़ा सा जाऊं तो चाहे वो चरक ऋषि रहे हों, जो आयुर्वेद को, जिसने जीवन का विज्ञान, जो जड़ी बूटी और उसके स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा की दिशा में कहा हो, चाहे सुश्रुत जो शल्य चिकित्सा का जनक रहा हो, चाहे वो नागार्जुन रहे हों जो रसायन शास्त्री रहे हों, चाहे दुनिया का सर्वोच्च भाषा वैज्ञानिक पाणिनि हो, या योग जिसके पीछे आज पूरी दुनिया खड़ी हो गई, पतंजलि का योग हो, और चाहे आर्यभट्ट जिसने दुनिया को गणित और बीजगणित, तो हमारे जो भास्कराचार्य आर्यभट्ट जैसे वैज्ञानिक रहे हों, मुझे लगता है कि इस दुनिया को देने के लिए सामर्थ्य है इस देश में। अब वक्त आ गया है जब उन चीज़ों को लेकर के नवाचार के साथ, नए अनुसंधान के साथ हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। मुझे इस बात को कहते हुए खुशी है कि पीछे के समय में इस एनईपी को लेकर के कैम्ब्रिज विश्वविद्यालय ने बहुत अच्छी अपनी टिप्पणियों को किया। उन्होंने जहाँ बहुत खुशी व्यक्त की, सम्मान दिया, वहाँ उन्होंने अपने संदेश में कहा कि भारत पहले भी ज्ञान का बड़ा केंद्र था, और एनईपी आने के बाद फिर ऐसा लगता है कि भारत उसी ज्ञान के माँ केंद्र के रूप में स्थापित हो रहा है। उन्होंने ये भी अपनी मेल में कहा है, अपने संदेश में कहा है कि हम दुनिया भारत की आभारी है जिसने दुनिया को अंक गणित और बीज गणित को दिया है। और उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपसे अनुमति चाहते हैं कि हम आपको कैम्ब्रिज में बुला सकें, आपको निमंत्रण दे सकें। पूरी दुनिया आज एनईपी के पीछे खड़ी हो गई और हमने बहुत ताकत के साथ कहा है कि ये एनईपी भारत केंद्रित होगी। वही भारत चाहिए जिस भारत ने पूरी दुनिया का मार्गदर्शन किया, सभी क्षेत्रों में लीडरशिप दी है, वो भारत है हमारा, अभी भी वही भारत है। गुलामी की थपेड़ों ने जरूर हमको हमारी जड़ों से दूर किया हो, लेकिन आज देश आज़ाद है और लीडरशिप की भी हमारे पास कमी नहीं है, विजन की कमी नहीं है, हमारे पास मिशन की कमी नहीं है। आज भी पूरी दुनिया में जब देखते हैं हम तो हमारे छात्र पूरी दुनिया में फैले हुए हैं। मैं अभी ये सूची देख रहा था कैसे कैसे पूरी दुनिया में हमारे इन संस्थानों से पढ़ करके जाने वाले हमारे छात्र दुनिया को लीडरशिप दे रहे हैं। कौन सा क्षेत्र है? ज्ञान में, विज्ञान में, अनुसंधान में, तकनीकी के क्षेत्र में, वो चाहे वो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट हो, चाहे वो गूगल हो। यदि इधर एक कोर्स से दूसरी तरफ दुनिया के शीर्ष कंपनियों के नाम में लूं तो दुनिया की शीर्ष 400 कंपनियों में 100 से भी अधिक का शीर्ष पर प्रतिनिधित्व में हिंदुस्तान का नौजवान कर रहा है। ये हमारी ताकत है। लेकिन मेरे देश का पैसा भी, मेरे देश की प्रतिभा भी मेरे देश के काम नहीं आई। ये एनईपी इसी बात को लेकर के आई है, मेरे देश की प्रतिभा देश के काम आए। 130 करोड़ लोगों का देश है। आप उद्योग से जुड़े लोग हैं। जिस दिन ये उद्योग क्षेत्र के लोग और मेरी प्रतिभा, मेरे शैक्षणिक जगत के लोग दोनों का परस्पर समन्वय ताकत के साथ होगा, उस दिन पूरी दुनिया में केवल हिंदुस्तान ही दिखाई देगा और कुछ दिखाई नहीं देगा। क्योंकि हमारे पास विजन भी है, हमारे पास विजन भी है और हम में काम करने की क्षमता भी है। मुझे भरोसा है कि जो ये आपका जो लगातार ये इस दिशा में चिंतन हो रहा है, वो चिंतन निश्चित रूप में इसको आगे बढ़ाएगा। समय आ गया है जब इन दोनों की पहुंच और गुणवत्ता को हमको ध्यान में रख करके और समन्वय करना है। आज तक की बात सही है कि क्या कारण था कि हमारी जो प्रतिभाएं वो बाहर जाते थे। सब कुछ तो यहाँ है, वो हमारा प्रतिभा भी हमारी और वो अनुसंधान भी हमारा, और उसको पाने वाले भी हम, उपयोग करने वाले भी हिंदुस्तान, और पैसा और नाम दुनिया का। आखिर क्यों? ये यहाँ से बाहर जाकर के वो शोध अनुसंधान कर रहा है, फिर उन चीज़ों को खड़ा कर रहा है और फिर वो हमारे ही देश में आकर के उन चीज़ों को हम प्रयोग में ला रहे हैं। हमारा क्योंकि 130-135 करोड़ लोगों का देश है, वो तो उपभोक्ता तो हम ही हैं दुनिया के। यदि देखा जाए तो चीन के बाद सबसे बड़ी आबादी वाला देश है दुनिया का, तो सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र का देश है। तो ये खाई है, ये गैप है, इसको भरना है। जो ये एनईपी आई है इसी गैप को भरने के लिए आई है। मुझे भरोसा है कि जो ये एनईपी है ये इस गैप को तेजी से पाटेगी। और वैसे भी ये जो नई शिक्षा नीति है वो बहुत बड़े विस्तार को लेकर के आई है। ये इसमें ये नेशनल भी है, ये इंटरनेशनल भी है, ये इंटरएक्टिव भी है, ये इम्पैक्टफुल भी है, इंक्लूसिव भी है, ये इनोवेटिव भी है। किस बात की कमी रहेगी? और जहाँ तक पहुँच की बात है, ये इक्विटी, क्वालिटी और एक्सेस की आधारशिला पर खड़ी है मजबूती के साथ। ये जवाबदेही भी करती है और वहनीयता को भी लेकर के साथ चलती है। और ये उत्कृष्ट कंटेंट को भी हम देंगे और टैलेंट के साथ उसको जोड़ेंगे और पेटेंट को निकालेंगे। अब इस देश के अंदर होड़ इस बात की नहीं होगी कि पैकेज की होड़ लगी है, नहीं, पैकेज की होड़ नहीं होगी, अब पेटेंट की होड़ होगी। और जिस दिन पेटेंट की होड़ होगी उस दिन पूरी दुनिया हिंदुस्तान के पीछे आकर खड़ी होगी। मेरे देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात की है कि $5 ट्रिलियन की अर्थव्यवस्था चाहिए। ये छोटे छोटे, मैं अभी भी देखता हूँ मेरे जितने IITs हैं, मेरे जितने IISR हैं, मेरे IIITs हैं, मेरे NITs हैं, मेरे ये विश्वविद्यालय हैं, बहुत सारे विश्वविद्यालय। अभी आपके बारे में चर्चा जो चेयरमैन साहब उदय शंकर जी ने भी जिस बात को उठाया, हम लोग कर रहे हैं। उदय शंकर जी, हम लोग निश्चित रूप में कर रहे हैं। जो आपने चर्चा की है हीफा वाला जो आपने कहा है उस पर हम विचार कर रहे हैं, और मैं सहमत हूं आपकी बात से कि निजी क्षेत्र में भी ये करना चाहिए। और जो नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन है, हम कोशिश करेंगे, क्योंकि मैंने देखा है न पीछे के विद्या तो यहाँ पर बैठी हुई हैं, और भी विश्वविद्यालयों के कुलपतिगण यहाँ पर हैं। मुझे ये कहने में कोई संकोच नहीं कि हमारे प्राइवेट क्षेत्र के संस्थानों में भी शिखर तक पहुंचने की क्षमता है। हम उसका पूरा उपयोग करेंगे, देश के लिए उपयोग करेंगे। अभी पीछे के समय में एक बार जब इसरो के चेयरमैन के साथ बात कर रहा था, तो उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि सर 105 जो हमने उपग्रह छोड़े थे पीछे के समय में, उसमें 5 से 6 एक प्राइवेट संस्थान के थे। तो हमारे पास इसका मतलब वहाँ प्रतिभा है, प्राइवेट संस्थान भी काम कर रहे हैं। और इस दिशा में हम एक बार अलग से इस जो से ये सम्मेलन हो रहा है, किसी दिन उदय शंकर जी आपकी इस टीम के साथ विद्या हैं और आपके साथ बैठेंगे, और हम वहाँ पर अपने जो हमारे माशेलकर जी हैं, जो हमारा गौरव भी हैं, तो उनके साथ भी उनके अनुभवों का, लंबे अनुभवों का हम लाभ लेंगे और हम इस अभियान को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। लेकिन मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम जो आपके मन में चल रहा है माशेलकर जी, उसको हम तेजी से, हम चुप नहीं है, तेजी से दौड़ रहे हैं। मुझे भरोसा है आपको बहुत जल्दी इस दिशा में रिजल्ट देखने को मिलेगा। वैसे भी आप यदि 5-7 साल पहले और आज के वातावरण में देश के अंदर देखेंगे तो आपको लग रहा होगा कि देश आत्म भरोसे के साथ खड़ा हो रहा है। अभी हमने स्टडी इन इंडिया का अभियान लिया है, स्टे इन इंडिया का अभियान लिया। आखिर इतना बड़ा देश, 8 लाख छात्र दुनिया में जा रहे हैं और यहाँ इस देश की प्रतिभा बाहर जा रही है, और पैसा भी 8 लाख छात्रों को लगभग मोटा मोटा मैंने एक आंकलन किया था कि लगभग 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया बाहर जा रहा है प्रति वर्ष का। मेरे देश की प्रतिभा और पैसा देश के काम नहीं आ रहा है, यही तो मुझे रोकना है। मेरे देश के प्रधानमंत्री की जो उनकी लीडरशिप में उन्होंने कहा है कि देश दुनिया का शिखर पर जाना चाहिए, हमारे पास ये क्षमता है, प्रतिभा है, और इसलिए हमने स्टडी इन इंडिया के तहत बाहर के लोगों को, हमारे पास योग सहित तमाम ऐसे विषय हैं, आयुर्वेद है, योग है, जैव विविधता के क्षेत्र हैं, मौसम परिवर्तन के क्षेत्र हैं। हमारे पास ऐसे ऐसे क्षेत्र हैं जिनमें हम पूरी दुनिया को हम अपना ज्ञान दे सकते हैं। और जिस दिशा में अभी जो भारत का प्राचीन है, जिसको वो विज्ञान, जिसको हम अनुसंधान के साथ, जो नवाचार के साथ, जो अपनी जो परंपराएं हैं, जो हमारा जो वैभव है, उसको हम कैसे करके आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, इसी की ज़रूरत है। और निश्चित रूप में हम जो प्राइवेट क्षेत्र है उसको भी हम बढ़ावा देंगे। देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने तो, आपको मालूम है कि पीछे के समय भी देश के प्रधानमंत्री, मैं ये देख रहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहीं बोला, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने संसद में ही बोला था कि देश के विकास में प्राइवेट एवं पब्लिक सेक्टर दोनों की भूमिका बहुत अहम है। उन्होंने ये भी कहा था कि आज मानवता के काम अगर भारत आ रहा है तो उसमें प्राइवेट सेक्टर का भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान है, जी ने कहा है। तो इसलिए, और वो संसद में कहा है, संसद में जो उन्होंने बोला मैं उसको आपको बता रहा हूं, क्यों उन्होंने इस बात को कहा है कि नहीं, चाहे वो जो आज भी जो कुछ दुनिया में लेकर के हम जा रहे हैं, उसको प्राइवेट सेक्टर, सरकार तो नीति बनाती है, उस नीति के क्रियान्वयन करने का काम पूरे देश के लोगों का है, जनता को है। अभी सरकारी संस्थान, कुछ सरकार तो नीति बनाने वाली है, उसको क्रियान्वयन करने वाले तो सभी लोग, सभी संस्थान हैं। मुझे भरोसा है कि इस दिशा में हम निश्चित रूप में आगे जाएंगे। पीछे के समय में आपने देखा है कि शोध और अनुसंधान के क्षेत्र में भी हम कहीं पीछे नहीं है। इस पार के तहत हम दुनिया के 129 शीर्ष विश्वविद्यालयों के साथ शोध और अनुसंधान कर रहे हैं। हम इम्प्रिंट, इम्प्रेस, स्ट्राइड, इसके साथ पूरा शोध और अनुसंधान कर रहे हैं। और अब तो जो नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन, जिसकी अभी चर्चा की थी विद्या ने, कि 50,000 करोड़ का 5 वर्ष में जाएंगे, और ये पूरा शोध की संस्कृति को तैयार करेगा। प्रधानमंत्री जी के प्रधान वैज्ञानिक सलाहकार की अध्यक्षता में ये विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में, क्योंकि यही पक्ष हमारा जो कमजोर रहता है, हमारा जो छात्र शोध करना चाहता है, जिससे कुछ पैदा होना है और स्टार्टअप में जाकर के उसको मेक इन इंडिया तक पहुंचना है, वहाँ कमजोरी रही है। वो जो कमजोरी है, वो जो खाई है, उसको हमको पाटना है। इसलिए हमने पीछे के समय में IIIT आपने देखा होगा कि उसके साथ एक PPP मोड में, जिसमें भारत सरकार का 50%, राज्य सरकारों का 35% और प्राइवेट सेक्टर का, उद्योगों का 15%, और उद्योग के लोग चलाएं उसको, वो जो उनको पाठ्यक्रम चाहिए वो तैयार करें, वो छात्र 50% उद्योगों के साथ मिलकर के उस उद्योग को बढ़ाएं। ये हम लोग कर चुके, कर रहे हैं, सफलतम प्रयोग है हमारा। और इसलिए अभी IOE की भी दिशा में आपने देखा, जो शीर्षस्थ 20 संस्थान हमने, जो जिसको हम विश्व रैंकिंग पर लाएंगे, उसमें से 10 यदि सरकारी हैं तो 10 प्राइवेट क्षेत्र के भी हैं। और हमारी कोशिश है कि उनको हम 50 तक लेकर के जाएंगे, जिसमें आधा प्राइवेट क्षेत्र के होंगे और आधा सरकारी क्षेत्र के होंगे। तो ये साथ साथ में मिलकर के किस तरीके से हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, इसकी ज़रूरत है। अभी हम लोगों ने पीछे के समय में हमने स्मार्ट इंडिया हैकाथॉन किया। इन प्रतिभाओं को कैसे करके जो है, आपने देखा कि उसी में से लगभग 83 ऐसे स्टार्टअप तैयार हुए थे, जिसको स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देखा था। हमने सिंगापुर इंडिया हैकाथॉन किया था, हमने ड्रग हैकाथॉन किया, हमने अभी जो खिलौनों पर आधारित जो टाई हैकाथॉन किया, क्योंकि एक लगभग यदि इस देश में 10,500 करोड़ के खिलौने की प्रारंभिक जो सूचना है वो ये है कि उसकी खपत है, और 80% सब बाहर से आ रहा है। क्यों आएगा बाहर से? हमारे हाथों को क्यों नहीं, हमारे स्किल क्यों नहीं काम कर सकते हैं? ये इसीलिए हम नई शिक्षा नीति में कक्षा 6 से वोकेशनल एजुकेशन लाए हैं, और वो भी इंटर्नशिप के साथ लाए हैं। वो बच्चा अपने गांव में क्या कर सकता है, क्षेत्र में क्या कर सकता है, वो स्थानीय उत्पाद के साथ उसका स्किल विकास करना चाहते हैं, ताकि स्कूली शिक्षा से बाहर निकलते वो इतना आत्मभरोसे से युक्त हो जाए कि वो अपने पैरों पर खड़ा हो सके। ये आमूलचूल परिवर्तन के लिए, नए भारत के निर्माण के लिए ये नई शिक्षा नीति। और इसलिए मैं ये समझता हूँ कि वहाँ से हम लोग इसको आगे बढ़ाएंगे। और निश्चित रूप में अब यदि दुनिया के मार्केट को एक मोटा जितनी मेरी जानकारी में है कि लगभग 7 लाख करोड़ का जो है जो खिलौनों का मार्केट है दुनिया में, अब ये क्या नहीं कर सकता मेरा देश? ये तो मेरे पास इतनी प्रतिभा है कि पूरी दुनिया को हम खिलौनों को, और वो भी कैसे खिलौने, ऐसे खिलौने नहीं जो संस्कार युक्त खिलौने हो, जो कुछ दे सकने में सक्षम हो, ऐसे खिलौने जो पर्यावरण मित्र के खिलौने हों, जिससे उसको क्षति न पहुंचे। अब इसमें भी हमने हैकाथॉन किया, और बहुत अद्भुत जो है, अभी मैं गुजरात केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय के दीक्षांत समारोह में महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी के साथ था। उसके बाद में IIT अपने अहमदाबाद में जब गया, तो वहाँ पर अद्भुत काम हो रहा है, खिलौनों को नए तरीके से बहुत कम समय में और ऐसे नवाचार के साथ वो कर रहे हैं। देख करके मन खुश हो गया कि इसकी ज़रूरत है, हम उसको और विस्तार देंगे। और इसीलिए मैं समझता हूँ कि आज पूरी दुनिया लगभग हमारे पास आ रही है। मुझे खुशी है कि आसियान देशों के 1000 से भी अधिक छात्र आज हमारे IITs में अनुसंधान के लिए आ रहे हैं। लोगों का भरोसा पैदा हो रहा है, पूरी दुनिया का भरोसा पैदा हो रहा है। पीछे के समय में आपने देखा होगा कि अचानक जो ब्रिटेन के विदेश मंत्री से मेरी जब मुलाकात हुई, जब वो यहाँ मिलने के लिए पहुँचे थे, उन्होंने इतना कहा कि ये जो नई शिक्षा नीति दुनिया के लिए ऐतिहासिक है, और पूरी दुनिया के कम से कम तमाम देश ये कहते हैं कि नई शिक्षा नीति को लेकर के हम अपने यहाँ भी इसको लागू करके और अपने देश को के शिक्षा को और मजबूत करेंगे। मुझे लगता है कि चाहे वो स्वायत्तता की बात हो, चाहे वो दुनिया के शीर्ष विश्वविद्यालयों के हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर आने का हो, जो स्टे इन इंडिया की हमने बात की है कि अब बाहर जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है छात्रों, हम सब कुछ यहाँ पर देंगे। बहु विषयक भी हम दे रहे हैं आपको हमने जब चाहे तब आप आइए और जब चाहे जाइए। ये 1 साल में आप छोड़ना चाहते हैं तो 1 वर्ष का भी आपको सम्मान मिलेगा, हताश निराश होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आपको सर्टिफिकेट मिल जाएगा। 2 साल में छोड़ना चाहते हैं तो आपको डिप्लोमा मिलेगा, 3 साल में जाना चाहते हैं तो डिग्री मिलेगी। लेकिन बीच में भी आपको लगता है कि नहीं अब परिस्थितियाँ बहुत अच्छी हैं, मुझे दोबारा वहीं से शुरू करना है, तो आपको चिंता करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। एकेडमिक क्रेडिट बैंक बनाया है, चाबी आपके हाथ में होगी, जिस दिन आप आओगे ताला खोलोगे, जहाँ आपने छोड़ा है वहाँ से आगे शुरू करना शुरू कर दोगे, वो क्रेडिट आपके वहीं जमा होगा। ये हम नई शिक्षा नीति में लेके हैं। किसी भी विषय के साथ आप कोई भी विषय चुन सकते हैं, ले सकते हैं, तो इतना पूरा खुला मैदान है युवा पीढ़ी के लिए। जिस क्षेत्र में जाना चाहते हो जाओ ना, लेकिन शिखर को पाओ। जरूरत है, आज पूरी दुनिया हमारी ओर देख रही है। आपने देखा है कि दुनिया के इतिहास कैसे कैसे अभी कोरोना काल में भी हिंदुस्तान जैसा देश, हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री की अगुवाई में 2 वैक्सीन आई हैं, दुनिया को भरोसा हुआ है हिंदुस्तान पर। छोटी बात नहीं है, 130 करोड़ लोगों का देश है, 130-35 करोड़ लोगों का देश है, लेकिन यदि आप समूचे रूप में आप अध्ययन करेंगे तो आपको गर्व होगा कि नहीं, मेरा देश किस तरीके से अनुशासित होकर के खड़ा रहता है और दुनिया को भी दिखाता है। हम काम भी करते हैं, हमने अपना समय भी गंवाया नहीं, सुरक्षा भी की। उसका मैंने एक उदाहरण शिक्षा विभाग का आपके सामने दिया, जब हमने बच्चों की सुरक्षा भी और उनके भविष्य की रक्षा, इन दोनों चीज़ों को किया है और उसका प्रमाण दिया है। और इसलिए हम लोग इस क्षेत्र में भी, टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में अंतिम छोर तक जो देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा वोकल फॉर लोकल, तो नेशनल एजुकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी फोरम का गठन कर रहे हैं इस एनईपी के तहत। अंतिम छोर के व्यक्ति के हाथों में भी तकनीकी हो और वो इस सीमा तक उसकी स्किल का विकास हो तकनीकी के माध्यम से, कि फिर लोकल फॉर ग्लोबल तक जा सके, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर तक जा सके। ये है हमारा रास्ता। हमारा रास्ता बहुत स्पष्ट रास्ता है इस शिक्षा नीति का, और इसलिए इस दिशा में बहुत तेजी से आगे जा रहे हैं। पहली बार जो पाठ्यक्रम जिसमें इंडोलॉजी, भारतीय भाषाएं, आयुष चिकित्सा पद्धति, योग, कला, संगीत, इतिहास, संस्कृति और आधुनिक भारत के वैश्विक गुणवत्ता वाले मानकों को लक्ष्य प्राप्ति के लिए रखा जाएगा, ये इस शिक्षा नीति के तहत हम ला रहे हैं। जैसे कि मैंने आपको कहा कि स्टडी इन इंडिया के तहत अंतर्राष्ट्रीय छात्र हमारे पास आ रहे हैं। ये कोविड से पहले 50,000 से अधिक रजिस्ट्रेशन हो गए। दुनिया के लोग अब हिंदुस्तान में पढ़ने के लिए आ रहे हैं, इससे बड़ी बात क्या होगी। शोध और अनुसंधान के लिए दुनिया के लोग अब हिंदुस्तान आ रहे हैं। इसलिए मैंने सारे छात्रों से, जो बाहर की होड़ लगी थी एक बार कि नहीं बाहर जाना है, बाहर जाना है, अब उन छात्रों को बाहर जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। अब तो हिंदुस्तान में बाहर के लोग आकर के शिक्षा को ग्रहण कर रहे हैं, और ज्ञान, विज्ञान, अनुसंधान, जिस तकनीकी के क्षेत्र में, जिस क्षेत्र में चाहता है मेरा नौजवान, उस क्षेत्र में उसको उसकी ऊंचाइयों तक की शिक्षा मिलेगी। प्रबंधन हो, तकनीकी हो, वास्तुकला हो, विज्ञान के विभिन्न विधाएँ हों, और अध्यापकों की भी क्षमता को बढ़ाने के लिए हमने बहुत ताकत के साथ काम किया है। चाहे वो लीप प्रोग्राम हो, लीडरशिप कैसे करके, एक मेरे कुलपति यदि भर्ती होते तो एकेडमिक तो रहते हैं, लेकिन प्रशासनिक तरीके से सक्षमता कैसे हो सकती है, उसको भी हम लोग एक विभागाध्यक्ष, प्रशासनिक क्षमता भी उसके साथ कैसे, यदि प्रतिभा और प्रशासनिक क्षमता ये दोनों, ये एकेडमिक जो मानस और प्रशासन दोनों यदि संयुक्त रूप में मिल जाएंगे तो फिर निश्चित ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त हम लोग करेंगे। इसलिए अर्पित प्रोग्राम के साथ, और अभी हम अध्यापक हमारा, क्योंकि वही हमारा योद्धा है, अध्यापक यदि परिवर्तन करते ये तो देश, गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरु देवो महेश्वरा, गुरु साक्षात परम ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। गुरु लोगों को, अध्यापक को गुरु ईश्वर के समान माना है। और हमारे कवि ने कहा, गुरु गोविंद दो खड़े काके लागू पाए, बलिहारी गुरु आपने गोविंदियो बताए, कि नहीं, यदि भगवान और गुरु सामने होंगे तो पहले मैं अपने गुरु के ही चरणों की वंदना करूंगा, क्योंकि गुरु के ही कारण भगवान के दर्शन हुए हैं। ये हमारी थीम है, ये हमारा विजन है। विजन हमारा पूरे विश्व के लिए है। हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात करते हैं, हम सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः की बात करते हैं। पूरी दुनिया में सुख, शांति और प्रगति हिंदुस्तान के रास्ते से होकर के गुजरती है। और इसलिए यदि ये बात शिक्षा जगत और औद्योगिक जगत, इन दोनों के बीच यदि एक बार ये समझ में ठीक से बैठ गया, हिंदुस्तान आज भी शिखर पर पहुंच जाए, बहुत कम समय में हम उस खाई को पार सकते हैं जिस खाई के कारण हिंदुस्तान आत्मग्लानि के इतने वर्षों को जूझता रहा। और इसलिए अब परिवर्तन के क्षण आ गए। मुझे भरोसा है कि जो मेरे शैक्षणिक क्षेत्र में गुणवत्ता का जो सुधार होगा वो वैश्विक स्तर पर जाएगा और निश्चित हिंदुस्तान एक शिक्षा का महाशक्ति के रूप में उभर करके आगे आएगा, ऐसा मेरा भरोसा है। और इसलिए ये जो नई शिक्षा नीति को आपने देखा कि पूरे देश ने, नहीं दुनिया ने उसको स्वीकारा। और जब मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी है कि फिक्की आज उस उत्कृष्टता को किस तरीके से फैलाना है इसकी चिंता कर रहा है। लेकिन जब हम नई शिक्षा नीति को पर चर्चा विमर्श कर रहे थे तो मैं फिक्की का बहुत आभारी हूँ कि उन्होंने इस बात की चिंता की और उन्होंने जगह जगह सेमिनार किए और कई सेमिनारों में मैं स्वयं फिक्की के जो पहले आपसे ये जो शैक्षणिक क्षेत्र के लोग थे उन्होंने फिक्की का ये बाकायदा चर्चा रखी और अपने सुझाव दिए। जो अपने इस नई शिक्षा नीति में फिक्की के सुझाव भी हैं और इसीलिए इतनी खूबसूरत बनी है ये। मुझे लगता है कि अब क्योंकि उसको क्रियान्वयन होना है हर दिशा में, हम कैसे करके सभी लोग एक योद्धा के रूप में, क्योंकि ये जो लोग भी आज हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं ये बीच की वो महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी हैं। नीति अच्छी बनती है लेकिन उस नीति को अंतिम छोर तक क्रियान्वयन करने के जो ये लोग हैं जो आज मेरे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं ये इसके योद्धा हैं। मुझे भरोसा है कि ये योद्धा अपनी भूमिका को निभा करके और हिंदुस्तान में एक नए इतिहास को रचेंगे, ऐसा मेरा भरोसा है। हम लोग धीरे धीरे स्वायत्तता को भी करेंगे और जो हमने 2030-35 तक 50% शेयर बढ़ाने का है, 3.5 करोड़ नए बच्चों को उच्च शिक्षा में स्थान मिलेगा और यदि ये जुड़ेगा तो 7.5 करोड़ बच्चे उच्च शिक्षा में होंगे जो शोध और अनुसंधान करेंगे। आप समझ सकते हैं दुनिया के तमाम देशों की संख्या नहीं है 7.5 करोड़। तमाम जो आप देखते हैं, जब मैं यूरोपीय देशों में जाता हूं तो किसी की 40 लाख, किसी का 1 करोड़, किसी का ये जो विकसित देश हैं और हम उदाहरण उनका देते हैं। बिल्कुल उनका उदाहरण देना बंद कर देना चाहिए हमको। हम भारत पूरी दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक देश, इसको जंप मार करके उनसे भी आगे जाना चाहिए। हमें क्षमता है, मुझे भरोसा है ये होगा। ये अब शुरू हो गया है और निश्चित रूप में जो ग्लोबल क्षेत्र में जैसे हमने ज्ञान और ज्ञान प्लस अभी किया है, जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय ऐसे प्राध्यापक हैं उनको हम इधर बुला रहे हैं, जबकि अब ज्ञान प्लस में जो हमारे प्राध्यापक हैं वो भी दुनिया को पढ़ाने के लिए जाएंगे। ये पारस्परिक संवाद हम लोग आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं और मुझे भरोसा है कि जो नवाचार के साथ, उद्यमशीलता के साथ विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में जो हमने कहा है कि स्किल का विकास करेंगे, क्योंकि मनुष्य महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है, मनुष्य और वो भी शिक्षा। हमारी खूबसूरती ये है कि हम भारत के मूल्यों के आधार पर इस शिक्षा को चाहते हैं। हम नहीं चाहते हैं कि मनुष्य मशीन बने। मशीन बनाने वाले तमाम देश तो जरूर हैं लेकिन मानव बनाने वाला देश केवल मेरे हिंदुस्तान ही हो सकता है और उस हिंदुस्तान को हम जिंदा रखना चाहते हैं। पूरी दुनिया में जिस हिंदुस्तान को लेकर के आशा का संचार होता है कि हम एक प्रगतिशील छात्र भी बनाएंगे, देश के लिए जिम्मेदार नागरिक भी बनाएंगे, लेकिन महामानव भी बनाएंगे जो सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया की ध्वज को लेकर के दुनिया में जा सके कि हम वसुधैव कुटुंब के लोग हैं, माता भूमि पुत्रो हम पृथिव्या। ये पूरी धरती माँ है और मैं इस धरती का पुत्र हूँ। जहाँ भी कोई कमी होगी, कठिनाई होगी, दुख होगा, दर्द होगा, संकट होगा, उसका मैं मुकाबला करूँगा, लेकिन मानव को मैं दुख और कष्ट में नहीं आने दूंगा। ये हमारा विचार है और इस विचार को लेकर के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों को आगे बढ़ना है। मुझे भरोसा है कि हम अपने बच्चों को लेकर के स्टार्टअप के माध्यम से और मेक इन इंडिया तक जाएंगे। हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने 21वीं सदी के स्वर्णिम भारत की बात की है, जिसके मैंने विवेकानंद जी के बारे में अभी चर्चा की कि विवेकानंद ने भी कहा था कि 21वीं सदी भारत की सदी होगी। वो समय आ गया और इसलिए देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा 21वीं सदी का भारत सुंदर भारत, स्वच्छ भारत, स्वस्थ भारत, समृद्ध भारत, सशक्त भारत, आत्मनिर्भर भारत और श्रेष्ठ भारत। और उस आत्मनिर्भर और श्रेष्ठ भारत के लिए ये जो नई शिक्षा नीति आई है देश की आज़ादी के बाद नहीं, लॉर्ड मैकाले के आने के बाद। क्योंकि जिस दिन इस देश में लॉर्ड मैकाले आए थे उससे पहले का भारत यदि देखेंगे तो यहाँ 98% साक्षरता थी। पूरी दुनिया के लोग ज्ञान विज्ञान अनुसंधान के लिए इस धरती पर आते थे। मुझे वो देश, मेरे देश के प्रधानमंत्री के मन में वही पीड़ा है जो आपकी मन के अंदर पीड़ा है, जो अभी माशेलकर जी ने कहा है कि वो भारत, वो उस भारत की ज़रूरत है। मुझे भरोसा है कि वो भारत बहुत तेज़ी से लोगों के मन मस्तिष्क में बैठ गया। आज तो दो ही शब्द नज़र आते हैं लोगों को, आत्मनिर्भर भारत और विश्वगुरु भारत। ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत और विश्वगुरु भारत की जोड़ी ऐसी बन गई है कि हर मानव के मन मस्तिष्क में ये छा गया है। विश्वगुरु बनेगा और ज्ञान में भी, विज्ञान में भी, अनुसंधान में, तकनीकी नवाचार के क्षेत्र में हर शिखर को चूमेंगे और देश में सामर्थ्य है। तो मेरा भरोसा है कि ये इन क्षेत्रों को लेकर के जो मेक इन इंडिया, डिजिटल इंडिया, स्किल इंडिया, स्टार्टअप और स्टैंड अप, ये जो स्किल को हम विकसित करेंगे और उसको विकसित करके उसको स्टार्टअप तक लेकर के जाएंगे और स्टार्टअप से मेक इन इंडिया तक पहुंचाएंगे। पूरी दुनिया में मेक इन इंडिया कैसे हो सकता है, इसकी ज़रूरत है। और वातावरण बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ रहा है, बन रहा है और आप सब लोग उस दिशा में तेज़ी से काम कर रहे हैं, इसकी भी मुझे बहुत खुशी है। और अभी भी कई विश्वविद्यालयों को लेकर के हम बहुत तेज़ी से पूरे विश्व के पटल पर उभर करके आ रहे हैं। रैंकिंग में भी हम बहुत तेज़ी से, मेरी शैक्षणिक संस्थान आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मुझे भरोसा है कि जो आपकी ये मुहिम है और जिस तरीके से आपने ये अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर इसको किया, मैं भरोसा दिला सकता हूँ कि क्योंकि उद्योग हो, चाहे आर्थिकी हो और चाहे उस सांस्कृतिक क्षेत्र हो और चाहे सामरिक क्षेत्र हो, देश का कोई भी क्षेत्र वो शिक्षा के बिना कहीं खड़ा नहीं हो सकता है। शिक्षा सबकी आधारशिला है और इसलिए ये जो शिक्षा सबकी आधारशिला है, इस शिक्षा को और मजबूती के साथ कैसे करके कर सकते हैं। मैं फिक्की को ये आह्वान करना चाहता हूँ कि जो ये एनईपी है इसको गांव-गांव तक ले जाने के लिए एक अभियान लें, एक टास्क फोर्स भी बनाएं। आपके पूरे देश के अंदर इतना, मैं देख रहा था कि 2027 में आप 100 साल मनाएंगे, 100 साल का फिक्की हो जाएगा। इसकी लंबी यात्रा है, तमाम उतार और चढ़ाव से होकर के फिक्की गुजरा है। उसने देश की उन परिस्थितियों को भी देखा है, उन परिस्थितियों को भी झेला है फिक्की ने। तब भी सोचा होगा कि मेरा देश कभी आज़ाद होगा तो हम क्या करेंगे, और आज़ादी के बाद इन 70 वर्षों को भी देखा है फिक्की ने। और अब जब नए भारत के निर्माण की सृजना बिल्कुल साक्षात सामने खड़ी है, अभी भी फिक्की खड़े होकर के उस स्वप्न को साकार करने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। मेरी शुभकामना कि जो आपने स्वप्न देखा है उस भारत का, उस भारत के स्वप्न को साकार करने के लिए हम लोग मिल करके और उसको साकार करेंगे। मैं एक बार फिर जो मेरे साथ जुड़े हैं, देश और दुनिया के सभी लोग जुड़े हैं, मैं उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। और विद्या से मैं अनुरोध कर रहा हूं कि मैंने जो हिंदी में अपनी भावनाओं को व्यक्त किया है, वो जो लोग हिंदी नहीं समझ पा रहे होंगे उनको अंग्रेजी में दे करके ज़रूर मेरी भावनाओं को उन तक पहुंचाएं। उनका भी आह्वान करें कि भारत पूरे विश्व के लिए वरदान है। भारत की जो नई शिक्षा नीति है पूरी मानवता के लिए वरदान है। इस नई शिक्षा नीति पूरी दुनिया के लोग लें और हिंदुस्तान पूरी ताकत के साथ उस नई शिक्षा नीति पर खड़ा होकर के और चारों तरफ प्रगति के आयामों को स्थापित करे। मैं एक बार फिर आप सबको शुभकामना देता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार
सर, हम जरूर आपका ये पूरा स्पीच ट्रांसलेट करके हम सबको भेज देंगे। ये सारे जो 3000 डेलीगेट ज्वाइन हुए हैं उनको वो स्पीच जाएगा।
धन्यवाद।
Thank you,
धन्यवाद
sir.
विद्या।
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for articulating your vision and your inspirational speech. It gives us directions for the 2 days of deliberation. Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. Dilip Chennai, Secretary General FICCI, to deliver the concluding remarks and word of thanks.
Shri Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank ji, Mananiya Minister for Education, Government of India. Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, Indian National Research Professor and Chancellor Institute of Chemical Technology. Mr. Uday Shankar, President FICCI. Dr. Vidya Yera Vadekar, Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee and Pro-Chancellor Symbiosis International University, Dr. Rupar Manjari Ghosh, Co-Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee and VC Shivnadar University, Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan, Co-Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee and Vice Chancellor VIT University, distinguished speakers, committee members, partners, sponsors, delegates. माननीय जी, आप इस इनॉग्रल सेशन में आए, आपने विचार प्रकट किए, आपने पूरी जो परंपरा जो भारत में जो एजुकेशन और नॉलेज का जो सेंटर था, ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज, उसको शेयर किया. आपने I'll just shift to English so the other people can also understand what you have actually said. Minister said that the innovations to spur the university ecosystem is a breeding ground. We need to actually look at it. We are with what the rest of the world, and he referred to the Oxford University comment that is discovering is that our scientists and rishis had actually done a lot of work last time. We are also a progressive hub in becoming an R&D hub there because of the tech cost advantage and because of intelligence and human capital. We had, of course, pioneers in engineering and medicine, as you rightly pointed out, Honorable Minister, and we always believed in knowledge and worship Ma Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge and education. Of course, you mentioned the 21st century would indeed be the century of India, and we need to rediscover the ancient knowledge and traditions of the education system in India. So thank you, Honorable Minister, for that, but we'd also like you to thank you for the extensive consultation process that went into framing the NEP, and also even post the NEP, the consultation process, the task forces that you have formed to execute the NEP going forward. Dr. Vidya is a member of some of them, and I'm sure the task forces will engage with industry, as you have mentioned that the private sector is very important as we go forward. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for being with us this morning. Dr. Shelkar, you've always led and been a beacon of light and always helped us in our higher education work. Thank you for chairing the jury. I was particularly, your education equals future, making digital an 18th SDG, or even looking and, echoed, and the minister referred to a lot of what you said in your speech and responded to it, including making India the 21st century hub for R&D and education. Thank you for your thoughts and for your leadership and for your support, FICCI. Thank you, Mr. Uday Shankar, President FICCI. Education and EdTech is a passionate subject with you. And you talked about the rapidly changing ecosystem of education, and of course, the learner centricity, and mentioned that the NEP is a radical approach, and of course, the National Research Foundation, which the minister responded to you. Thank you, Vidyaji, for leading this whole effort of putting this thing together. Your leadership has been exemplary. Of course, you talked about the theme resilience and bridging the technical digital divide, which of course Dr. Mashelkar also said that it needs to be the 18th SDG. And thank you for enabling and your recognition of leaders in later of the awards that will go on. Dr. Rupanjali Ghosh, thank you for being there for us, and Mr. Shekhar Viswanathan, thank you for moderating the session and taking it forward. The next session was supposed to begin at 11:15. We will start the session at 11:30. मंत्री जी आप आए हमारे बीच में प्रस्तुत हुए और आपने अपने विचार प्रकट किए, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. With that we end this session by thanking all the supporters, the sponsors, and everyone present here. Thank you very much, and keep safe and keep well.
Namaskar.
Shekhar, you are muted.
So we've just received the confirmation of Piyush Goyal ji also for tomorrow's keynote address at 10:30. So I just got a call, and so we'll have that session tomorrow morning.
Sure.
So this concludes the inaugural session. So the next session.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think the inaugural session took much longer. I'm just out of it right now. And I think the moment I get okay from Nidhi and others, we can get started because we are now fashionably late by 2 minutes.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So we'll start the session, the theme session, very important session for Singapore.
Yes.
The theme of the session is basically RISE, the resilience, innovation, sustainability enterprise. And I would say to be getting to the process and request Dr. Rupa Manjari Ghosh, who happens to be our co-chair Higher Education Committee and also the Vice Chancellor of Shivnath, to take on with the session, ma'am. Ma'am, over to you, please.
Yes. I hope you can hear me. It's really a pleasure. And the inaugural session is more of a funfair. And we actually had a pre-inaugural last evening. And I want to start from there. We had a Vice Chancellor, CEO. I request everybody to keep yourself on mute. And when your turn comes, please, the panelists should keep the video on and put yourself on some. So the most important session of this 3-day higher education summit that FICCI organizes every year. This year we are running a little late. Normally it happens in end of the year. By November we will be done, but because of the pandemic, we kept on waiting, thinking that a physical meeting would become possible. But then now here we are at the online session, and this one, the theme is really looking into the future. Higher education at 2030 is the theme, and we are given an acronym of RISE that stands for Resilience, Innovation, Sustainability, and Enterprise. So RISE. So the theme session is probably the most important one because it will set the ball rolling for the rest of the summit. And the audience is, of course, international. I believe that 3,000 people have registered for this conference as is usual. So no wonder for this most important session, we have a very powerful and balanced panel. So I'll invite the panel to share their experience and thoughts on how to develop maybe an academia, industry, government ecosystem that we talked about even last evening at the VCCO roundtable. So it's kind of a triple helix model that will instill resilience, the R in RISE, encourage innovation, the I for innovation, promote sustainability, that's the end goal, that's the S in RISE, and that will enable our people to be enterprising. So there's a lot of thought in there, and I think we need to sort of decode what we mean by all of it. And I'll set the set, just with a few words, and then invite the panelists one by one to share their thoughts, and then open it up for our audience to throw some questions. So we are starting about 20 minutes late, so I think the session would extend, but I would like to regain some time before lunch. So let me begin by saying the obvious. In the light of Industry 4.0, the threat of what we call future of work, that machines are taking over. So the goal of higher education system had to change in not producing just factory workers who will do all the things that machines today probably can do, not just the rote jobs, but AI is threatening even the thinking jobs. So that threat was already there, the future of work. So if machines can do some, the aim of higher education system cannot be produce mimicry of those machines. So not factory workers, but leaders. And that was really the goal. Otherwise, most of it, whatever skill you can learn in 3 months' time, you don't need to really come to a higher education institution, learn those. So the future of work debate was going on. We have been facing a very big challenge in the higher education sector. Then, of course, last year came the pandemic. And then the advantage is that the pandemic led towards end of July, we had the national education policy. So the two landmark things that marked 2020. So in the light of Industry 4.0, the future of work, whatever we are doing right, we kept on doing the same things. Essentially, the mode changed. Whatever we have not been doing right, the digital mode of communication made those maybe more prominent. So right to education became the meaning to right to digital education, as Professor Mashelkar was saying just a while back in the inaugural session. So right to digital education, that's how you actually transact education, the right way of education, that is modular, flexible, etc., and the right kind of education. And I think we can touch upon all of that. By the right kind of education, I mean mostly multidisciplinary education. There is no fight between breadth and depth. And what I call in my university a curriculum that is STEAM, not just STEM. So the science, technology, engineering, mathematics, the STEM that led to innovation in the last century now should be replaced by STEAM, the extra A for art and design. But I also say that the E should stand for enterprise education. And I think that's the high time. So education, not in silos, but really a multidisciplinary education that would equip our students how to think and not necessarily what to think, because the world is changing very fast. The skill that will never go obsolete is the skill of critical thinking, problem solving, and of course, communication. There is a talk of integrated research and innovation. We wish to talk about that. And the role of teachers, from content expert to process experts, from being sage on the stage to guide by the side. So all of these things we have touched upon mostly in the last two FICCI Higher Education Summits. And I think we are going to take it forward in the light of what we learned last year. So we can touch upon all the sub-themes that this conference will have: future of universities, integrating skills within the higher education framework, digital education, yes, but what's next? We have somebody from Coursera joining us. Building a global higher education system, not look for, what I call a global in outlook, but deeply contextual. Quality benchmarking, a lot of criticism there, but it's essential. How do you develop a research ecosystem, bring in diversity and inclusion in higher education system, not because these are just good things to do, the right things to do, but also they make business sense, and that has been proven by now, a very important thing of risk taking and so on and so forth. So without any, giving my views on it, I think we are very fortunate to have a very strong panel. And let me invite the panelists one after the other and request them to share their comments initially, maybe in just 6 minutes, not more than that. And then I'll take questions from the floor and add my own. So let me begin with Professor Rishikesh, who is currently the director of IIM Bangalore. Is a real scholar, a prolific writer. His main areas of interest has been strategy and innovation, and I think it went into his academic administrative roles, where he has done really wonders. So UPenn graduate, I think way back, and then basically has been at the Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. Then he has been many things. I will not actually take much longer to introduce him. I have personally benefited by his advice in our university on many themes when we are starting and getting into a new region. So, Rishi, I start with you. You can choose to address, but research innovation ecosystem is something that I would like you to touch upon, and enterprise education, the way it is coming. What are your views and wisdom in this? So over to you, Rishi.
Thank you, Rupa, and good day to all of you. So I think this is a very exciting session to be in. Let me just give you a little bit of context. At IIM Bangalore, we started on the journey of trying to become a globally ranked and globally competitive business school almost 20 years ago. And the journey has reached a stage today where we are ranked in the Financial Times rankings in the top 50, both in the category of global MBA programs and Masters in Management. And certainly that journey has involved us doing a number of things on the research front, on the teaching front, on the outreach front, on all fronts that you can imagine. So I think the first point I'd like to make is that we are not alone. There are several Indian institutions which have gone through similar journeys
during the last 15 to 20 years. Now, let me come to the present. How have things changed now? So as far as how have things changed now is concerned, I think what has been proven in the last year or so is that Indian institutions, particularly the better ones, are also quite resilient. We made the transition to online learning quite quickly, both in terms of tech infrastructure, faculty adapting to the new methods. Of course, we had some prior experience, at least in IMB, because we've been active in the MOOC space since 2014. And we've had several programs running in a hybrid mode for several years. But notwithstanding all that, we managed to make a good transition to teaching online. And even our students who were very skeptical to start with did finally appreciate and recognize the fact that online learning was not as bad as they thought it might be. However, when we talk to our students on what they are looking for from an MBA program, it is clear to us that they are looking for much more than just what we can teach them online. They are looking at the overall experience of being on campus. They're looking at peer learning, they're looking at social learning. They're also looking at a lot of interaction with industry projects, etc. And certainly these elements of the MBA program have not been as good as they might have expected during this pandemic year. So our takeaway from this is simply that while we certainly have good content, we certainly have very good faculty, in order to get all those global rankings, obviously, we've also upped our game as far as research is concerned. But going forward, we'll have to see what the different challenges are, particularly those posed by technology, and how is the best way to meet these challenges. I frequently get asked by the media, how do you think the MBA program is going to change post-pandemic? Do you see a lot of it moving online? And as I just explained to all of you, while I can see certain elements being imparted quite well online, there are several elements of the program which require face-to-face learning, and I think that will continue. Okay, so what does the future look like? So as far as IMB is concerned, we are looking at the future in multiple ways. One is, of course, to take our MBA program, which is our flagship program, to even greater heights. Which essentially means, of course, intensifying our research, improving our pedagogy, doing a good job of matching and mixing the different technological alternatives that are available. But at the same time, we also see that the new education policy is coming into play, and we would like to be a part of the objectives of that policy. So we are also planning to move into the undergraduate space, something we have not done so far, at our new campus, which is about 25 kilometers away from the present one. And we plan to start undergraduate programs in the year 2023. We believe in building the leadership of tomorrow. Face-to-face instruction in a campus environment will be important. And we don't think that developing leaders of tomorrow is going to be possible through a purely online process. So we certainly believe that campuses will continue to be important, though, of course, what happens in other programs which don't require campus interaction is a different story. The second important pillar of what we are looking at in the future is how can we use MOOCs to reach out to a much larger audience. And here, this is where we believe we really need to align much more with the country's priorities. So we have identified some sectors like the micro, small, and medium enterprise sector, the hospital and healthcare sector, government and public policy, which we believe are currently undermanaged. And one of the reasons they're undermanaged is they don't have the right management inputs. So we think that using MOOCs and other online methods would be the best way of reaching out to this audience. And that's how we plan to enhance our impact. The third pillar of what we are planning to do, and the last point I would like to make, is that we are looking actively at how can we take the research our faculty is doing and connect this more actively to the problems and challenges the country faces. So again, we are looking at some sectors where we think this will happen most naturally. We are looking at healthcare, we are looking at the MSME sector, we are looking at manufacturing. These are areas where we believe management research has a lot to offer. and we are hoping to align our faculty's research interests with some of the interesting problems in this field. The last point I will make before closing is that I also see several challenges though in this journey going forward. Just to give you a simple example of a challenge, we have been primarily focusing on global rankings in the sense that we believe the global criteria are the ones to which we should give more weightage. So for example, that means publishing in the highest quality journals. For example, the FT rankings only consider 50 top management journals. But there is sometimes a conflict. In the NIRF ranking, for example, though we are one of the few business schools in the FT top 50, in NIRF, we are not ranked number 1 or number 2 on research because NIRF has a completely different parameter, which is more focused on quantity than quality. So how we are going to reconcile some of these different requirements, I just gave you one example. There are similar challenges in other areas. It's going to be some of the challenges we have to face going forward. So I've already exceeded my time, Rupa, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Very nice. I think you really said it right. One question that I'll come back to you on multidisciplinary education. I know when you are talking about undergraduate education, you essentially have to expand your portfolio, and your thoughts on that for the next round. I think I want to come back to that. So let me move to our next panelist, Francisco Marmolejo, who is currently the education advisor in Kutar Foundation. Francisco is a known face in Delhi. He was based in Delhi while he was serving in World Bank's lead higher education specialist for India and South Asia till I think last about a year back. So with your very vast experience of looking at this sector maybe from a global lens, so the internationalization aspects, as well as maybe the difficulties of finding the right kind of funding model for higher education. So Francisco, I think if you could just enlighten us with your view on the theme of RISE, as well as maybe these two particular aspects in, again, sorry, 6 minutes, and then so that we have time for a second round of questions and answer. Over to you, Francisco.
Thank you very much, Rupa Manjari. It's a real pleasure and an honor participating at this session at FICCI, which I recognize as the largest higher education gathering in the second largest higher education system in the world. So it is such a pleasure participating here with this distinguished group of panelists. So the topic of the conference and of course of our panel is really intriguing. You know, how do we bring together all those perspectives of institutions and higher education systems being resilient, innovative? I will add another I, which is internationalized, sustainable and entrepreneurial. So all of those are elements that, before the pandemic were highly needed in higher education globally. The pandemic, of course, have made them much more explicit. And there is no doubt that if we think about a sort of a looking forward system of higher education in the world for the future, we have no choice but keeping those elements in mind. The COVID pandemic has been a truly wake-up call for higher education all over the world. We never imagined we could experience such a totally unexpected, closing of the entire higher education system in the world. And so what we learned out of that? Well, we have learned many things. We were not prepared for that. We learned also that our operational sort of environment of higher education is much more fragile than we could imagine before. And also we have learned that many of the assumptions that we already had about higher education can be contested, can be challenged. One of them, as the previous speaker was talking about, is, for instance, the whole issue of rankings. Are rankings really as important as we say all the time? Are really rankings the proxy of quality of higher education, or should be seen just as an input for the relevance of higher education? I think it is time to question as well if our traditional approach to many of the areas of research and teaching and learning in our higher education institutions are and still will be valid in the future. And I think if we are humble in recognizing all those problems, we might be able to see the future a little bit more clear. I have no doubt that for the future, globally, higher education institutions will struggle still in the short term. You know, look at the case of the United States. About 600,000 employees in higher education lost their jobs. Look at the case of Australia, in which, as they were relying a lot on international students just for the fee, just for the payment, now they are struggling, and many of the institutions have up to 40% of enrollment from abroad. Now they don't have students. Now they have to close the campus. So look at the case of other countries in which higher education institutions are having to close. So this is a challenging time, but at the same time, this is the time of opportunities. I always say that this is some kind of alignment of the planets, because the crisis is opening up the opportunity for us to think bold, innovative, disruptive about the need to reinvent, reimagine, redesign higher education. So our universities in the world, and India is not the exception, have many options in front of them. One option is just to be the inertial option, to do nothing and just to wait for the thunderstorm to be over. The other option is to be disruptive and to try to take this opportunity to take away those things that don't work and to concentrate in the positive things we can do. So let me finish by saying that, I dream about a higher education in the after pandemic world, which is more internationalized. I have no doubt about it. And I'm very pleased that under the new national education policy in India, there is a very explicit sort of charter for that. But at the same time, I truly believe that universities, that higher education should be much more connected to the realities of our local communities. So international makes sense as it makes sense locally. And I think we need to close that link very close, very, very strong, in order to make sure that we are going to be responding to the needs of the future. At the same time, I truly believe that higher education institutions need to be much more entrepreneurial, need to be much more disruptive, less averse to, less averse to risk, I might say, more willing to take risks. And at the same time, I truly believe that higher education institutions needs to be much more collaborative, not only with other higher education institutions in India and in the rest of the world, but at the same time inside our own higher education institutions, because we have created those silos that you were referring to. I know that I'm getting almost on my 6 minutes, but I'd just like to finish by telling that we have different, we can be just watching the movie, if you want, waiting for the thunderstorm to be over, or we really can be proactive. And I think that's the opportunity for us in higher education in the world. In my work in Qatar Foundation, that's exactly what we are doing. We decided that the crisis was the best opportunity to imagine new things. And we are doing very interesting things in terms of flexible learning, in terms of recognizing that students can learn outside of the classroom. And of course, also taking advantage of the technology by seeing that this is an excellent tool that can help us to advance in goals of equitable access to higher education and, more important, relevant higher education for the future. I think we have the chance to do it, and it is up to us to act upon it.
Excellent. I think we share your dream, and I think you got new energy to this. So after this, I think it's only natural that I call on Professor Sundar Manoharan to talk about concrete suggestions in the Indian context. Professor Manoharan, of course, is of IIT Kanpur fame, was first new when he started the National Center for Nanoscience and Nanotechnology at the University of Mumbai premises some time back. And he's currently, I think, a DG of Pandit Dindayal Petroleum University, held many positions, leading academic positions. But basically, it's material science and nanotechnology, that's his strong point, and teaching and research. So I think having built institutions in here, having led a frontline research area, I call upon Dr. Sundar Manoharan to share his views on the theme, but mostly maybe share his experience of what worked, what did not work, India-specific issues on the themes that both Rishi and Francisco touched upon. So over to you. 6 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Just to put in perspective and also confined to the 6-minute slot, I would like to show some slide and charter my presentation. So kindly allow me to share the PowerPoint. Yes, are you able to see, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Please
Yes.
go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. At the outset, let me tell you that we have been playing between two names, PDPU and PDEU. Some of the brochures say we are PDEU because last month we got transformed from PDPU to PDEU, thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister who effected this name change, which happened through the government of Gujarat last month. So I want to present some of the success stories in the theme of RISE that we are considering. As Dr. Ghosh said, we need to talk about resilience, and therefore I will start with what happened during this captivity during pandemic, and what is the synergy that came out of PDPU. And also I want to share with you in terms of innovation, sustainability, and enterprise, how the handholding with industry and the government has paved a big way for us to spearhead with innovation. So the next slide. The next slide shows the state-of-the-art ICU ventilator that we developed during the last 7 months with industry collaboration. And I'm very pleased to tell you this is one demonstration of Atmanirbhar Bharat, where everything from top to bottom, what you see in this ventilator is totally homegrown and nothing has been borrowed or imported. And this is now clinically being used in many hospitals. And this is one of the best way that we could come with engineering solutions for combating COVID. So I'm very happy that there are more than 30 patents that we filed during the pandemic through hackathon, and many of them are in the prototype development as well. Coming to innovation, we have focused during this last 7-8 months during the pandemic much to revise our curriculum in the light of Industry 4.0. And as Dr. Monday said about the triple helix model and about the translational research level, this has been our mandate and focus to change ourselves and to reposition ourselves to the industry demand. And I will show you how the industry and government has helped us a lot in the inner transformation that has happened. First of all, we have positioned, categorized ourselves in terms of publication, sponsored projects, granted patents, and then the innovations based on the translational level 0 to 2, 2 to 4, 5 to 7, 8 to 9. And this has really paved the way for us to understand how many of our faculty and researchers and our BTech students are in the level of 0 to 2, 2 to 4, or 5 to 7. And much of our efforts have been in translating the 5 to 7 projects and patents into 8 to 9. I'm very happy to say during the pandemic, 3 such projects have already gone for a commercial model. In fact, one was even awarded Best Innovation Award by our Honorable Prime Minister in the recent conference. So this is one of the way where we have tried to transform from a publication and research mode into aligning with the industrial need. And therefore, much of the input has come from the industry and the government in translating many of your initiatives, which are in the borderline 5 to 7, to go to 8 to 9. I will show only 3 examples and conclude how such transformations have happened with the help. This is one of the showcasing initiative with Maruti Suzuki to set up an international automobile center of excellence, not only for doing translational work, but for even primary hands-on experience and for skill development for all the students who are working on automotive electronics and manufacturing. This is a 100 crore project initiative which is already in place, up and active. Thanks to Maruti Suzuki and Government of Gujarat, who came with us in this hand-holding event. Just to give a glimpse of what is in this center, right from the manufacturing to industrial robotics, welding, to all the chassis, and to integrate the mechatronic aspect, we have a complete system in place. And this is such a treat for the students to live the industry experience right in the campus. So we want to thank the stakeholders who have been with us. And this is another success model that has come along our way. And this happened way back in 2011. But today we are supplying to the feeder, and we are trying to participate with the government's initiative on solar photovoltaics. As you see here, this is a 1 megawatt solar power plant. This is apart from another 1 megawatt from the rooftop solar we have. And I want to tell you that it has been a very big initiative by the government of Gujarat, and this is the top view of what you see. But this was the demonstration project that even led to a Gujarat solar farm 5 gigawatt, which is the biggest solar farm in our country so far. But where this big concepts originated was with the demonstration model that happened in PDEU. And this has also led in the recent past to set up a production line, a manufacturing line at our PDEU campus. And this will be dedicated by our Honorable Prime Minister sometime in June or July this year. And this is the 45 megawatt production line that is going to come in place. And we have several such initiatives. I just want to close the stop sharing. Yeah. So just wanted to leave you with this thoughts that there is already a very good hand-holding that is happening between the industry and the government. And there are many more initiatives which have been announced in the backdrop of NRF. Government has thrown huge investment, 35,000 crore odd investment into many of these ventures. Especially we are looking at energy in a big way, energy initiatives, energy storage, from energy generation to energy transmission and to energy storage. We are going to have a very big 1 megawatt demonstration of energy storage coupled to the grid that we have here. And we are also going to work on a satellite project, which is going to be an exclusive energy satellite that we will be doing hand-holding with ISRO and other leading institutions in Gujarat. So I stop here and just want to tell you, in the light of what we discussed yesterday, we have really seen a great amount of support from both industry. And I wish this happens almost in every campus in the highways and byways of our industry, of our country. And I just want to encourage you with this few thoughts. Thank you.
Excellent. So fascinating story, fascinating examples, Professor Manoharan, as I expected. What would be interesting, good to see the government handholding, which was what we talked about yesterday in the roundtable, and I've been talking about it. When it's not happening naturally, we need incentives, and the best source probably would be the government. Later on, if I have the time, because I know some of the panelists have a hard stop at 12:30, but I would like to ask you maybe personalized stories on risk taking, because whenever you get out of a, you have been very focused on energy, but in a mission like that, there are always risks that you have to take. And I know these are calculated risks, but maybe your way of handling such issues and how you actually decide would be good for our young audience. And time permitting, I'll come back to you. So thank you very much. Let me move on to Shailesh Haribhakti. He's I think he's a chartered and cost accountant, a very renowned one. And then he has been leading from the front and the strategic advisory board member of IRM India and chairman of his own Shailesh Haribhakti and Associates. So I think again, bird's eye view, but more on where it hurts. You know, you may have a great plan, but the funding opportunities, the way we manage everything in this country, maybe it sort of kills your initiative. Sometimes there's just so many blockages. While we need accreditation, and that I think Francisco talked about it a bit. Ranking is a pain, but we need accreditation for coming to some standards, so the students are not cheated in a heterogeneous country like ours. So it's my great pleasure to invite Mr. Shailesh Haribhakti to share his views on the theme and on specific experiences of the kind I just mentioned. Over to you, and 6 minutes, please. Thanks. I don't see him.
I think he got disconnected, Dr. Ghosh.
He got disconnected. So I think in the interest of time, if you do not mind, let me move on to Suchindra. Suchindra, you're there, right? Yes. So yeah, we'll come back to Mr. Haribhakti in whenever he joins back. But Suchindra, you have done today what the knowledge paper that the minister released this morning, and he had been also a partner of FICCI Higher Education Committee. But you also see as your basic role. You have been a partner at that time of EY, and now you are a country head of Wisen. I mean, this world is changing so fast. But I think you are building edtech enterprise in India right now to empower learning communities. So you can share your view on that. But you have been also a consulting professional in this area of big four firms in education, energy, and high-tech sectors. So tell us your perspective of what works, what doesn't work. And I see Mr. Haribhakti is back. Sir, we'll take you right after Suchindra. I introduced you already, and I asked you a couple of questions, but maybe we'll do that. So Suchindra, you go first. And I think there is wisdom in getting Mr. Haribhakti after you.
Sure. So thanks, Dr. Ghosh, and thanks to all the co-panelists. I think it's been a very interesting. So I think I'll probably just take a step back. Everyone has spoken about what has been changing. For me, the most important thing that I've seen change, and something that we've been writing about and doing a lot of work about, the learner itself is changing. And I think, when we talk about learner centricity, that is really where we need to start. So today, student, this was happening slowly. Maybe COVID just got this back on steroids in such a way that it's become so fast. The student would love to choose what he learns, so it could be one course, it could be a 3-month program, a 3-hour or a year program, and everything is something that people love to choose. How is the next big question that again a student has a choice today, whether it's blended, whether it's online, and that is where probably the higher education system needs to look beyond just itself. About polytechnics, schools, and colleges, you have a lot of edtech players, for example, micro credentials that people are offering, content that people could learn on their own. Industry is taking note of it, and industry started hiring people without a degree. For example, EY in UK does not ask you for your final degree if you're applying. There is an assessment test which is there. As long as you could clear it, you're good to go. The where has changed. So as it was changing with COVID, people have become so much more comfortable studying at their houses. System really needs to keep pace with it. And I guess that is the key message. While things were happening with COVID, every single higher education institution in this world effectively had to move very, very quickly. Whether they were prepared, whether they were unprepared, whether they made changes from the scratch or they just automated teaching, everyone had to move to technology. And I think it has given us a good point of view for a lot of theses that were doing the rounds. Everyone said technology-driven education is what it would be. Probably what COVID has taught us exactly is it cannot be a technology-driven world. You cannot live without universities. Today, there are students, there are parents who want to get back to the university as early as possible, because what they are missing out on is the entire peer learning, the social learning kind of a system. Universities, it has a part of education, it has a part of research, but it has a part of literally passage into adulthood. That is the element that people learning at home are missing on. So universities are becoming all the more around the experience of the student and not just the learning experience. You need to think of all the things that you're trying to give. So the entire concept of industry academia linkage is driven from that point. The other important thing which has happened thanks to COVID, we have a government which works post facto in most cases. We start thinking of regulations after things have changed. I think with the new education policy which came in last year, and with some of the progressive regulations in the education system that the government came up with, things like open and distance learning education, more online content being allowed as a part of the core curriculum, the regulatory flexibility. So, when we talk about a student being flexible in terms of what and how, the universities should be able to offer them the same kind of education. We're glad to say UGC came up with graded autonomy regulations recently. Over the last couple of years, implemented, you have IOEs, where you have a lot of flexibility in terms of offering what the students are looking at. And thereby, the government regulations are also some things which have been changing well. Now, what does it really help? If we look at the last year or so, I think the biggest three challenges that educational institutions face, all of you are academicians, all of the panel talked about the academic part of it. For me, the three important parts are: how do you really drive finances and governance in higher education system? When when our Kata Foundation panelists talked about internationalization, I think the most important piece that you require today, and which has to change, you can't really be bound only by UGC. UGC has to think transnationally. Regulations have to start transnational thinking, because if I can do 2 semesters in India and 2 semesters from an online course abroad, how do I really draw that equivalence? How do, what does it impact in my learning process, assessments, credit transfers, so on and so forth? So governance really needs to move transnational. NEP is a very good start at it, but I believe that's the next important piece to look at. I guess the other two important parameters are the faculty and pedagogy in higher education system. I believe, and I know some of these universities here, PDPU, Shivnadar, actually have been doing it, where you need to think afresh in terms of how do you want to teach. You cannot just automate teaching. A video lecture is not what online education or remote learning is. You need to think from the scratch. How do you design your courses? What elements get driven by technology? What elements get driven by peer learning? How do you create those experiences, and how do you really train and upskill your faculty to use some of these technology tools? Because that becomes very, very important. The other important pieces around research and partnerships. I think a lot of partnerships have moved remote, digital, and I think that's a very good thing. Earlier, you were limited by, a guest faculty had to travel to your university to share his or her knowledge. Today, you could do it remotely. And that is a very important change that you have brought in. So now education can truly get transnational without people have to physically moving around. And I guess the last important part. So, we did a FICCI higher education infrastructure with EY, where we identified 7 pillars. What we have done, and what I think will become increasingly important as we go along, is the 8th pillar, which is technology. Earlier, we always used to count technology as a part of infrastructure. Now, technology has a life of its own when it comes to higher education. And I think that is where the universities, the higher education institutions need to think more professionally about. Today, most of the global universities, for example, have the concept of a chief technology officer or a chief digital officer. In an Indian sort of a system, this is something which is still lagging behind. You probably will need to think of how do you use it. When you get more international, for example, if you're getting an international student into India from Europe, you need to be ensuring the global data privacy regulations that Europe follows. Otherwise, your university is in trouble, because it's his personal data that is at access. So universities will probably need to think of some of these technology elements in terms of information security, in terms of IP prevention. More and more digital, it's easier to copy and paste. How do you really ensure your IP is protected? How do you safeguard your learners from predatory content? Your learners can get swayed by fake news. How do you maintain objectivity in this entire piece? And I think that is an important area that the universities will have to think as they go into the future. I'll probably just, I know I'm running out of time. So this is some of the areas that we have also covered in the FICCI EY report. Request everyone to take a look at it, and please provide your feedback onto this. Back to you, Dr. Ghosh.
Yeah, thank you very much, Suchindra. I think you brought in some extremely important points, starting from what is good for the learner to institutionally as a nation, what all we should look at. The way you posed some of the questions will go directly to Raghav, who is coming, but I think I take Mr. Haribhakti in between because we missed hearing him. And I think I've already introduced, so for the sake of time, because most people are planning to leave at 12:30. So may I request Mr. Sailesh Haribhakti to share his views on the theme. But what I requested last time was because of your finance accountant background, whenever we talk about this integration of education, research and innovation, finance becomes a dampening spirit often. So if you could comment on that. So financial governance wise, choice of leadership, we have not touched upon this at all. In India, that probably is a problem in the higher education sector, how leaders are chosen. So I think I leave it to you to shed light on the theme. But if you could touch upon the financing of the higher education system, the governance structure as you see it, and the leadership, how critical it is in your view in achieving what we wish to achieve. So over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh, and very sorry for that internet mishap. But let me straight away address all the four themes of this conference by creating the image of Society 5.0. You mentioned, Dr. Ghosh, Industry 4.0, but we are now transitioning to a digital society where work, study, shopping, socializing, everything has been transformed. And the touchstone that all of us are using for governance has pivoted completely to sustainability. I hark back to 5,000 years when alumni-led governance made Nalanda and Takshashila the most sought-after places of learning in the world. And I think the time has come to bring that back to India. Why should we not have alumni-led governance all over the world? Harvard survives and thrives because of that. So does Stanford, so does MIT. There's no reason why all our universities in India should. That will immediately address the finance issue. Finance for universities has to come from successful students who are now pillars of society, who have benefited from the education they received, and they would be desirous of giving back. You will virtually have a surplus of resources. And I would strongly urge that using the leverage of the new education policy, the fact that we can collaborate now freely, we can choose new syllabus as we like, we can make every innovation that was a constraint earlier has now been opened up. And therefore, that's what we need to move towards. Get the resources from the alumni. Inclusion and collaboration in the context of sustainability have become the big things that are driving education today. And to me, it's all about what is Society 5.0? It's all about deploying technology, which Suchindra referred to very appropriately. We need to deploy it in artificial intelligence, IoT, big data analytics, and actually make it work. I would like to see universities, and there are so many fantastic universities represented on this panel, to bring in AR, VR, a full sort of a full suite of new technology. I was very impressed to see what PDU is doing in solar. But the next pivot will have to be to clean hydrogen. And the next pivot will also have to be to 3D printing. India can virtually, the SMB sector in India can be saved only if 3D printing comes in. And to my mind, that is the challenge that we in higher education need to pick up. Look at the transformations that we need to do in society to make society digital and accomplish that using the framework of sustainability and the enablement of technology. I'll say two other things which are very important. I belong to the risk management community, and the IRM has an amazing course which can lead you from level 1 to level 5 in terms of your expertise in risk management. And just as was mentioned a little earlier, you can raise the risk to raise your game. And therefore, if you can make the pivots in the right spots and at the right time, you can be resilient, to be ready for any challenge that comes up. You need to be innovative. I think we must stop thinking about localization. The big essence of digitalization is delocalization. It doesn't matter where you are physically. It also means dematerialization. You can learn from anywhere. And it also must become democratic, available to everybody. If we can bring these few ideas with the right mindsets of abundance, exponentiality, having a massively transformative purpose, taking the higher risk for the higher gain, I think higher education is just about to get completely transformed to deliver to India Society 5.0. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. I think wonderfully put. And I think, far-reaching solutions and some oversight, real sight into where we should be investing. It is very, very nice. So Society 5.0, digital society. And I think it's very appropriate that we come to our last, but not the least panelist here, Mr. Raghav Gupta, who I know personally through our association with Coursera. I think Coursera platform has about 42 million registered learners who can choose from among 3,300 courses, 300 specializations, 14 degrees available, etc., etc. The question that, of course, please, Raghav, share your experience. The question I asked at the beginning, applicable to you more, that right to education today should mean right to digital education. And you bring in, of course, a great strength to that dream. But after digital education, what next? Because as we have been discussing, I think several panelists touched upon it, technology enables, but it also limits, right? Education is not about a certificate, but campus provides 360-degree education, the social engagement and all of that. So where exactly are we today in this? What are your views? What are the strengths of what you're offering? And on the theme in particular, if you can start with the theme and take us along. So again, 6 minutes, Raghav, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. And it's been just wonderful listening to everyone. I will try and stay at 6 minutes. And there are three messages I'd like to convey to get us to get my piece started. And I'll be as specific as I can be. But just to set context before I get to these three messages, right? Where I'm coming from is a lot of experience on the Coursera platform. So today on our platform, there are 8 crore learners globally. About 1 crore of them are in India. There are 150 universities, 50 companies who teach on our platform. They teach 40,000 skills. And these go from 1-hour projects all the way to master's degrees, which you can take over 2 years. And then today there are 6,000 institutions who also, provide learning to their employees. These could be businesses, these could be governments, and these could be campuses. And through COVID, through the last few years, we've learned a lot, and I'll share 3 specific points out of that. And before we talk higher education, right, the first point I'd like to make is that for the industry, the first 2 quarters of COVID have been quarters of double disruption that have brought about a decade of change, right? And what I mean by that, and World Economic Forum has talked about this double disruption due to automation and COVID quite a lot. Millions of jobs are getting lost in the short term. We'll see whether they get created in the medium term to the long term or not. 50% of companies have said that the skills their employees need in the next 4 years have changed dramatically. And 40% of companies have said we are never going to go back to 5 days, 6 days of office, including mine, right? We will probably go back to 1 day of office, 2 days of office. And so this remote work from home is going to continue post-COVID. 90% of companies have said our businesses will become digital more. And all these four have very significant implications for us in higher education. The other thing that we found was that we looked at what were working professionals learning on Coursera in 2019 and how did that shift in 2020. In 2019, people were learning largely technology, they were learning data science, and they were learning business. Those are the three main areas that they were learning on the Coursera platform. And keep in mind, I'm talking 8 crore people from around the world, 1 crore people in India. So, Python, AI, strategy, supply chain, this is what people were learning. But in 2020, the number one skill that people learned on the Coursera platform was writing. The second skill that they learned on our platform was strategy. The fourth was mindfulness. The fifth was meditation. The sixth was gratitude, and so on and so forth. A lot of skills around working with other people, self-management, and problem solving. And so we are seeing that the skilling that we will need, the kind of skill development that working professionals will need, will be a combination of digital, will be a combination of data, will be a combination of human skills as well. And that's helpful to kind of think about how higher education needs to think about some of these elements. But that's from an industry standpoint. The other thing that we have seen is that, that brings me to my second point, is I think we are at a stage where higher education institutions have no choice but to change, or I would say a little bit dramatically perish, because we feel that the gap between the good and the not so good will expand dramatically. And given that today we work with thousands of institutions around the world, we see I should say four challenges for universities and possibly one opportunity. So given the context of how industry has changed, student employability for skills of the future is a big challenge. We probably all experienced through the last 1 year, cost management is a big challenge for many institutions. Of course, student development will not happen without faculty development. So faculty development for these new skills of the future is important. And for universities and higher education institutions to differentiate themselves and put this big focus on being innovative for the future of work is important as well. And so these possibly are the four challenges. The opportunity is there is opportunity to serve more learners than your physical campus can, right? So it doesn't need to be limited to 5,000 students on campus. It could be 10,000 students, some of whom are on campus and some of whom are not on campus. And I think what all of this is meaning is that for many programs in higher education, the standard program, the standard MBA, the standard computer science engineering, I think that needs to change dramatically. I'm a general management MBA as well, but I would not recommend my son to go and do a general management MBA anymore, because we know that industry is telling us that what we need MBA students, for example, to know is data analytics. We need them to specialize in fintech. We need them to specialize in digital marketing. We need them to specialize in digital transformation and so on. So how does higher education equip students for these new career paths, whether it is in MBA or commerce or engineering, I think is the big challenge. We have a platform called Coursera for Campus. It is a year and a half old. In February last year, there were about 30 institutions that were using this platform. To be supportive during COVID, we made this platform available for free. In 8 months, this went from 30 institutions to 3,700 institutions using this platform. We served 24 lakh students who took 2.1 crore courses in a period of 8 months. And that's taught us a lot in terms of how we can deliver high quality education to lakhs and crores of students around the country. And which brings me to my quick third point, which is that I think going forward, we need a balance of competition. Higher education institutions should continue to compete on rankings, for example, but collaboration is needed amongst both universities and with industry. I think we are possibly going to go into a phase where for a higher education institution to deliver what a post-COVID world needs by itself, by its own faculty, is almost going to be impossible. And I think we are seeing many institutions say that along with consuming content from our own faculty, we want to bring content from other companies and other universities to our students. And so with some of the universities that we are working with, and Dr. Ghosh, your university is one of them, we are saying that we are finding that universities are taking an approach where possibly 60, 70, 80% of what a student learns happens from faculty, either online or on campus. But 30%, 20% might happen from other parts of the country, other parts of the world as well. And such universities are delivering really strong student outcomes. They are making their cost of operations a lot more efficient. They're even serving a higher student capacity than just the physical student capacity. And I think that's the possible future model that we will see with many institutions starting to adopt as well. I know I'm 1 minute over time, so I'll stop with that and hand back.
Excellent. No, I think there is so much to share, and I think it has been a very, very rich panel experience. And I think we already lost Sutinder, who had to leave at 12:30, and I know, Francisco, you also have to go. You served a great purpose, Raghav, when Coursera gave, we already limited licensing, but we did not outsource our teaching learning, but we used Coursera as an added-on for, self-learning by students during the pandemic. And that service by Coursera was actually really, really exemplary. And I think I want to put it on record. The panelists, I know I'm now, lunch hour is also approaching. There's been one nice question which we touched upon. So let me take it from the floor first, and then my questions probably have to wait for some time. So this is on ranking, because we talked about it, and let me read it out. Anyone can answer this question. Higher education should only be judged through the quality of human resources they develop. All other parameters, especially highlighted in different rankings, are merely making institutions busy in a vicious circle of processes leading nowhere, and also encouraging manipulations. What's your take? So, Manohar, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just came back from Uttarakhand yesterday after being as a NAC review chairman for one of the institutions. So I felt very bad going for a NAC visit like this, especially after having come out of COVID. I felt, it was pathetic. I have a feeling that when the organizational change is happening in the top level, like resetting with NRF, and we are having a whole lot of new perspective about funding to accreditation. My simple submission is, at least in NARF or NBA related accreditation, there should be a moratorium for 2 years, and let the teachers enjoy teaching and adopt to the new normal, that is the hybrid learning. Because the teaching learning process, if it is not there, the teaching learning resources will suffer. So I have a feeling the TLR and TLP has to be balanced properly, and we need time to absorb this change. And my simple submission is there should be at least a skip for NARF and other rankings. Maybe we can take one optional so that we stay in perspective, but too many things. And in fact, my office is full of this accreditation and ranking activities. And in spite of that, I stayed in hotels developing this ventilator during the pandemic.
Yeah. Francisco, before you go, maybe your comments, I would like to distinguish between accreditation and ranking. We probably need a bit of benchmarking so that our students are not cheated, whereas judging by uniform standards or trying to mimic another institution or ranking by uniform parameters makes our higher education system risk-averse, and it stops growth catering to contextual issues, which is something that you know, and I've been talking about it. So your comments, please.
Yeah, I remember, I still remember when I wrote an article about the madness of rankings, about this chase that all higher education institutions now are immersed in trying to comply with the rankings. Don't forget that at the end of the day, a ranking is just a unilateral decision of the ranker about what is good and bad in higher education. And that, in my opinion, is wrong. That, in my opinion, distorts the behavior of the institutions, which many times then are much more compelled to look at the positioning and the rankings as the goal rather than as a means or as a tool to position to become a more relevant higher education institutions. And I'm not trying to say that rankings are completely bad. Rankings should be a good reference. It's an excellent way to compare performance of institutions, but there is a big difference between a ranking as a comparator than a ranking as a driver of policy in governments and, of course, of behavior of higher education institutions. That's where we have problems. And that's where we find the case of many universities in which many higher education institutions all over the world, in which they premium more the positioning and the rankings than the relevance of the teaching and learning. And don't forget, as the person who answered the question, who asked the questions here, that at the end of the day, the most important role of our higher education institutions is to prepare people, citizens, the individuals that we need to drive our society for the future. And again, unfortunately, many times the rankings are pushing institutions to consider that the most important thing is publishing articles and is, having some standards that not always are precisely the ones that will respond to the needs of society.
Very well said. Mr. Harivarti, please. You are on mute, sir.
I would like to bring in the concept of net promoter score into this ranking debate. The questioner had asked a very pertinent question. Is it not the outcomes from the student which are more important? If that is the case, then the ranking should be done through a simple net promoter score of all employers who have hired alumnus from the educational institution over a 1 or 2 or 3 year period. And similarly from the students in terms of their capability to face up to Society 5.0. And that score should get a huge weightage in any ranking. But it's very important that we give the power back to the people who will benefit or not benefit from the outcomes.
Absolutely true. But the research outcome, because we are focusing on research and innovation, that's the ecosystem. Some of these come after a time lag. Of course, in information technology and biotechnology is less, but still the information technology, the time lag is almost not there. But that brings me to the last 2 short questions I'll ask. And maybe Rishi, you can take it or anyone can jump in. And one question was that I posed even yesterday, that while we are talking about Society 5.0 and the digital society, there's a lot of emphasis in terms of research and enabling and courses on AI. And I have been saying this, and let me repeat that AI is not an end in by itself, it's a multiplier. So hardcore research in physical systems absolutely necessary while you actually strengthen the cyber part, because what are you going to eat? Which air are you going to breathe? Where is your clean water? Where is your healthcare? And you can't eat AI. So AI is a multiplier. And I think this is something that we are all probably forgetting. The choices of young generation, the talent that the minister today talked about very, very forcefully. If all of it is just going towards what is a multiplier and not to the core, then there is a problem. That brings me to a question, maybe I'll throw it to Rishi, because he has been heading these management institutions so ably. And he just mentioned that he's planning an undergraduate program at IIM. Now, essentially, IIM, I keep saying it, IITs were created to do technology education. ICERs were created to do science education. Management, well, at the higher level, but management education. This is education in silos at its best. And I think we are trying to come out of that. NEP talks very strongly about multidisciplinary education. The point of multidisciplinary education in a system like that is that you have service departments and the core. And that, I think, is wrong when you talk about a research ecosystem. So I think maybe can we just get to that? And there is another question that has just popped up. Rishi, your comments on your undergraduate education, what do you think is the future? There is a debate, old debate of depth versus breadth. So I don't see it versus, I see it as a big and. So, it's not even just a T, that a breadth of the T and the depth of the T, but really a multi-comb kind of a structure that the industry is looking at. But also maybe your half a comment on that in the research ecosystem, the results don't come so quickly. So, and that's what we need to promote. And that basically means that all of us as educators cannot relinquish our social responsibility to judge. There's a lot of subjectivity in judging research and the quality of research. I suppose we cannot just get away from it. Your comments on that, Rishi, first.
Yeah, I'll just go with the first question. I agree with you that we should be looking more at multidisciplinary programs. Of course, it's good to have some anchor. So I think a major certainly plays a role there. But I think it's partly a fault of all our disciplinary specializations that we think we can give a major only if a student has done zillions of courses under that major. I think that's a major mindset that needs to change. You don't need to know everything under the sun about that topic in order to be granted a major in that subject. And I'm certainly hoping that our undergraduate program will imbibe that philosophy when it's launched a couple of years from now. I'll pass on the other question.
Thank you, Rishi. I think absolutely correct. I don't think we have answers for all the questions, but it's important to have the questions raised in this forum and then share each other's experience. Last question, and I must close this very interesting first theme session, and with the last question that has been addressed. It is coming from Dakshinamurthy from Bangalore to Professor Manoharan. Should there be a kind of ratio of digital versus live classes learning, say 30 to 70, for all programs, to say at least with regard to switch over to hybrid learning? So the mode of learning is being talked about. So Manohar, is directed to you, if you'd like to take it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Dr. Ghosh, I think I would subscribe to a 70-30. But at the same time, SLS, School of Liberal Studies, what we have done very effectively 90-10 because students are still reluctant to come, but they have achieved come full cycle through proctor evaluation and so on. But for the engineering courses, I think it cannot be even 70-30. It has to be 50-50 because we have nearly 30% of our credits based on experiential learning. Therefore, if the students don't come, we cannot do it. And therefore, it should be domain-based. SPM, petroleum management, they definitely have to be in the campus to really permeate, percolate, and really learn from each other. Therefore, these are course specific, and I would say this is going to continue in this mode for at least another 2 years. Therefore, we need to subscribe to it here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I had a quick point to that, Dr. Ghosh.
Yes, please, go ahead.
So I would just add one other layer to the conversation about this mix between 70% possibly live and 30% digital, assuming some of that digital could come from not just your own institution, but other institutions as well. If the intent is to teach skills which might not be today taught by the schools or the faculty of the university, that's where content from other institutions and even from companies can come in, right? So if you're an MBA school, you want to teach blockchain to your students and you don't have faculty for that, that's what comes into the 30% piece. Also, if faculty want to supplement what they're teaching as a part of blended, so you're teaching Python, but you also want to bring in Python from some other institution, then you can supplement that. And I think if those are the objectives, especially like was said in terms of engineering, then I think a 70-30 is in general a good thumb rule, but it really needs to subscribe to what the underlying approach and the underlying strategy and objectives are.
Very well said. Unfortunately, I think I need to close this session and the theme of higher education at 2030, I don't know, it's a bit too opaque for me to look ahead in 9 years, but I think 3 to 5 years horizon we can see India has proven its resilience. It has come from all quarters, whether it's leading towards innovation or what I would like to call invention, which is higher education driven. Innovation can come from any quarters without a formal education even, but invention, I insist that it needs the rigor of the training, particularly of the kind, the physical systems that I'm actually a bit worried about, and everything towards sustainability, and of course a spirit of enterprise that would come from integrating education, research and innovation in a system. So the critical role of teachers, we have not talked much, but it's understood that we need to spend a lot more effort in actually getting there, in empowering, in choosing the right kind of teachers, and not just the one, like it was mentioned in the morning session, those who do not get anywhere else come to teaching. That's not at all true. You look at the panel, these are all people who wanted to be what they are today. And I think if you could decode what made them so successful and made them an example by themselves, they're leaders who are leading from the front. So I'm really fortunate to be able to, chair this particular session with such luminaries, and lots of thoughts have come out of this. And I would just conclude by saying education, of course, without quality serves no purpose. The students with degrees stay unemployed or they're good for nothing. So the big question really is, how do you measure quality? The accreditation of programs and not courses, ranking by uniform parameters is a problem. And I think the suggestion that has come in another session that I was propagating is that we should demand that ranking should be given back to the universities. Different kinds of rankings, an institution should choose the one that suits its journey. And I think that is something that in maybe successive sessions we should be talking about. And ultimately what we see is university's core is the realization of human potential. And the uniqueness of each human is what the point is. And when you ask the question, how do you realize the human potential, different criteria emerge, that sort of distinguishes some of the institutions that this distinguished panel are coming from. The research universities, the mandate is meaningful knowledge generation. And that's really, for me, is the definition of a university. A good university is the one that generates more knowledge than it consumes. So every child is creative. Creativity is like a muscle. If you do not use it, it stops functioning. So looked at from this angle, the task at hand is not very complicated. Massive, yes, but not very complicated. We need to actually nurture that innate curiosity and bring creativity to the forefront of everything we are trying to do. And so we need to focus more on faculty development and empowerment. And that is something, the meaningful thing that has come out from the wisdom of this panel is that it's not really market driven. It has to have a local stamp. India has many layers, and we need not copy anything and say that I'd like to be so and so. It would find its own journey, and with leaders like all of you sharing your wisdom with our audience, I'm sure that it would be a journey. I don't think we'll ever reach the goal. The planning is more important than the plan, right? So I think the journey is something that we are all started enjoying, and I thank you all for being with us in this very, very important session that really sets the tone for the rest of the deliberations the next 2 days. Thank you on behalf of FICCI and on my personal behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Special thanks to the chair. I think, Professor Ghosh, you did a marvelous, marvelous job of bringing this panel together. Thank you.
We agree.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Two ways. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you
Bye
all.
from.
So
Thank
we'll
you
split
all.
now. We'll split now and we'll again reassemble at 1:20 for the Future of University session.
Yes, a half an hour break for lunch.
Yeah, lunch break. That's right. Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajesh. Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
So the rapid changes that the industry is looking forward to and society, and to prepare the population, to this unprecedented challenges that we all are witnessing. The government is kind of trying to work it out in a big way, in the sense that the new education policy that's come up in the next 2 to 4 years time period, the government is looking towards bringing in that transformational reform by putting in some of the highlighted elements in the NEP into fruition, and they're engaging with stakeholders. So we at FICCI feel enthused, and we look forward to being a part of this exciting journey of transformational reform in higher education and how the future is going to look like. So to talk about all this and many more, we have Mr. Mohandas Pai, who would just start with the keynote address. But before that, I would request the moderator of the session, Dr. Rajan Saxena, to take over the session and maybe briefly welcome Mr. Pai and also introduce him. Dr. Saxena, over to you, please.
Thank you, Rajesh, and welcome Mohan to this session where you're going to be delivering the keynote address. You know, your session is coming up soon after the lunch, and I'm sure that we couldn't have had a better choice than you, because you are one disruptor in higher education that I have always admired. One person who came up with the many ideas that have really forced us to rethink where higher education is headed to in India. The vision document that we prepared in 2015 is a testimony to your leadership and to the work of the Higher Education Committee. So I'm pretty confident that today, what we are going to be talking about, the future of universities, is really going to be something which would help each one of us to start thinking, or rather rethinking, on our universities itself. COVID-19 and the technology disruption has today forced us to reset the clock once again. And not only to reset the clock, but also to think in terms of what is the future? Where are we really headed to? One of the biggest things that has happened, and I would say the best thing that has ever happened of COVID-19, is the fact that the transition in the universities from a face-to-face to online education has been far smoother than what one would have anticipated. In fact, the faculty took to technology much more smoothly and in a much better manner than possibly many of us would have really anticipated it to be. Possibly it would have taken us at least a decade more for getting the faculty on board for this kind of a digital transformation itself, digital transition. So one thing that has happened is certainly that the faculty has really come forward, have transitioned to the digital mode. And the most important thing that has happened is that, you know, they are now responding to the changing profile of the learner. Today is the day when individualization of the courses is really possible, largely because of the fact that we are talking about a technology-driven education itself. But at the same time, I would also feel that, and I also feel that apart from the technology, the second big challenge that we all have is how do we sustain over a period of time? I'm sure that many of you, and it was talked about it in the last session also, when Dr. Rupa Manjari Ghosh was talking about it, the sustainability, how do you really rebuild that kind of a sustainability? One aspect of that is in terms of the knowledge generation. What is it that we are going to be doing back in our own institutions to create knowledge, and not only to create knowledge, but to develop an ecosystem of knowledge creation itself? How do we really the ecosystem of innovations, research, and technology development itself in our own institutions itself? And the second part of it is in terms of what more would be the purpose of education apart from the fact of discovery, of building up a narrative, or for that matter, let us say, looking at it from the perspective of exploration, etc. But I think more than that today is this whole lot of a development of employable skills itself. And therefore, what is it that the universities should really be doing in this area? Yesterday, in the FICCI Roundtable Conference, we did talk about it as to what role industry and government can really play in terms of enabling the institutions to develop an employable graduates itself. Well, not taking too much of your time, I would like to invite Mr. Mohandas Pai. I don't think anybody really is there in this auditorium who would need an introduction to Mohandas Pai. But very quickly, he's a Padma Shri awardee. He was awarded Padma Shri a couple of years ago. He's the founder of, a co-founder of the RN Capital, which is really funding the operational support in technology, e-commerce, healthcare, and life sciences. He's been on the board of SEBI and a trustee of the International Financial Reporting Foundation. Dr. Anil Kakotkar Committee on Autonomy for the IITs and Karnataka Knowledge Commission. He has been a member on the board of IIT Bhubaneswar and IIT Hyderabad and the Kelkar Committee, constituted by the Ministry of Finance. He is currently the chairman of the Manipal Global Education, with which we are all very, very familiar with. Over to you, Mohan.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan Saxena, and thank you, folks, for having me here. I'm delighted to be here again, talking to all of you and sharing a few thoughts. I think Dr. Rajan Saxena has set up the agenda very well, and he has elucidated, told us what are the big changes. Let me give you my viewpoints. First of all, I think COVID is truly a transformative agent for the whole of society. The digital revolution has arrived. We go on to new modes of work and living. We have changed our habits, and we've suddenly been aware of how to reconfigure our lives. People above the age of 50 are now thinking what is important for them, what should they do, and how should they have a higher quality of life. People who are entering the workforce are thinking what kind of skills and education do I require to sustain myself in the world. And people who are in the middle are thinking, how do I make sure that I have a good career and I can keep up my economic status going forward? And there is some amount of worry. And most people are thinking, will globalization remain? Will universal trade remain? How will global political and geopolitical developments impact us? There's a whole lot of thinking that has to come all across the world. And in universities and other educational institutions, we have to think about this. Like Dr. Saxena said, the most important thing that's happened in COVID has been that the digital revolution has dawned upon us. Universities and colleges were forced to respond, and they responded with alacrity and done extremely well. Faculty has changed the way they deliver classes, interaction with students, and universities have changed the way they manage student interaction and working with students and the flexibility of students. And students are now changed the way they attend classes, they do their tutorials, they do their projects, etc. And both are now got used to the use of technology and everything else. So my personal view is, on the basis of all this and the changes that have happened, universities should now look at student centricity as a very critical strategy for the future. Student centricity. For the last maybe 40, 50 years, it has been a one-way street where universities decide this is what we are going to do and this is how we are going to do it. You can come in and join us. You don't have to come in and join us. At the end of it, this is what we're going to give you. Take it or leave it. That has been the attitude for many, and many universities have been extremely successful because the demand for universities has gone up tremendously and is still going up in many countries. Though in some countries, I think it is coming down because population is not growing, and global students are certainly looking at the cost and seeing what they need to do because of digital education, because the options are expanded. So student centricity is extremely important. And we need to ask the question, what do students need? Well, my view is, first of all, students need flexibility. Flexibility in doing certain courses, the mix of courses and the type of courses, and also the time they have to spend on those courses. They want to pick courses and families of courses which are important to them, because they do feel that whatever education they get here in the universities should sustain them for the next phase of their career when they leave universities. So flexibility in course content, flexibility in taking up courses, flexibility in majors and minors are extremely important. And of course, for many universities, it may not be possible for you to have all the courses the students may want. You may not have the faculty, you may not have the knowledge, you may not have the teaching ability. And that's why it's important for universities to create a network among other universities, join with them, either in India or globally, so that students of one university can do a course in another university and get a system of credits which can be transferred. So at the end of it, students get greater flexibility and universities can cater to the needs much, much better. And this can also help today with a lower cost because students don't have to go to other universities physically. They can do it using digital education, sitting at home or in their own classroom or elsewhere, so that that problem can be solved. So flexibility for students in courses either within the university or outside the university is very critical. The second big issue that comes up is the time. Now, why should we have a fixed time of 3 years, 4 years for somebody to give a degree? The new education policy recognizes that, and I think in India, I'm sure in other universities, they recognize that. So we should design a course which is very flexible, where students have the option to join in and opt out, keeping some minimum requirement. They should do some minimum courses, collect the credits for the courses, and possibly get the degree over 2 years, or 3 years, or 4 years, or 5 years. It doesn't matter, because whatever credits they got should be accumulated to their account, and they should be able to do that. And why is that required? It's required for a very important reason. Society has changed. What society demands from young people who want to come in the workforce has changed. What the level of knowledge and the assimilation of knowledge has changed. New discoveries are coming almost every year. The speed of innovation has gone up. When the speed of innovation has gone up, keeping something static for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years is become extremely challenging for students when they have to go out into the world, because new things are coming up and students want to get exposed to the new things. And I think that is extremely important for students. So students should be allowed to opt in and opt out. Students should be allowed to accumulate credits from the university where they join, or any university with which they have created a coalition, so that the breadth of what they want is available to them. And the next important thing which students require is the cost factor. Now, can students afford to pay that higher education in the best institutions? Because so far, we have been seeing that it has been a cost-plus model for universities. A cost-plus model, and the cost-plus model has created heavy overheads and heavy charges. Because in most universities in India and many universities around the world, fees make up a majority of the income. And the fees have been going up every year. Data in the United States says the fees have been going up much higher than the rate of inflation. And fees have been going up much higher than the rate of inflation because faculty compensation has been going up. All of the costs have been going up. And the universities have put on many bells and whistles to embellish themselves and to also expand in various areas, which may not exactly be what students want. So I think the economic aspect of education is something that has to be looked at. Now that the physical aspect of education, of coming to a campus, of having facilities, of having classrooms, maintenance, etc., is now changing, it is possible to reduce the cost for students and give them flexibility of a fixed cost as a minimum and maybe a variable cost for the courses that they take from various universities, so that the overall cost comes down. And the overall cost for universities should also come down by looking at flexible models. And I think that is extremely, extremely important. I was reading an article about the United Kingdom, which seemed to be overtly dependent on Chinese students, because the Chinese students don't come up. Out of the 100+ universities, 40 to 50 universities will get impacted. In India, for many of the universities, you may not have this challenge because the gross enrollment rate is just 26. It is going up. But the fact remains that the gross enrollment rate goes up. More and more people want to get education. More and more people cannot afford that kind of education. If you look at the MBA degree in many of the IIMs, it's already 23, 24 lakhs. And that is extremely high. And when you look at engineering degrees, it's already 15, 18 lakhs for 4 years. That too is extremely high. If you look at the medical schools, it goes up from 60 lakhs to 1 crore for 5 years. That is extremely high. Because you must remember that the wages and income of people who come into the workforce is not going up at the same pace. It means that they are dipping into the parents' savings, or they're borrowing money. And even if they borrow money, if their salaries are not able to pay back the EMIs, they're going to be in deep trouble. So I think it's very important for universities to look at students getting educated. Where do they go? What do they do? What kind of work options they have? How much do they earn? What is required for their living? And how are they paying? Are they paying by savings of the parent? Are the parent investing in them? Are they paying by the students, by the parents taking loans, by the student taking loans? Will they be able to pay back? What is the payback period? Please remember, the student and the parents are very rational people. While we as educators may think we are in the area of societal change, we are creating a great human being out of a raw human being who comes to us. We're transforming a human being into something very valuable for society. That may be our motto, and that may be what we think, because we're used to very noble thoughts. But for students and parents, they're all thinking, how much should I pay for education? How much time should I spend? And if I do that, what will I get out of it? Will I be able to pay back? Because so many of us today who are grown up got public education. We're all educated in government institutions. Now in India, 65% education is private. Even in government education, the costs are going up, the fees are going up, scholarship amounts are not adequate. And in many government institutions, because of lack of money, they're not able to have the full faculty. They're not able to pay faculty well, to hire them. They hire them on contract and pay very poorly. And this cannot continue because quality is deteriorating. So the economic aspect of education becomes extremely important. And that is why cost reduction is important. And that's why universities, when they are student-centric, they must make sure they look at the students, understand who are the students, where do they come from, what is their background, where are they going, how do they pay for the fees, how do they earn, are there enough jobs? And I can tell you with full confidence that whatever salaries they get coming out of college, even after doing a master's degree or a bachelor's degree, is not going up at the same pace as the fees are going up. I'm sure you can all make studies yourself and find out, barring a few top of the pyramid, 20-30% of students, rest are paid very poorly, and obviously they'll get into deeper into debt. We must understand the United States, the student debt is gone to $1.5 trillion. How can a society put $1.5 trillion debt on the children, on the young people who graduate and go into the workforce? They'll spend 15, 20 years paying off the debt. They will not be able to consume much. They will not be able to contribute to the economy if a large amount of what they earn goes to pay the debt for the education, which is very, very high. So it's creating a burden, calling for political parties to say for debt forgiveness, which is becoming a political issue. In India, the total debt from the banks is around 60,000 crores. The NPA is quite high, and banks are reluctant to give money. So there's a real challenge about affordability that has to be seen. And this has to be seen from the student point of view. Now, what about universities? How should they change? Now, the universities had a fixed cost model. They all were an opinion. We are a university. We have the best faculty. We do this. This is what it is. This is what we can offer you. So universities has to see whether whatever they do is sustainable for the future. I think sustainability is extremely important, like Dr. Rajan Saxena said, sustainability of your future operations, which has been called into question by COVID, because COVID has shaken up everybody's view of the future. Nobody is certain what the future will be, how the future will be, and what are the opportunities, threats, and challenges that the future will unfold. Because globally, the entire globe is changing, terms of trade are changing, globalization is changing, flow of people is changing, flow of income is changing. Now, we must look at the university model itself. Is the current university model sustainable? I don't believe so, because public funding for universities may not increase at the same pace. All governments all over the world are under pressure to invest more for social welfare. And the political class is intent in giving more and more subsidies to people. They're not intent on paying back, putting money into higher education, etc. So the fees in public institutions will go up, and the public institution will not going to get enough money from government budgets. We already see that in India. We see that in the UK. We see that in the United States. I'm sure we'll see it in many other countries too. And the ability of students to pay fees is important. So change the university model. Be student-centric. Create more flexibility. And make sure you understand what your output does when they go out of the university door and how they have to prosper, and keep in touch with them. Second, get more outside faculty. One of the challenges universities always had is, are they in tune with the reality of society? Do they reflect what society has become, how society has changed? Society has changed outside the portals of the university. Society has changed tremendously. And with COVID and the digital revolution, everything has changed. New business models have come. New areas of skills are required. New kinds of people are required. And new kinds of investments are being made. That's why the only way to get that kind of input is to make sure that 25-30% of a faculty are adjunct faculty who come from outside, who actually work, who spend a little bit of time. And you need more outsiders to come on your academic council, more outsiders into your management, more outsiders into your administration, and more outsiders into your teaching. Because for teachers who are used to a certain routine, teachers are used to a certain work, for them to go outside and understand is very difficult. Even teachers have to pick up new skills. Yes, in COVID times, you have picked up the digital skills, digital delivery, etc. But has the content changed? Has what you learn and teach changed? It has not changed too much. You're still doing the same thing that you're doing for many years. But the world has changed. New form of content has come. New form of ways of experience has come. And you can see that in the rise of the edutech companies. For example, Baiju today has 17 million students on its portal. Uni Academy and others are now getting into college education, offering courses to people. Very soon, students may say, I will go to a tech company, take those courses given by the best faculty, freelancers, but I'll go to a digital university to get a certificate because all I need to do is pass the exam. Why should I go to a regular university, pay that kind of fees, undergo 4 years and not have the flexibility? So you're going to create alternatives in the form of digital giants in education. And as far as regulators and others are concerned, they should be fine with that because they are output and the students, and they will be looking for that. So I think you got to get more outside faculty, understand what society wants, and change the way you deliver, create more flexibility, and make sure you do things much better. And that leads to the next point. And you need to have more interaction with students and more interaction with your alumni, more interaction with business. And I think having a strong alumni connect is important because for a university, ability to connect with the outside world depends upon its alumni. And alumni is very interested in universities because they know their lifetime brand depends on the university. All of them have the brand. I'm from so-and-so college, so-and-so universities. I think they're extremely important. And that is something that you have to do. And for that, greater interaction with alumni and everything else is important. So I think sustainability for universities is extremely important to change the university model, keep it more student-centric, get more outsiders involved, etc. And the last point for universities is you have to make sure that you have a better administrative capacity. Now, very often, faculty becomes administrators. Faculty for becoming administrators may be a very wrong use of great talent because faculty is tuned to do certain things. Don't try to make faculty administrators. Let them focus on teaching because high quality teaching, high quality teachers are in scarce supply. Get a different kind of people for administrators, get managers, and put in some marketing. I think marketing is important. Brand kidding, brand building is important for universities. Now, you may get shocked. Why am I talking about marketing, brand building for universities? Please remember, perception matters. What people feel about you matters. If you want to be a premium player, people, you can say, I'm giving you a premium product. A large part of it is perception. Because today with digital education, with edutech companies coming, the quality of education is high in many, many areas. And you may not necessarily be the best. So how do you market? How do you get more funding from private sources? How do you get funding from government? How do you get more research grants? How do you get more funding for alumni? This is what you must seriously think because funding is going to be a problem. For that, your university administration should be more responsive, more flexible, more outward oriented, more brand building, and more ability to get funding. And I think it's extremely important. Along with that, you need better financial controls. You need cost analysis, better financial management to make sure what you do. And the last point for universities is about your facilities. What kind of infrastructure should you have? Should you have more and more physical infrastructure? Should you invest in more hostels and put in capital which you don't have? Should you run facilities yourself? Should you have more staff doing all the work which is not your work? Can you outsource a large part of your university activities? I think the non-core activities of the university should be outsourced. It's extremely important to reduce the fixed costs and outsource it and have better management, better accountability, and better service output. I think that's important. It's also important to cut down on a facility. Do you require so much of physical infrastructure which is expensive to maintain? Do you require so much of hostel which somebody else can do and on your land or whatever it is? How do you monetize your assets? What is the digital infrastructure that you have to build up? All universities should invest more in digital infrastructure. And we talk about digital infrastructure, operating system, enterprise systems, videos, etc. All that has to be done. Even in your labs, much of the lab work can be virtual, non-destructive testing with the lab, with physical labs still being there because people have to touch and feel. You're not living, we're not avatars in a digital world. The real world is there. And all digital is an input for the output that has to come. So your entire cost model of facilities, what you do, how you do, has to be very good. Lastly, last point which I want to say about the university of the future is university models are going to change rapidly in the next 10 years because the world has changed, students have changed. We have to be flexible, we have to be student-centric, we have to be cost-effective, we have to build brands, we have to change our administration, and we must create a new narrative for everybody. And this flexibility is important. Like Charles Darwin said, it is not the strongest of species who survive. It is those of the species who are most responsive to change and who are faster to change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohan. And as usual, this was certainly one of those kinds of ideas that we all look forward to in higher education. The best part of your presentation is that you bring in an outside perspective, but also being an insider in higher education today, you're also able to relate it to what's happening around, and how does one really bring in or how does one take the best from the outside world and make it more relevant, the whole education becoming more and more relevant. Thank you very much, Mohan, and I must thank you for joining us, continuing to join us in this panel discussion. I have with me a very distinguished panel over here to discuss this entire aspect of future of universities. Mr. Mohandas, and I like to, before I really introduce my panel, I'd like to bring out four kind of perspectives that Mr. Mohandas Pai had really built up. One is in terms of the student centricity. I think the biggest challenge today is in terms of making the entire education system student-centric, the learner-centric. The problem that we have had so far is that I know the subject as a teacher, and therefore I'm going to teach what I know. But the learner is telling us something very different. Learner says, I also know, I have some information with me. He may not have the knowledge, but he has some information that is available to us. Now, the question that comes up, therefore, is how do we create an academic system which is more learner-centric, which is more learner-responsive, which is more, I would say, relevant to the changing times itself? That's the first part that is there. The second part that you very aptly brought about, and which is what we have been saying, are the future universities brick and mortar universities? Are they going to be only digital universities of the kind that we see in the form of non-university concepts that are there? Like, for example, Baiju, we gave an example, or Adversity, or some of those edtechs and some of those other areas that are there? Or is it going to be the blended learning that is going to be there? Are the universities going to integrate technology and physical campuses, or the learning in a physical environment together? In the last session, we heard about it from the Vice Chancellor of the PDP-EU, the Director General of PDP-EU, who did refer to the kind of ratios that could be there, 70-30, or in engineering, about somewhere close to about 50-50, or in math, or in liberal arts, differently. But then the challenge is that of really seeing that the technology doesn't really remain limited to the delivery part, to the education delivery. But how does one embed technology across the various processes of the university itself? And I don't have to be talking about it at this point of time, but I'll build it up as we really go forward. And as I said right in the beginning, our challenge is that of building up, creating a knowledge ecosystem whereby the faculty feels motivated and faculty is incentivized to create new knowledge, to create a new thought process, to bring in new ideas which are relevant to the society itself. And the other part that he did bring about, was about the sustainability model that's there. And the current model of public financing will have to get more and more replaced with alternative models of financing. At the same time, we are also aware of the fact that today the risks have multiplied in education system also. And therefore, what is it that the universities would be doing to manage the risks? And particularly one big risk today most have, or two big risks that the universities have. One is arising out of the reputation, which Mohan was talking about it from the perspective of marketing, branding, etc. But I call it as a reputation risk. Today, one of the biggest kind of a challenge that we have is how do we ensure that a reputation that we have earned doesn't get destroyed by let's say some extraneous kind of factors itself. And the second part of it is in terms of looking at it from the perspective of the technology, the risks arising out of the technology. itself. And the last part that Mohan did bring about was that of looking at it from the perspective of what we call it as how do you reduce the student debt, and how do you really make sure that the cost of education is not such which is unaffordable? Because ultimately, with the aspirations going up, with the higher education going up, or GR which has to go up, we would find more and more people wanting to knocking at our doors. So at that point of time, the question is, what should be the cost of education? Because we need to understand that there is a challenge to us, there's a competition to us today from a large number of other non-university concepts and the non-university organizations itself. So with this, let me very briefly introduce to you our panel. We have Professor Subhashish Chaudhary. He's the director of the IIT Bombay. And I recently read something that he had done at IIT Bombay, which is in terms of making IIT Bombay more relevant. Not to say that IIT Bombay has not been relevant. One is very, very familiar with the kind of innovation culture that IIT Bombay has really built up over a period of time. The extensive research culture that exists today in the IIT systems. And he himself being from IIT Kharagpur, I'm pretty confident that he's going to bring in a whole lot of new perspectives today on future of universities or future of higher education institutions. I have with me Dr. Pramod Sinha, who's the former, I would say that the founding dean of ISB, and also the founder of Ashoka University. And one person, just like Mohan, I said, is one person who has some very, very innovative ideas and a very disruptive kind of a thought process. One of his kind of a perspective is that in the area of online education, and that's what he currently is passionately involved in when he's heading the Harappa education itself. I have with me Professor Simon Tony. He's the Dean of the School of Social Science and Public Policy and of Bristol University. Welcome, Professor Tommy. Mr. Venkat Sitaram, the General Manager and Country Leader for Education Business in Dell. And certainly we have Professor M. Balakrishnan, whom I had the opportunity of interacting a couple of months back. He's a professor at the CSE department, IIT Delhi. But I must tell you that the kind of thinking that he had when he was conceptualizing one of the institutions in India was something that really motivated all of us to listen from Professor Balakrishnan. Mr. Om Jeevan Gupta, who was another panelist, had to regret because of his son testing positive, COVID positive, and therefore he has been admitted to the hospital itself. So with that, a very distinguished panel that we have, I would request each of the panel members to take about 5 minutes. I would call each one of you to come in and to take about 5 to 6 minutes. And so therefore we will have about 30 minutes or so as a speaking sessions from all our panelists, following which we will have the question answers, and I would urge all participants to please put your queries and observations, etc., in the chat itself, so that we can pick it up as we really progress after everybody has spoken. So let me invite Professor Subhashish Chaudhary. Professor Chaudhary, the transformation that is today needed in the higher education institution.
Thank you, Saxena, and thank you all the viewers for attending. It's really, currently during this pandemic, I think it puts a special kind of a crossroad right in our journey. Okay, particularly those of us who are involved in administering the universities, as regards what direction do you think the universities should move? Okay. And I tell you that the primary thing, since we are talking only about the higher education, okay, so a good part of thing lies in the fact that you have to basically people at the, let's say, from the bachelor's onward. And that I don't think, right now we are forced to move into the digital domain because that, of course, but I don't think it's good for that. Okay, at the same time, there are also certain other things that the university does, which is for the continuing education program for the this reskilling of the workforce who are already skilled under certain disciplines. So for that, I think this the current mode, which is very spread out in terms of the education, the digital education that we have, there is a lot of opportunity that actually can be leveraged. But on the coming back to the regular set of students that we do at the like undergraduate and certain set of master students, okay, and of course those who are working in the laboratories. Now, these are the cases that we'll have to have some kind of a hybrid model to see that how we can actually use this modern. And one of the things I personally feel that where the technology is still not there is in terms of giving us the telepresence feel into the classroom where I can actually interact with the others, the 3D surrounding. So being somebody who worked in that particular area, research area, I think a lot can be done. Now, the reason I particularly raise this issue is because, just before that, Mr. Mohandas Pai raised this issue that, how do you serve university, what kind of financial model and other aspects. Now, let me say that, how do I judge the university's performance, not in terms of the quality, but in terms of the quantity, okay? Because it's a quantity that brings in revenue also to the university. Now, I can take up some kind of a measure called throughput, okay? Let's say the throughput of the university, which is a very common term in computer science and electrical engineering. So if I say that a possible measure could be how many students we graduate per year per faculty, because that gives you a kind of the understanding that how many how long the student has been in the pipeline, what it takes to let them go into the market. Now, if you see today, let's say supposing we go back very ancient time in the Gurukul time, so roughly it's about less than half. Well, I mean, if you look at somebody like Yakabalka or somebody. But if you look at today, even IIT with a lot of expansion, it's roughly about 3 to 3 and 3.5. Okay. On the other hand, if you look at somebody like in US, some of those very widely extensive big universities like Texas A&M and few others, it's maximum about 5. Okay. Now the question is that if I can make it to 7 or 10, then naturally the survivability of the university becomes a lot more easy. Okay. Now, this is something that can be improved by using this digital kind of education system that has become pretty much all pervading in the recent time. But of course, we have to be extremely careful in terms of how we do it, because we don't want to let go the corresponding the quality. But there is a key issue, another key issue, that it's not only this the throughput that we bring. Okay, when you actually talk about the university setup, something that we often miss out, it's education as we do is a formal like a degree in a classroom teaching. It's just one component. There is another component, it's research. And research has again 2 components. One could be on the translatability of the research, and the second part is a blue sky research. Now, on the translatability part, there is a possibility of industrial funding, which has gone up, and we do try to leverage on that. Okay, and there is a possibility on some kind of a self-sustainability in the long run. But the fact is that who supports the blue sky? And I give you a very simple anecdotal example. Okay, because when you talk about supporting an university, sometimes we talk about a viability gap, particularly for government or land grant universities all over the world, where you get certain kind of money, or like for us, IITs, from the government. Now, this is like let's say around 1920 or so. Okay, one of the mathematician. Okay, his name is Redon. Okay, so Redon did his mathematical thing called Redon transform, which is known later. And then the entire world had to wait for more than 50 years until the CT scan machines were built. And once that happened, now they become the history of the biomedical imaging. And if you look at the medical imaging industry, it revolutionized the whole thing. Now, so that means that we had to do certain things 50 years ago to catch up today by the industry. And this happens in many such cases. Okay. Now, when you talk about a viability gap by funding through government, there are two aspects. One, a viability in terms of, of course, money, which is in today's term. And the second one is about time. We never consider the viability gap in terms of time. The question is, how do we account for it? Because most of the time, we don't even know that what time this actually matures. So these are the kind of thing I thought I should, share with all of you. But at the same time, I must say that the good thing that we have today is that our youth are very aspirational. They look for education. They don't, and many times because there are a lot of good industry and they don't really care for much about the degree, but more of what they know. Then what happens is that there are a lot of avenues for private players and others that they can come forward. And this is where we see that a lot of kind of intermixing of the degree granting possibilities can be explored, where I can actually say get some credit from different places, and maybe like our NEP 2020 actually allows that. Let's say take 5 courses from place A, another 5 from another place, and few things, and finally I get a degree from some places. We have to make sure that this is possible, because finally that adds value, and this gives a competition to the universities, because then we can compete at a higher level. Because the competition is very much important for the universities, for us to make sure that we continue to excel or continue to deliver at a higher level. So these are certain things that puts a lot upon us to the university administrators and the professors, because we have to make sure that our students gets the best tomorrow. So thank you. I will wait, and then we'll come back again whenever we have a discussion.
Thank you very much, Professor Chaudhary. May I now invite Dr. Pramod Sinha.
Thank you, Dr. Saxena. I'm sorry I had some trouble logging in. I was hovering around and listening to you all from the audience. And somehow I made my way back to the speakers lounge and then to the stage. Thank you for having me. Dr. Saxena, I guess we are still talking about I'm still supposed to talk about the whole area of online and blended learning and the sustainability born out of that, right? Since I missed the beginning, that's still on the agenda, right? All right. So I wanted to make quickly 3 points, and perhaps we can have a longer discussion as we go along. I want to say that while we've all been talking about online learning and the whole shift to online through the pandemic ad nauseum, and I think people are sick up to their ears, and I think you were partly also sick up to your ears, and you're saying, listen, let's talk about something more longer term and strategic, which I completely agree with. But I also think that some of the lessons we should take away from what we are seeing should be strategic. And there are 3 things that I do want to talk about. I fundamentally think that a lot of the disruption that we are seeing had started much earlier. And I'm actually not seeing it as a disruption in a negative way for what we are doing in India, but in a very positive way for what we can do in India. And I think that to me is not just about sustainability, but the leadership that we can show to the world in terms of how we can leverage blended learning to serve all students today who are either being deprived of a good education or are getting a very poor quality education. And I think we have no choice as a country, because given the numbers that we have to educate, if we don't adopt technology in a very significant way, we will have failed a large generation of young people in this country. So again, with that mindset, I would say that in higher education, there are 3 big ways in which we can contribute. One is in just using technology to provide high quality content to all students. Now, I've been helping the government build a new platform. The platform is called FICCI. And on FICCI, we ultimately want to create new content, but in the beginning, just to get this out quickly, what we have done is we've just curated, Dr. Saxena, just high quality content that is available for free around the world, mapped to people's programs and degrees and courses. And while I had a hypothesis that a lot was available, I've been shocked by how much and in what good quality is available for our students, which our students don't know about, our faculty don't know about, our universities don't know about. And honestly, this is not gimmicky stuff, right? I remember in my engineering days, I had the hardest time learning thermodynamics or fluid mechanics, and heat transfer was always kind of the most nightmarish of courses, or doing the advanced math around partial differential equations and so on. If you see some of the material that is available to students today, I think it's mind-boggling, the quality that is available. And all you need is one course. You don't need to go through 5-10 courses. You just need the best course that is out there, and it is all available for free. So I think creating high-quality content that is truly even just taking care of regular mundane courses, I think India and we all should be taking a lead. And I think it is possible. A lot of the content that is available, particularly in areas like liberal arts, is very westernized. I mean, there is not a good Indian history course available. Why isn't there? We should take ownership of that. If somebody wants to do an Indian history course anywhere in the world, they should be looking at courses coming out of India. So I think that's the number one point that I would like to make. The number 2 point I want to make is we have to start thinking about blending this into the classroom. I'm not arguing for live and face-to-face and only online. I'm saying in whatever way possible, whatever way feasible, we have to bring it and blend it into the classroom. And I think for that, our teachers have to also become students again. It's important that our teachers understand what is available out there and how it can be leveraged to improve the teaching in the classroom. By the way, this is not a new idea. When I was again in school learning physics, we didn't have a great physics teacher, but he would make us solve problems from Resnick and Halliday. Now, Professors Resnick and Halliday were at Purdue University in the US. We did not even know the P of Purdue, but we knew Resnick and Halliday. And we knew that if we could solve the problems at the end of the chapter in Resnick and Halliday, then we would have used that to learn physics. And our physics teacher would make us do that. I think this is no different. We shouldn't make such a big deal about online. It's just a different book that you now have access to, which is online, and it's actually in much better quality, and it's put together very nicely. I think the third and the last thing I will say, and so again, in terms of forming ways of bringing blended learning. So the question is, if you have Resnick and Halliday, do you always need to find a PhD in physics to teach that Physics 101 course, right? Could we actually then groom our students who are seniors to teach their juniors or hire some recent graduates? We've tried to do that, but those experiments have not worked in the past. But I think there's a lot of possibility now if we were able to bring blended learning into the classroom. The last thing I will say is that I think a lot of what is happening around the world is a little bit unconventional, but I think we have to go unconventional too. And this is to think about the degree and the learning, not just in terms of the 3 years and the 4 years and the 2 years of our masters and the 4 years of our undergrad or 3 years of our BA, but how do we as universities really help people become lifelong learners? I think that's a huge opportunity for our universities. We have to stop thinking of students as just people between years of 18 to 24, right? Or, graduates and undergraduates and master's students, and of course, PhD students. But really, we should be educating people all the way till whatever age they need to be learning at. And I think it's a huge opportunity for our students. And I know that you wanted to bring in the sustainability point. I think if you think of everyone as a student, not just an 18-year-old as your student or a 22-year-old as your student, then that creates a very different model for education that I think we in India can also pioneer. So I think these are not new ideas. These are all things that people are talking about, but I'm trying to give it a slightly different color based on your challenge only, that let's not just keep talking about the conventional stuff about going online and so on, but how can we really leverage online to take our nation and our institutions forward? I'll close with that. Thank you very much. Back to you, Dr. Saxena.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sinha, for some wonderful comments that you made about it from the perspective of leadership opportunity that exists for India in blended learning. There's also from the perspective of the teachers also need to continuously relearn. The relearning today is extremely important, and the fact that there is an opportunity today to create a quality content for a large number of students in the country itself, not just mainly to a select group of students that would possibly come in let us say, some of the highly aspirational universities itself. Well, I have now Professor Simon Tony, Dean of the School of Social Science at the University of Bristol. Professor Tony.
Well, good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Rajan, and great pleasure to meet up. And of course, one of the great advantages of the moment that we're in is that we are discovering technology permits us to take part in events like this without huge amount of disruption, getting on planes and all the rest of it. I very much welcome being part of the panel, and thank you again for the invitation, which is very well. So just to introduce myself, I'm Simon Tormey. I'm Sciences and Law University of Bristol in the UK. I have just returned back to the UK, having spent 10 years in Australia, University of Sydney. So it's interesting part in this kind of pan-continental discussion, which I know resonates in different ways across the world. But many of the problems that are, of course, very resonant for us at the moment in the UK. So I'm at Bristol. Bristol is a kind of popular destination for students because it's a very place-based institution. So people like Bristol as a city. We've been in the global news recently because we tore down the statue of a slaving colonist, Colston, and people see the city as a kind of creative, interesting place to come. So say that we're worried about the tenor of what we've been hearing so far about being liberated from place and liberated from the embodied nature of education. And we're having to think hard about protecting and promoting our brand, but also leveraging this moment, which of course technology is driving, to think about how we can do things in a better way. So, and just to sort of fill in the context here, I mean, the lockdown essentially since March last year. We had a kind of a brief moment to cricket last summer. I don't know what the latest score is between England and India. Maybe I should be up to speed on that. But we have basically been in a kind of flexible and blended learning model since last March. But I do want to perhaps offer a bit of balance in terms of where we think the technology is going to take us and what the minuses might be, so that we can think also about some of the downsides of this moment where technology seems to have the upper hand. So just a few comments on what we're learning, which on the sort of plus side, if you like. I mean, I think that flexible and blended and the onset of online is clearly going to be a great aid to participation. And that's been an important theme of the speakers so far. So what we're hoping, of course, is that we can reach students who might not have the wherewithal or the means or the ability to get to a campus-based experience. So I'm thinking in particular, maybe people with caring responsibilities, and of course people in parts of the world where it's very expensive to travel, say to the UK or US, if they wanted that international experience. So it's a kind of democratizing force at one level, but it'll only be a democratizing force if it's affordable. And that's so that we're interested in, isn't it? Is about what the business model looks like for rolling out courses and rolling out access to education at lower cost, and whether we are prepared to do it. Of course, one of the questions that we can come back to, given the fixed costs, if you like, of running a university. Yes, my salary is not going to go down because we move online, nor are the 7 of the University of Bristol. So we're not actually able to offer things much more cheaply, and that means we're open to disruption, as again, speakers have alluded to. We also very much welcome flexibility, as our students do. We're finding that the ability to access courses, part-time mode, full-time mode, short courses, micro-credentialing, all of these things are on the agenda. And the ability to access things online, of course, does open up a much more flexible lifestyle as far as students are concerned. You'll forgive me one anecdote as I go through, as I think it's important to illustrate these points. My own son, and he's about 20 minutes away from the campus. And at Sydney, as we know, it's another society which has had to sort of juggle lockdowns and so on. They've offered all their students the choice between coming in person and having the lectures and tutorials in person, or doing it online. Now, despite the fact that he's a mere 20-year-old and he lives very close to campus, he's opted to do his course in business online. Why? Because it's more flexible for him. It permits him to hold down his part-time job, go to the beach, meet friends and so on. And he actually finds that the mode of delivery is every bit as satisfactory, if not more so, than going online. He tells me that is a more kind of democratic culture in online education. We have the facility to raise the hand without having to catch the eye of the tutor. We have the ability to enter chat and to interact in a way which permits those who are perhaps not so self-confident to fully participate in proceedings. And he likes that. It's not that he lacks confidence, you'll understand, but he does enjoy that kind of that facility, if you like, of being engaged without necessarily appearing on campus. 2 further points I think we're finding about, I mean, one I think is, again, alluded to in previous comments, the sort of decolonizing impact of going online. So we can now have staff or contributions from across the world into our courses. That's a fantastic facility. We don't have to have all of our staff present on campus. We can have seminars much more readily with the likes of colleagues participating on this round table. We don't have to be in person in order to deliver a more rounded, plural, richer vision of education. I think those things have come through strongly so far, and I'd underline that. I think it's very important. And of course, when we're thinking about sustainability, not just financial, but environmental, the ability to deliver things over the internet electronically means we can help preserve the environment a little bit. Precisely this kind of event here, we don't have to travel, get on planes and so on. Of course, we don't want to give up on some of those things, but we're finding that we can do a lot with our partners, in terms of conferences, delegations, interactions with students and so on, without sustainability issues. So that's fantastic. Less good, let me just finish with some things which we're finding are giving us pause for thought. I think a disembodied educational experience is a problem for our students. So the idea that completely substitute online for face-to-face is something our students are actually rebelling. They want to experience, come to Bristol, of course, so they have choice already, but they want spontaneity, a sense of what an embodied experience represents, that you follow up the class, going to have a call, a tutor or other students, going to the library, being part of a community. So where's our community in this vision of online only, or of access to things in an exclusively electronic way? British students, and I think overseas students who come to Britain, are looking for more than just an electronic delivery of courses. They want to be part of a learning community, and they want to be part of a built community, and they want to be part of a city and a country. And of course, many reasons why people go to university is not just about learning things, it's also being part of things, joining clubs, joining societies, making new contacts, connections, and so on. And also building a kind of cosmopolitan, international experience. And this is part of the whole package as far as many of our students are concerned. So much though we are to deliver in terms of that kind of thin definition of education in an online context, we know that students want more than that. They want to make new friends, they want new experiences, and sitting at home, actually what we're finding is that mental health issues have really exploded. It's really not good for people, particularly in that kind of earlier age bracket, maybe 18 to 25, to just online. And there are very specific contextual reasons why they would want to have it that. So there are good reasons why people would want to access an exclusively online experience, but many students tell us that they're really looking forward on campus. The other things is we imagine that the cost of online education is quite low. Well, we're finding it's not. It's actually quite high. So not just synchronous education, so having a tutorial which is roughly the same size as the ones we're used to, but materials, having new colleagues who can help us to deliver really high quality content, having an IT network which is to the task of delivering this. We're having to spend here at Bristol £100 million to upgrade our IT and camp computing to manage the increased load and the new needs that we're developing in terms of our education. So it's certainly not cost free at all. And I think the final point, because I'm conscious that we're trying to be crisp here, is just nor do we want to be beholden to the kind of rent-seeking corporates. We're very conscious that Microsoft and Canvas and Facebook and so on are really circling around education, looking for new rents. So we also need to avoid the trap of creating new monopolies, which are then extractive, which are then really kind of creaming off money that needs to be reinvested back into education and into the educational experience for our students. Because if we don't do that, we'll find that basically what we're doing is creating a huge amount of profit for those who are actually not very invested in the educational experience itself. So I'll stop there. Hope that's given reasonable food for thought. And thank you very much for.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Tony, for your very, very relevant kind of thoughts in the area of democratization of education, the opportunity that we have when we are using the technology, the flexibility opportunity that we have, but at the same time, accepting the fact that there is a value of social learning. And I think we cannot sort of just downplay that. In fact, increasingly, the students are wanting to come back to campuses primarily because of this factor that they have really missed out on the social value of learning itself. So it isn't just merely the digital learning that we're talking about. It is when we talk about blended learning, which is this aspect that we got to be considering. And certainly the danger that you have talked about is in the area of the mental health, and certainly the new monopolies that are today emerging in the technology industry itself. Well, let me bring in a technology person now, somebody who comes from Dell, right? And Mr. Venkat Sitaram, he's the general manager and country leader for education business of Dell. So over to you, Mr. Sitaram.
Thanks, Rajan. Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, I think it's a great privilege to be part of this elite group of panelists and talking to wonderful audience. I think you prompted me by saying, bring in a technologist view. So I will try and keep my conversation very specifically around the shifts that are needed to be considered. As today, universities are in the middle of, I would say, a significant shift in their business models and educational models. I think so far I couldn't have agreed any better that the need is delivering both unique learning models as well as student campus experience, and both have to be done, which in other words we call blended learning, and this has to be done through digital transformation. Now, why this fundamentally is it's because the students are taking increasing advantage of technology. One is to see and meet their own learning needs, because that will create a charter for them to be the workforce for tomorrow. So that's a big shift when students are becoming a driving force of this change, and the need for advanced technology therefore is coming into the campus, is also coming outside of the campus as well. If you look at why this change, and obviously then the source of this change are the students themselves, but why this change? Because everything around us is also changing significantly, right? And it's not just the pandemic. We would say that change started a couple of years ago because we saw there's going to be a significant disruptions. Things are changing, and I think the world and the way we work, we learn is becoming more collaborative than before. It's also becoming more immersive. Last but not the least, I think we've seen that it's becoming mobile, and of course, the competitive edge and the competitiveness continues to be there. And all these are changing at a significant, dramatic pace that nobody anticipated. What we would have thought that we would do 5 years from now is happening maybe now, and what we think what we end up doing 10 years from now in 2030 perhaps could get done in 2025 itself. What is causing this need? And the industry, which is looking at a significant shift on the talent that is coming out of the universities. Therefore, education system, I did hear about the future of learning. It's a lifelong learning. It's a immersive learning, peer learning, and so on and so forth. Yeah, that will continue and that will keep changing. But I think it is important to also look at the jobs for tomorrow. Dell had the opportunity to do a global research with some of the leading companies and leading analysts, and realize the jobs of tomorrow, especially when you look at maybe 5, 7, 10 years from now, very interesting. And let me take this moment to share a few. I mean, this is something that I'm sure is unheard of in a normal discussion. We are looking at personal medical interpreter. We're looking at human technology integration specialist. We're looking at self-driving car mechanic and so on and so forth. Autonomous transportation specialists. So with automation increasing significantly and the world of connectedness, I think these are new jobs. If you correlate that to the current environment of learning, the academic syllabus and so on and so forth, I don't think it is ready. And therefore, with the technology advancements that are there, using all the emerging technologies, and I will classify them broadly into 4: multi-cloud, artificial intelligence, augmented and virtual reality, and of course security. With all these combined together, with the empowered workforce, or I would say empowered student force, it's important to bring in these practical learning as part of the syllabus. I think Dr. Subhashish touched about learning beyond the syllabus. He also touched about how do I get my students ready for video streaming and so on and so forth, which is currently a challenge and a real 3D experience when it comes to experiential learning. But yeah, things like these are actually paving the way, and I think it's in a pivotal moment for the educationalists, the academicians, and the industry to come together and look at these new skills that are required for the jobs of the future. And when we get an opportunity to talk to academicians and education institutions, we often more than not hear about, about what kind of job and what's the first placement, pay package offered, and so on and so forth. I think those are some exciting stuff for the student himself or herself as well as the institution. But I think it's more important to look at the grit and the attitude. I think the culture of the learning, therefore, also has to change. What organizations are looking at is the responsibility that a new joinee can shoulder more than the level at which he or she is hired. I think if that process could get imbibed through mentorships with industry association, I think it will help this whole system will evolve forward into this new world that we are making a big shift. I'm happy to share that Dell has been involved across the country in many such initiatives, teacher training, mentorship initiatives, where we come and talk about these expectations, not just covering about emerging technology and the role of Dell in providing those emerging technology. Of course, we continue to be one of the industry leaders there, but we are also talking beyond that about enablement, skills, and the attitude and empowerment that is needed for building the skills in the country of future, and of course globalization. I think from a technologist perspective, I think these are key things that I would summarize. Looking at technology, implementing these emerging technologies so that you can make learning more experiential, flexible, personalized, and look at the outcomes that are requiring this change and match those outcomes with the skills. That becomes critical. Rajan, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Venkat. You very rightly brought about this whole aspect of the peer learning, the value of peer learning, and also the entrepreneurial mindset that needs to get developed. Moving away from just really the placement focus to the culture of learning itself. Great. So we're going to be reverting back to you again in the second round that I possibly be starting off with. Professor Balakrishnan, Professor Balakrishnan, you are from this computer science department, and there's a whole lot of development that your department has been leading, not just mainly in India, but even outside, if I were to look at the developments taking place in the world of technology itself. Let me request you, or let me invite you to share your view of what the future of the university would be. What would these future universities be like? Professor Balakrishnan. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute.
Yeah. It's not getting unmuted. So
Yeah. Please go ahead. Yeah. You are visible.
Hear me now?
Yeah. That's right.
Okay. So when you're the last speaker on the panel, you're always apprehensive that what you're going to speak, others have already spoken. Fortunately, I think that hasn't happened. So let me, I have 3 points to make. Technology provides aggregation. Okay, so I always think that when we were kids, and kids in India, if you are following cricket, come summer, we used to follow county cricket. What is happening in the counties, and we knew all the names of the counties and so on and so forth. If you look at the young kids today, they don't know anything beyond IPL. Okay, so what has that change happened? It's not like, so the change essentially is the power of aggregation. Though still, from an income point of view, we are still perhaps low to middle income country, but the fact that we could aggregate millions of our audience together into the TV has actually completely, and somebody came up with a business model. He may not be a very favorite person today, but people who promoted the IPL, which means that the best of cricketers are today coming from the world, are coming to India to play in the summer of 40 degrees centigrade. As kids, I remember neither Australia nor England nor any of these teams would come only between mid-November and mid-February to India. So it was even difficult to pack 2 series in one winter season because it was too hot for them. Today, the same players from all over the world are ready to come and play in India at 40 degrees centigrade. This is an opportunity of aggregation. This actually can create top teachers from the world to come and teach in India if you can aggregate, and technology provides that opportunity. So that's one thing that, and people have to come up with models. I always feel that big technical universities in India, which have 400, 500 colleges, they have the same curriculum, same syllabus, and the same calendar, can actually take the lead and invite top teachers to come and teach. Second thing, which is closely related to it, typically universities today, the great universities actually have great researchers. For the most of the faculty who are actually known as top faculty, teaching is only a very side business. Okay, so the focus is on research, the reputation is on research, fellowship of academies is on research. Everything is based on research, but you do teach. Of course, there are good teachers among them. And a lot of their teaching is through the inspiration. It is not necessarily all of them are articulate, not necessarily all of them are great teachers from the teaching point of view. Fact that they carry so much of knowledge and as well as confidence in delivering the subject. They know the future of the subject, especially in areas like computer science, that's so important. So they get that, the students get inspired and actually overlook even their articulation and other aspects and still enjoy going to their class. Will this technology change? Will this change of online will disrupt this? We will have a separate set of teachers and we'll have a separate set of researchers. So today the two things are all mixed together. I think this is one change that could happen. And just like, for example, Rajan mentioned Byju's at the beginning. So such, let's say, media is going to make, such availability of information is going to make teaching in schools and so on and so forth less relevant. The social part of it, which Simon has mentioned, all of you, so those are really important. It's important for me to go to this, among my young people and so on and so forth. So I will come back to this in my second point. So two things I see: great opportunity for this country to aggregate, great opportunity to encourage people to come and teach, but people to emerge as star teachers, and these star teachers have to be paid like IPL cricketers. So that is a very important change that needs to come in our mindset in education, and the education will see a change. Okay, I was reading somewhere that test cricketer in India was paid some 100 rupees per day, and and some small allowance when they were used to travel outside and they couldn't even eat in a restaurant with that allowance. So that was a time on, and today the top players of the world want to come and play. So that's a change, and that change can happen in education. Let us look at it from the student perspective. I'm sure today, for example, the panel you have been able to put together is because physically we don't have to travel. Many, Simon may not be there. Even many of us, Subhashish may be too busy with IIT Bombay, and he may not have agreed to travel to Delhi for a meeting. So today you have a great panel, but I'm sure your audience is much less than the audience that would have been there if you were actually holding a physical event. So what is the challenge? The challenge essentially in education is, from a delivery point of view, it's fine, but from a student point of view, it's harder actually. It's harder in the sense there are many more things to do in today's world, and he has to make a decision to do it. So wherever those classes, those courses where there is a huge stake for a student in terms of what type of jobs they will get, what type of those courses will fly. But those which have not, because we have all types of courses, and we think, at least the university thinks holistic education means putting all of these together so that it's a lifelong learning. It is not that today what you require and tomorrow what is. So that's going to be a very big challenge. And would we have to start thinking about, much maybe, many programs will not have students, some, just like many courses the students have. Because whenever in IT Senate, we would have discussion on attendance being compulsory, there's always a divide. Those departments will always want attendance where the students have very less stake in being in the class. They're not even looking for employment in those areas. They come to IIT because of a certain rank and study in a certain discipline. They're really not interested in the discipline, but they do want the IIT branding and the degree. But when it comes to placement, they will choose some management consulting, bank financial, and so on and so forth, jobs and so on. So the same thing will happen much more in online, because even that ecosystem for being there in the class do not exist. So these two things are, this is going to really impact. Third thing that I have in mind, maybe I shared with Rajan because the discussion that he was having, that was one of the thoughts that we have. Technical education we have kept out of. Presently, all science and engineering education in this country is full-time education, which actually prevents a lot of students who cannot afford to go to a full-time institution. We just do not know. I actually happened to do this work because of a certain reason. We're trying to set up a new institution, and talking to the school principals of government schools, we realized that very few of these students take even science as their discipline in their 11th and 12th, even though they're done well in 10th in science. And one of the reasons was you don't have correspondence courses, you don't have evening classes, you don't have a mechanism to graduate while earning. If you have to do science and engineering, you have to go to full-time into an institution. And that is just unaffordable. Even though government may give free education, it is unaffordable because the family actually expects that you will actually earn something. Okay. You are already 17, 18, you have been put through 12 years of school education, and it's not possible to afford that you can continue to be. And this is, I think, a golden opportunity for us to look differently in technical education and marry internships programs, marry people, get students into the system who actually are studying in, not studying, they're actually working in some jobs, some type of jobs, whatever they can get, earning that 8, 10,000, 12,000 rupees that is, can sustain themselves and give them a slow-paced technical education, which will actually allow them to graduate. So bring in this new, let's say, category of people into the system, which we have completely avoided till now. It only exists in arts, it only exists in languages, it only exists in commerce. Certain subjects, bring them for a short period to the campus for doing the labs, because there are certain labs that are important, there are certain physical presence, and these are not the students who are really looking for that campus ecosystem, that Simon talked about. And that's great, that's networking and all that is extremely important. But that is not because they just can't afford. They have an alternative of not going to college and going to college. That's the challenge that they are facing. It's not that they can afford a full-time education. So this is another opportunity that gives the fact that today we are comfortable with online. We can even deliver 80% of the credits online, 90% of the, in computer science, actually, I would say 90% of the credits can be delivered online. Because even the labs actually conducting online is not too difficult with the technology that's available. Other areas, that's not the same, but definitely certainly it is possible. And we have to think, completely anew and allow these things to happen, to allow a larger section of our population who are meritorious, who have the motivation to actually study, but they are debarred from entering our educational system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Balakrishnan. We will go around the panel with I'll possibly put one question to each of the panelists arising out of their discussion. This is also emerging from the kind of chat that I'm seeing over here. And the first part that comes up over here is that of the performance, the university performance. Professor Chaudhary, you referred to it. And you referred to it in terms of the number of graduates per faculty, to increase it from 5 to 7 or to 10, etc., in a country like India. And the second part that you talked about was the viability in terms of the time, which is there. So Harvard did it. Can you further build on this whole part of it, particularly in terms of, if you were to look at the number of graduates per faculty, what would it really mean in terms of the quality, in terms of the technology that one would be using, or from the different dimensions that would emerge out of it? Yes.
Okay, so thanks, Rajan. See, this idea stems from the fact that, most of the time now we look at sustainability, okay? And when we look at the university, we try to think beyond sustainability, because, as this is what Bala said right now, what is the wholesomeness of the education, right? So there, of course, today, everybody, like this is, I tell you, some cases where you see that this is the dominant subject area, let's say job opportunities and other. Today, then I think 90% of our student population would probably go into, let's say, computer science, right? On the other hand, certain other areas, like if you have to see that there are job opportunities and others are less, not too many people would go, okay? When you talk about a university, we have to see this is basically the reservoir of something that not only has the knowledge, but it also keep on churning it for tomorrow, right? Now, who would actually make sure that such thing happens, okay? Because certain things, let's say computer science, what it is today, okay, it took long time. There was a long gestational time for the computer science to come to the level where it is like all permitting to, okay? So of course we had like, now we are talking like, the fourth paradigm of science and others, we talk about it, okay? But you see the people like, some of the first computers that came in, like the 1950s onwards, people have started doing it. Those days, I tell you, once somebody I asked, like, so I got this software, the computer science, I did not study, something like this. Why should I do that? So now it's the completely other. So what is normally done, typically the advantage of something not being too much oriented of today's education. When you want to look for something that something has to remain for tomorrow, then that's where I talk about the viability gap. Because it's our collective responsibility, not only as an individual, as a society, at the state level, to see that tomorrow we have to breed, let's say, quantum computing today. If you look at it, something, there is a great potential for that, okay? But there is nothing like a maturity of the science as of now. It's taking a long time, starting from Schrödinger. If you start the day as a Schrödinger, okay? So that's around 1920, around 20 something, 10, little later, I think 1920s after that. So there's a very long gestational period. So who would actually support that? This is what I mean. So there is not everything we should look at from purely from that point of view, okay? Now, if you want, so that's the part I talked about, the viability. On the other hand, the throughput that I talked about, that looks at your today's sustainability in terms of how much money that you can actually earn for certain cases, because we want to encourage a lot of private universities and others simply because the government cannot support all of them. The state cannot support, okay? But if you want to look at those cases, then the key idea is that more my throughput, then I can actually, if your chargeable model is for like per graduate, and if one faculty can do more graduation, then my net revenue to my system is a lot more. Then what happens is that I can run it, so I have a better model in terms of to run the system. I think that's what I meant.
All right, Professor.
I just want to add one thing. Rajan, I just want to add one thing to what Subhashi said. So I'm actually teaching a course this time as a pre-PhD course, and aggregated students from 7 institutions just to see how it happens because of pre-PhD course. But first lecture in this course was where the computing is today. So it's a VLSI hardware design and computer architecture course. Is so much of physics, so much of chemistry, so much of chemical engineering, so much of mechanical engineering. Research, material science, the best of material science is actually going into your chips, how the heat conduction happens and so on, all the thermodynamics. Without any of those things, actually today we would not even be able to talk to like this on a panel across this. So people have to understand that computer science does not just stand itself on computer science, but it needs all of it. And the sustainability that he talked about, the university's role is extremely important.
Thank you. And let me move to Pramod. Pramod, you were referring to this entire aspect of high quality content. And something which also emerges from the power of aggregation, which Professor Balakrishnan was referring to and Professor Subhashi Chaudhary is also referring to. How does one really get that kind of power of a high quality content which is free, but which is not paid? In other words, that is not paid for, because today most of the good quality contents that you see are really paid for. Whether this is a research data that comes up from various kinds of sites that are there or the portals that are there, or it is, let's say, a course emerging from Coursera or edX, etc., which really you have got to be paying, especially when you are wanting to get in a little bit more knowledge than just merely the superficial kind of an understanding of a subject.
So Professor Saxena, my belief is that a lot of the courses that are most common in the model that Bala was describing, the celebrity professors will be involved in creating content, and it will, unlike IPL, be for free. Asynchronous recorded content will become completely free. In fact, I am personally building that model with some Shiksha, with the backing of the government. I'm saying, why should a thermodynamics course, which all engineers take, which is the same thermodynamics course that it taught, if I can for theoretically imagine that if I can make the best asynchronous course on thermodynamics, just do a thought experiment. If I make it once, I can make it free forever, unless I have to upgrade it or re-record it, or there's some new technology with which it can be built. So then you'll say, well, will all education become free? No. That basic thermodynamics course that any student can take anywhere, the content will become free. The certification, depending on which university gives it, Bristol will charge something for it, IIT Delhi Bombay may charge something for it, others may charge something for it. And the extra live lectures or bringing people together into a tutorial room or maybe physically to a campus, all that people will pay for. And by the way, Professor Saxena, this is already happening. And I think that's the point. I think we all in education have to understand that this is already happening. Venkat made the point about how the workplace is changing. I'll give you a small example. Amazon has just hired this lady, Candice Thistle, who was at Stanford, who's one of the leading lights in the area of learning science. Now, you know, we as academics have a little bit of disdain for businesses and corporations and what do they know about education. But I tell you what, Candice, who's gone from Stanford to Amazon, is creating for Amazon, which is the learning for Amazon employees, is stuff that tomorrow is going to be out in the market, because Amazon doesn't care. They say, listen, as long as I'm educating my employees, I'm making all this available to anybody else who's out there. So your students, my students, Dell employees, Bristol students, they all have access to this content. So I'm not calling for a demise of the higher education industry at all. I'm saying, in fact, we will be forced to, all our teachers and professors will say, listen, this thermodynamics course, like Resnick and Halliday's book, is already available. And it is for you to decide whether you want to use it or not. Your student will have access to it. And I'll give you an example again from the Resnick and Halliday story that, you know, in those times, you know, when I was preparing for JEE, there was Agarwal classes for which one had to pay a lot of money. Out of anxiety, we would pay the money like people are doing today for all the test prep companies which are getting this massive valuations. It's basically anxiety, right? You're insecure, you take. But I never went through the Agarwal classes physics. I just went through the Resnick and Halliday things. And basically, when you got into IIT, if you had done all the Resnick and Halliday courses in the physics 101 in IIT, you could basically pass because you had already studied it. I'm not obsessed with Resnick and Halliday. I'm just using that as an example. All I'm saying is this is not new. When we went for tuition in the old days, if you're not doing well in India, you know, tuition became infamous. That people would send their kids for tuition. You know, the idea of tuition has always been there. This is a very different kind of tuition. Now, one tutor, Richard Feynman, can now reach out to millions of students through this medium. So I think we have to recognize that and recognize that there's a different model out there. And for the basic courses, I mean, I sometimes did the inventory, and all of us, most of us are boring engineers here. But if you do the inventory of all current departments, mechanical, civil, you know, you think about 8 semesters, roughly people do 4-5 courses during this period. So you are talking about 40 courses or 50 courses per discipline. So you're talking about 6 disciplines, you take 50 courses, you're talking about 300 courses. Some of those courses are even common. So let's say it's 300, let's say it's 500 courses for all possibly. You can actually create a very high quality inventory of 500 courses that is available to all. And if Professor Chaudhary and Bala and you and I get together, we can find people to create these 500 courses that are very high quality. And, you know, if people are creating the India stack and the health stack, this can become the engineering stack for India. So that's where I'm coming from. And the engineering stack for India can be for free. It doesn't have to cost anything. If you and I can go to a few philanthropists who are putting in thousands of crores in building universities and say, hey, just build the engineering stack. Forget building a campus with 500 acres and 2 million square feet and so on. Let's just take your 10th of your money and build the engineering stack. That will be a huge service and that will revolutionize education in this country is what I feel. So anyway, I'll stop there and hand it back to you.
Yeah, add a short point here. Okay, this is interesting that when you say that. Okay, but let me go back. Let's say if you look at when the press was discovered, like writing books and all, people thought probably our teacher's job would be over because there are now books there where everything has been put into the right context. Okay, and if you look at it, the books are supposed to be written by people who know and who are the experts. So in some sense, right? So the contents are available. So what this digitalization do in my mind is not the content creation, but it's a recreation in a different form, which may be more useful because we have now a digital media where animations, other interactivity, which is possible, which was not possible earlier. So I think that's the difference. Of course, that increases the utility value of that particular content that you are creating. But still, as you said, the Reshnik Holiday, if you give somebody, then that book alone helps. Somebody has to get to the idea that there are issues, what are the salient points, how to learn. So you need somebody, okay? Not, you are going for a Aklavya model where somebody can just look at it and say, okay, I'll learn. I'm saying, no, you need something beyond that, okay? No matter whether the content is digital or in a book form or maybe in a Shruti form, whatever. I think I have stopped
Completely agree. And I don't want to belabor, but Professor Chaudhary, completely agree with you actually. So I'm not for a minute saying that teachers are going away. Please don't get me wrong. I am not spelling the demise of teachers or the higher education system. I'm just saying that teachers now have a very different role. And basically, to your point, if I can go further, you're basically changing the teacher-student ratio. That assumption that we make about so many students to a teacher, that has completely been blown apart. And it can be 1 to a million, it can be 1 to 100, it can be 1 to 1,000, and that's what it is doing. So completely agree with you.
Right. Thank you, Prabhat. And let me move towards the social sciences. This is something which it seems to be getting highly focused towards the science and technology kind of a discussion and what the power of technology which is there. Let's understand from Professor Simon Tobey. They're the query that have come to you, in terms of the student community building its relationships in libraries, lounges, and others may be, and these kinds of relationships could be very, very positive, as well as negative for the society and the economy. To ensure that such problems may not arise, are there any steps that nations can inculcate in their education system? In other words, what they're trying to say is that the libraries, the lounges, the student places, etc., these are great places where the student develop the social relationships. This also becomes a basis or a great places to build the narrative, the skills of narrative being built or building up an argument which is there. Now, what is it that the institutions can do to see that this entire part is geared up more towards a positive development, and what role technology can really play in this?
So thanks for posing that question. I would, here I go back to my experience in Australia, because one of the things which really impressed me about higher education compared with British higher education, or at least the sort of elite end of it, which is where I sit presently, is the emphasis on building relationships by internships, by work experience, by career-ready opportunities for students. So the idea of the university was much broader than just teaching and learning and inculcating our students with the need to accumulate a kind of knowledge base. Where a place like Sydney or New South Wales and UQ is really focused on is actually thinking much more holistically about what a student needs in order to operate in the real world. And that means being able to present. It means having relationships in the relevant work communities. It means having built trust with potential partners and employers and so on. And all of that they thought to be absolutely intrinsic to education in the social sciences, and of course in areas like business, which is one of the areas I look after at Bristol. So to me, the university, therefore, is much more than just the sum total of all the knowledges and the learning that we're doing. It's also about a maturing process and about introducing students into an environment where they become really valuable for others as well, and where they can build those relationships which are going to be sustaining them throughout their academic career. And I do go back to an earlier point where the other thing which impressed me was the sense of universities being part of a continuing process, not just a sort of one-off classic British, 3-year undergraduate degree, off you go into the outside world and we'll never see you again. It's also about creating a sense of community and purpose for the university, which then has a much more porous element to it. Sydney, we had people coming backwards and forwards to the university campus to pick up micro-credentials, short courses, to refamiliarize themselves with new bits of knowledge that they need to do a master's courses later in their career, but also more broadly to become part of our community as alumni, as advisors, as special professors, as people who then add also to the student experience. So to me, the university that I saw there in Australia really provided a lot of fuel for thought for me, having come from a much more classical model of education in the UK. And that sense of university really adding value to the student experience in terms of preparing them for life is something which I've really tried to bring back to Bristol. And we've not heard that much about that function of the university this morning. And it'd be great to sort of hear a little bit about, how in a sense we put tech to one side, but we also think about universities as being really formative and instrumental in terms of giving students what they need to be really successful citizens, as well as employees and indeed employers of startup businesses and so on.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. David. And Mr. Venkat, the last question to you is you also referred to this culture of learning. I would try and link it up to what Professor Tommy just mentioned about the social value of learning, and also in terms of the development of the student in a holistic format, not just getting focused on the placement part of it. So how would you like to comment on that? Just what is it that you see at Dell contributing, in what way Dell would be contributing to this kind of an agenda?
I think we look at that as primarily, 3 parts, or you can call it 3 pillars of digital transformation. The first and foremost is the student and the institutional success. I think that's where this, the decision-making skills, which are data informed, right? Informed decision makings through innovative programs, adaptive technology use, data integration becomes very, very critical. Something like an early warning systems, dashboards about the institution, about the student life cycle, and so on and so forth. So that's the fundamental foundation. Second one, I would say, is focus more around teaching and learning, the blended environments, the active learning, the collaborative opportunities, virtual labs, immersive learning, use of AR, VR, and in fact, MR also comes into picture. These are technology investments that are critical so that you can enable a very, very strong bonding between the student success, teaching, learning, and then take it up to research. I think Professor Balakrishnan talked about the importance of research today. How do we accelerate research using, deep learning, machine learning, look at high performance computing designs, research ready solutions? You blend them all together, and I think you pin that down with a very strong modern IT platforms, next generation computing, digital campus, and IoT, and so on and so forth. And at the same time, wrap it with a very balanced access protection, which is security, intrinsic security, modern security technologies and campus security. Then you are able to holistically cover and impart a system where you can drive innovation and look and enable student success through digital transformation. I think this is an envelope that Dell today is helping a lot of institutions today as a consultant and academicians in building a framework for this. And in each of these pillars, there are questions about what do I do? And that's where we come in and give our suggestions. It's not just only our technology infrastructure platform. We bring that, of course, today very handy, but we come and put these frameworks for the institutions with our education experts who bring in this knowledge we act as mentors for a lot of institutions, and we're doing that on a regular basis. So we're happy to extend those services wherever possible and whenever we could collaborate with the knowledge base.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Venkat. And I see I'm looking at the watch, and we are already 1 minute ahead of time. I'll close this panel discussion. Just before I do so, let me just mention that the COVID-19 and the technology disruption that we have been talking about has today virtually forced each one of us to relook at the learning models, to relook at the education model, moving away from a very exclusive kind of a model of education that is only to those who can really afford to pay, to going towards a more inclusive format of education. And what would that really mean? Bringing in more number of students in the system. And obviously, the answers are not offered by a physical campus or investments in physical campuses, as all of you have really brought about, but it is in terms of taking a look at what technology does one really use. And today, the day when, given the fact that we have the digital kind of constraints still in India, the opportunity today lies in terms of looking at the asynchronous technologies and integrating some of those asynchronous technologies for the purposes of delivering our modules itself. It's an opportunity that we have for providing good quality content from anywhere in the world to the students in India or to the students in the region itself at a price that is affordable. That's one part. The second part of it is that is looking at it from the perspective of the sustainability. And I think the sustainability comes of, one is obviously from the larger number of students coming into the system, and therefore, ensuring that there is a proper learning that is taking place, skilling which is taking place, but so that they continue to come in, the reputation risk that the institutions today run, that is really ensured that is minimized to a very large extent by providing good quality contents that are there. And some of the kind of things that Pramod was just mentioning about it, those are the kind of things that can really be thought about it. The other is also to look at it from the perspective of integrating the non-technology components in the higher education itself. The people part, the human resources part, the human relations part, the individual there. And how does one really bring that in? And can one really use the blended form of learning for really doing that? Because it may not necessarily be possible to do so in a digital platform, but perhaps far more easier to do it in a physical format. I'm not saying that possibly tomorrow it may not be possible at all, but today, as of today, there is a challenge there. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank my distinguished panelists over here individually and also on behalf of FICCI and my personal behalf itself. It's been a great learning from each one of you, understanding your perspectives on the future of universities. This is one topic that is continuing to haunt each one of us in the university education itself, largely because of the fact that today we have competition, not just merely from the global universities, not just merely from the international universities in India, but also from the non-university concepts that we have been seeing of late growing, whether this is Coursera or this is, let us say, the Eduversity, or it could be any other kind of a platform, like the one that Prabhat was just mentioning about it also. So today we have got to be gearing up for that kind of a competition. And it isn't just competition, but it is an opportunity to collaborate. I would even use this term. Today, the day and technology and COVID-19 has really told us that there is a greater degree of opportunity in collaboration than just merely competition. That, I think, is the biggest message. Thank you very much, my colleagues on the panel, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Rajesh?
Thank you, Dr. Saxena. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Wonderful panel that we had. Absolutely. Wind it up. We'll go to the next section now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
setting, 2-3 minutes, and just the theme, and introduce all of you. Then I'll request our chair, Professor Singh, to say his words, and particularly implications of the national education policy and UGC's own perspective on this. And then I will invite, there is no particular order in which order your names are listed by FICCI. I'm happy to use that order and invite Professor Salunke and then Rajita ji, and then Daniel. Namaskar, Professor Salunke. Good afternoon. Good to see you. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
And then, if you speak 5-7 minutes each, focus on a particular theme I have suggested to all of you, because diversity is a diverse topic itself, and we have to select. And Daniel is going to talk a little bit about Commons experience of the partnership. What I am hoping that we will talk more about practical examples and things we have tried or we would like to try than theory. Much has been written about theory, and so that's basically it. And then we will have some time for Q&A, and I will pick up some questions which are interesting to ask those of you who can respond, and then I will just do a 2-3 minute key takeaways from the conversation in the end, and thank you all. But more importantly, I look forward to carrying forward this conversation after the FICCI conference. Because the matter is very important.
Good to see you. Professor Salunke, after a very long time. Good to see you, sir.
Yeah, please.
Namaskar, Professor Salunke.
Namaskar.
Now, Rajesh, are you gonna do something, or I should do?
I'll kind of briefly introduce and then quickly. Yeah. So Linda is also kind of dialing in. Yeah. So just speak for 30 seconds maybe, and then quickly.
Yeah. So you start and give the baton to me, and I'll then run around.
Absolutely.
Time for afternoon tea. I am looking forward to an opportunity to visit your campus, Professor Minja and Dr. Kulkarni.
Yes, we look forward.
Yeah.
Look forward to that, sir. But do keep safe too. Your health is as important.
Yes. Yes, very much so.
And technology is providing us the platform to connect. So long as you don't have to, I think we can anyway interact.
Of course. But technology is not a substitute to hugs and hand-holding and camaraderie. Kaam chal raha hai, let's put it this way. We're carrying on.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we start with our session on diversity and inclusion in higher education. I mean, we've had very exciting sessions since morning. So we had a lot of discussions around future of universities, and the theme of the conference, of course, rise, resilience, innovation, sustainability, and enterprise, technology, education 4.0, disruption, all of that. So this session stands out in the sense that it'll talk about a lot of those aspects which are super important for this sector. And there has been discussion at FICCI as to how do we make higher education very inclusive. And we've had discussions around university social responsibility. In fact, Dr. Rajesh in the past has chaired and moderated and handled many of such sessions. So this is this involved version of that discussion that we've been doing and we've been having at FICCI. And in fact, NEP also has kind of focused a lot. And there are quite a few universities, including the ones that we have it in panel, who are focusing a lot around this space of diversity inclusion, taking all these disruptions along, in fact. So that's how we kind of position and frame this session, and to have a lot of insights from people. I'm sure the session going forward will have a lot of reflections and insights from diverse set of people that we have it on panel. So I would now request Dr. Tandon, with all his experience and expertise in this space, take over and introduce the session. But before he does that, I'll quickly, maybe in 30 seconds, quickly give a brief introduction of Dr. Tandon, who is a PhD from Case Western Reserve University, Cleveland, USA. and an electronics engineer at IIT Kanpur with a graduation in management from IIM Calcutta. Dr. Tandon is an internationally acclaimed leader and practitioner of participatory research and development. Over to you, Dr. Tandon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj, and thank you all for joining this wonderful conversation. Diversity is, as we say, spice of life. And in India, that diversity is reflected in all its manifestation amongst our people, our communities, our cultures, our languages, our food habits. So this and our ecological zones, from the northeast to the deserts of western Rajasthan to the peninsula. And Sustainable Development Goal 4.0 emphasizes the importance of inclusion. And inclusion assumes diversity and potential obstacles both among the students as well as among the institutions to help them become included in the teaching and learning process in the research and service functions of higher education. So I'm delighted that FICCI has continued to pursue this theme, and I'm honored to be moderating this session, which has some excellent panelists. We have Professor D.P. Singh, the chairman of University Grants Commission, who is going to be the chair of the session. And in a while, I am going to request him to make the introductory comments. Then we have Professor Salunke. Professor Salunke is Vice Chancellor of Bharati Vidyapeeth. Professor Manikrao Salunke has been known as a leader in higher education for many years in this country. Dr. Rajita Kulkarni, from President of Sri Sri University, is going to be another panelist, and she has a particular passion on gender inclusion. And I'm really looking forward to hearing her experiences. And Professor Daniel Rycroft is actually from University of East India, and he must be it must be early morning for you, Daniel. Good to have you as well. And he has been involved in building partnerships between higher education institutions in UK and India for many years. And I am looking forward to his reflections on inclusion issues there. Professor Sonam means she is one of the first vice chancellors with a background that she brings in the very new but important, exciting university in Dumka. And we are looking forward to listening to you, Professor Mehndi, as well. And then we have, I don't say last or least, but we have Ms. Lu, who is the Vice President International of College Board. Welcome, Linda, to you as well. And so without any further ado, I am going to request Professor Singh. We have all of you speaking, and we hope that our participants will be posting questions and comments. And towards the end, I will pick up a few and bounce them back to all of you to respond. And I hope there will be time for that as well. So may I request our chair, Professor D.P. Singh, chairperson of University Grants Commission, to kindly set the stage for this conversation. Professor Singh, please.
Namaste, good afternoon. Respected Dr. Rajesh Tandon ji, respected Dr. Vidya ji, Professor Manikrao Salunke ji, Karni ji, Professor Daniel, Professor Lynch, you, Dr. Pankaj, and all the distinguished participants who are here for this session. I am privileged to chair today's session, Diversity and Inclusion in Higher Education, as part of this FICCI Higher Education Summit. I would like to express my sincere thanks to the
सर आपकी आवाज क्लियर नहीं है. So it's not so clear.
ठीक है. Hello, अब ठीक है.
It's better, yes.
Okay. I sincerely thank FICCI for giving me this opportunity. I welcome you all to this expert group panel discussion on a very imperative and important topic, diversity and inclusion in higher education. As has been mentioned by Dr. Chandan, the significance of this topic is very important, very contemporary, very important. And it carries a substantial responsibility over all of us to make this discussion self-motivated, bilateral, and significant. Let me provide, as has been expected, a brief background of the today's topic or trigger for triggering the panel discussion, followed by the expert members' views over it. Before we proceed further, I would like to mention about Dr. Swati Mohan, an Indian-American aerospace engineer and the guidance, navigation, and control lead for NASA Mars 2020 mission, where she guided and oversaw the landing of the Perseverance rover on Mars on 18th February last week. With this feat, she made India and people of Indian origin proud in the international arena. Speaking about the successful landing of the Perseverance, she said, and I quote, "We have an incredibly diverse team and everyone is respected of each other. And I think that is the part of the region that Perseverance was able to succeed." I definitely think diversity helps with innovation. Friends, diversity in any team or country is basically an asset which unlocks innovation and drives a nation's growth. India is one of the largest democracies, we all know, of the world. And we have the accountability to maintain unity in diversity. And we are also known for it. And we have to reflect it in our educational institutions. The true potential of India's youth can be harnessed only through access to higher education. However, our national effort in increasing such access could be futile without nurturing social equity. Inclusion in education is basically a process which is concerned with the identification and removal of barriers of education and ensures the presence and participation and achievement of all students and celebrate their diversities. According to UNESCO's Delors Commission report, popularly known as Learning the Treasure Within, education must help to engender a new humanism, one that contains an essential ethical component and sets considerable store by knowledge of and respect for the cultures and the spiritual values of different civilizations as a much needed counterweight to globalization. Friends, there are certain facets of exclusion that are substantially more intense in higher education and need to be addressed specifically, such as lack of knowledge of higher education opportunities, economic opportunity cost of pursuing higher education, financial constraints, admission processes, geographical and language barriers, poor employability potential of many higher education programs, lack of appropriate student support mechanisms. I expect that through our today's panel discussion, we would be able to raise our related concerns in higher education and also the ways to combat them. The immense potential of our youth belonging to the vulnerable sections of the Indian society is still untapped. The University Grants Commission of India, UGC, has always given emphasis in enhancing participation of scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, minorities, other backward classes, persons with disabilities, and women in higher education. Some of the notable schemes of the UGC for nurturing social equity for various beneficiary categories of you are, I would like to make a mention of few: residential coaching academies for minorities, Rajiv Gandhi National Fellowships for SCs and STs, Maulana Azhar National Fellowships for minorities, postgraduate as well as postdoctoral fellowship scholarships programs for SCs and SCs, equal opportunity cell, that is coaching scheme for SC, ST, OBC and minority students, Ishan Uday, special scholarship scheme for North Eastern region. To attain gender equality, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao campaign and Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana have been launched by the Government of India. We at UGC are also taking various measures for ensuring the education and safety of women in educational campuses and programs for gender sensitization. Chaksham portal for the awareness and empowerment of women in campuses. Postdoctoral fellowship for women, Swami Vivekananda Single Girl Child Fellowship. Postgraduate scholarships for the single girl child. Residential coaching academies for women. General development assistance in the form of grant in aid towards facilities for women, internal quality assurance cell, and construction of women hostel, etc. And to give a fillip to the resilience feature in the inclusive and diverse education system, we have to devise an alternative solution for those who are still deprived from the benefits of the various welfare schemes. If students can't access quality education or institutions due to any social, geographical, or physical reasons, then we have to find a way how quality education should reach to them. The National Education Policy 2020 suggests some structural changes in the education system which aim to make India a global knowledge superpower, ensuring equity and inclusion. The new NEP 2020, designed to avoid segregation and isolation of ethnic and linguistic minorities, those with disabilities, and also those who face learning difficulties due to language barriers and are at the risk of educational exclusion. Through NEP 2020, students will be motivated to learn more about the diverse culture of India, its knowledge system and tradition, and also to sensitize them on human values, empathy, tolerance, human rights, gender equality, inclusion, and equity, which will develop respect for diversity. One of the standout recommendations of the NEP is the proposal to set up special educational zones in regions with significant population belonging to socio-economically disadvantaged groups and in those aspirational districts. Friends, right to education and right to equality are already the constitutional rights of every citizen in India. And we as a team of educational administrators, educationists, have the responsibility to make sure that individuals should not be deprived for their rights of education and equality because of any social, geographical, or physical reasons. We have to make sure that light of education should reach out to everyone and to every corner of the nation the best possible way. With these words, I would like to request Professor Rajesh Tandon to take charge and moderate the session further. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Singh. Respect for diversity has to be inculcated. You have made a fundamental point and how our institutions, through all the schemes and policies, enable that in the young people of our country. Thank you very much. I notice Dr. Vidya Yaravedkar, Chairperson of FICCI Higher Education Committee. Welcome, Vidya ji. Sorry I missed you earlier when we began the program. Maybe later on, time permitting, you can come in and make some comments as well. Let me move on to now request our first panelist, Professor Manik Rao Salunke. Professor Salunke is the Vice Chancellor, of course, of the Bharati Vidyapeeth, but has been a champion of inclusion in his educational leadership in wherever he has been. Your turn, sir, to tell us how you have been able to achieve it.
Respected Chairperson, Dr. D.P. Singh ji, Chairman, UGC, Dr. Vidyaji, Chairperson FICCI, fellow panelist, moderator, Rajesh Tandon ji, friends, ladies and gentlemen. I am privileged to be part of this particular panel. Higher education is a key pathway for social mobility and upliftment of individuals, household, and entire community. Considering its importance, NEP 2020 addresses this issue under equity inclusion in higher education. Different subgroups of populations at different levels of enrollment in higher education. NEP has set a goal of 50% of GER compared to the current maybe 25-8%. This needs planning, setting the goals, action strategies, and time-based implementation part. More efforts are needed for SC community where enrollment ratios are still less. As it is known that GER of SC population is 21.8%, and for ST population it is further less to 15.9%. Apart from that, for other vulnerable groups, data is not available because under SC is not an entire one group. There are also some vulnerable groups under SC, and that data is not available. And considering its share and lack of information by such subgroups, increasing enrollment ratio is a challenge in itself, and it is much more increasing enrollment ratios of vulnerable groups and backward communities belonging to SC category. The NEP 2020 addresses inclusion of socio-economical disadvantaged group, this particular group. The concern is what should be the goals for them, how it can be achieved, and most of these communities are excluded mainly because of their remoteness, difficult access, and affordability. Financial constraint plays major part. To overcome this situation, some strategies need to be adopted to take vulnerable groups, students among SC, to the level of education. Therefore, the first thing is the preparation of appropriate database of different communities with more information about vulnerable population who is not in position to attend schools education during missing students. Then we have to decide a strategy how these students will reach from school to a higher secondary school to higher education. This needs adequate school infrastructure and appropriate human resource at that level. This will be possible only when facilities like free education, scholarship, and free accommodation is provided. I will try to share some of my experience at Central University, Rajasthan. See, first year after as a founder vice chancellor, we couldn't attract the rural population, SC, ST students, even from the local area. So we used to send our students to the schools to train regarding how they should appear for our CET, how they should prepare for all these things. And with this particular effort, and even we have arranged training in language and other things. And next 2 years, the students start admitting, and we could have a bond with the local community. And that was a great success as far as our Central University of Rajasthan is concerned. Next step will be to facilitate their way into higher education. This will be possible with simple admission process, availability of both online and offline, availability of equal opportunity cell for pre-admission entrance training for the students. We may need bilingual classes at the beginning. Immediately if start, then there are so many examination, remedial courses to retain them in higher education. And in addition to this, we have to provide, we have prepared, we have taken immediately test for the students. We have, they group them: A, they don't need any training; B, some training; and C, more extensive training. And we have prepared separate study material for them, and that helped us particularly for language training. In addition to this, we have to provide mentoring, counseling, and emotional support to this group. One more strategies need to be implemented for future prospect of this group, like effective placement cell, training for public services, involvement of local industry, and ensure employment skills through professional and vocational courses. We started a very innovative course in Central University Rajasthan. It was on our architecture department, interior design. Even 10th failed students, they used to admit for this vocational course, and response was really good, and we had an industrial collaboration. The goal of NEP 2020 is to provide education to all, including disadvantaged, underrepresented groups. It states that full equity and inclusions in cornerstone of educational decisions to ensure that all students are able to thrive in education system. Thus, NEP 2020 provides a roadmap for educating Divyang students to this ability under SC category, because they are more vulnerable under SC Divyang students. And survey of a person with disability in India reports that 2.3% rural and 2% in urban area students are there. Report further state that the prevalence of the disability was 2.4% among male, and it is 1.9% among females. Incidence of disability in the population, that is the number of persons on set of disability by birth during 365 days preceding the date of survey, was 86 per 1 lakh person. The report also states that among the persons with disabilities aged 15 years and above, 19.3% had highest educational level as secondary and above. Less than 3% persons with disabilities are reported to have formal vocational and technical education. One of the major reasons for this is the lack of accessibility in our educational system. In order to increase enrollment, Divyang students in higher education, action plan like relaxation of age, relaxation of cutoff criteria, reservation of seats need to be provided with appropriate financial support and infrastructure. To summarize, the following strategies are required to achieve goals of NEP: to increase GR in higher education, SC population, making the information available, especially in remote areas regarding the facilities and the schemes offered to SC students, as sometimes they are not aware for the same. Strengthening the equal opportunity for pre-entrance training, simple admission process, and removing the rigidity of disciplines. Increase district and regional level higher education institute networking for such institutes, increase in state universities, area-wise expansion of institutions, free scholarships, skill development and vocational training, bilingual courses, and remedial courses. Soft skill development, different syllabus, practical oriented training. At the end, I would like to conclude mentioning about continuous mentoring in terms of enrollment and retention is the key to achieve above goals. I hope some of the above measures will help to achieve the dream of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Professor Salunke. Very, very thoughtful and very deep analysis. I particularly appreciate two examples you gave from Rajasthan when you were there. One, sending your own students in the community. I remember once a bunch of 20 girls from SC community wanted to go to higher education. We took them to Kurukshetra University. They were from Haryana, and they went around the university. They were in awe, and they said, "What do you learn here?" and they had a wonderful conversation with existing students, and they got motivated. So, a wonderful example you gave. And the second about bilingual. There is no substitute to starting from mother tongue, conversational language. Otherwise, you just face dropouts. Thank you very much for detailing out your recommendations. Let me now invite Dr. Ajita Kulkarni, President of Sri Sri University. Dr. Kulkarni, your comments and reflections, please. You have to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Dr. Tandon. Namaste to everybody. DP Singh ji, Chairman of University Grants Commission and Chair of this panel. Dr. Vidya, Chair of FICCI Higher Education Council. Dr. Tandon, yourself, all distinguished panelists. So Dr. Tandon, in our pre-panel discussion, preparatory discussion, you had asked me to speak about practical ideas or practical steps we have taken, especially in the area of gender diversity. Professor Salunke has so beautifully articulated some of the challenges, from our disadvantaged minorities and what we need. If you look at the Indian education landscape, the girl students are particularly disadvantaged. If you look at our literacy rates, the women literacy rates are in the range of 50%. If you look at the dropout rates from school to higher education, there again, the women are particularly challenged. About a third of girl students at the school level drop out for domestic reasons. So by the time they come to us in the higher education setup, already I think some of them have gone through some particular challenges. So I'm looking at 6 big building blocks, Dr. Tandon, for the first remarks, and a few ideas on what we have done in Sri Sri University for each of these building blocks. So the first building block is of conscious action. A lot of discussion happens about reservation or the benefits of it, the pros and cons. I am of the belief that until you reach a critical mass of whatever it is that you're seeking to achieve, some reservation is always a propeller. It allows you to get to that critical mass. So we don't have reservation, but I call it conscious action. So almost 45% of our faculty are female members. At our leadership level, about a third of our leaders are women. At our student level, whether it's undergrad or postgrad, half of our students are girl students. And at the postdoctoral level, about a third of our students are girl students. The reason I call it conscious action, because this is on our mind and we make it an effort. It is, of course, competence over gender, but it is in our mind. And I think that conscious action has resulted in making sure we have a very equitable spread in terms of our team members as well as students. The second building block is that of intentionality of leadership. All of us have been part of a lot of discussions, and a lot of us advocate for gender equity and equality. But I think it has to demonstrate in the intentionality of our leadership. How do our policies, how do our internal, how is the ecosystem of our institutions, how does that favor girl students or women team members? So that has been again a conscious, effort in Sri Sri University. All our policies, the gender sensitization committees, the code of conducts, all other policies. We are in between Bhubaneswar and Cuttack. When we started a few years ago, it was not a very populated area. So how do we even make travel safety measures for students? So that intentionality of leadership, I think we need to demonstrate. In fact, during the pandemic, and all of my co-panelists will agree, when some of our young assistant professors who have, say, little children at home, when mom goes to work, she's away, but when she's at home, the children don't want to leave their mothers alone. And we did some distinctive rules that we allowed our professors to let their children sit on their laps, do their works, allowed them to carry them into the meetings, because these are the challenges that the pandemic presented us. So I think we need to demonstrate the intentionality of leadership. Number 3, the third bucket is the training and development bucket. I come from a private sector background. If I look at some of my colleagues whom I started out with, and today, many of them had to drop off because of either lack of training or lack of opportunities or lack of the ability to nurture and develop themselves to the opportunities that might have come their way. So we have a particular effort and a particular focus on training and development across knowledge, skills, and attitude. I personally, I run a masterclass on breakthrough leadership for women. It's something I'm personally very passionate about. And a lot of internal as well as external training. Of course, the pandemic has exploded our virtual worlds, and I think that has presented great opportunities. And that is something which is a very important aspect, I think, to help girl students get those necessary skills and knowledge that they need. So that's the third building block. The fourth building block, again, which I'm personally a big proponent of, is networks and platforms. Dr. Tandon, I feel that as girl students, we need to teach and groom our girl students to become parts of networks of learning, professional networks, networks of their own fields. And we have a great focus on that. We enable it for our students. We make these opportunities available to them. We ourselves have a women's leadership network called Charchika, where we invite women from around the world and in India, of course, from our state, and give our students the opportunities to hear from them and to learn from them. Once in 2 years, our parents, the Art of Education, does an International Women's Conference, where women come from 100 countries. Now, that's an incredible opportunity for a young girl student to learn from. So we make these opportunities available for them. The fourth is, and my friend Daniel will be happy to hear, is on the area of university social responsibility. So we have a number of villages around our campus, and in this past few years, we have been running skilling centers for especially women. And our girl students from our university participate and facilitate the running of these skilling centers. So that's an amazing peer-to-peer learning. I mean, there is a lot our girl students can learn from, their rural friends and vice versa. So we are running these village skilling centers. We are doing leadership and entrepreneurship training for them. I am very proud that many of these girls have set up their own small workshops. They have now become economically self-sufficient. So not just within our campuses, but around our campuses, how can we strengthen our communities? So that's the fifth building block. And the sixth building block, I like your term, you said not last, not least, but the sixth building block is physical, mental well-being and happiness. DP Singh ji made a reference to that about spiritual well-being, human values. And that is, I think for Sri Sri University, it is our foundational basis of our university. So all our girl students, our faculty members, including women, the first thing they do is learn meditation and breathing workshops that helps build resilience. Resilience is the first R of the theme of RISE for our conference today. So that, and also physical well-being, our Project Pavitra for menstrual hygiene, or for our Ayurveda hospital regularly conducts free workshops and free checkups for not only our campus residents, but also our community. So these are the 6 big building blocks, Dr. Tandon, and few introductory remarks on what we do. And I'll come back to more discussion in the second round. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajita ji. Wonderful 6-point practical knowledge that you have shared. I especially like your emphasis when you started by saying we have such a high percentage of women in our faculty, because the culture of the institution gets set in a university by the profile and the behavior of the teachers. And you have started by emphasizing that in order to reach more than half girl students. So, and networking historically has been left out as a male pursuit to be carried out in late evenings, and therefore excludes a lot of women, not only in higher education, but in corporate world as well, as we know. So your attention to that deliberately is a very important practical solution for all of us to look after and explore. Thank you very much. Come back to that. Let me now request Professor Daniel Rycroft, who is from University of East Anglia. Daniel, your reflections.
Thank you very much, Sir. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be able to participate in this global gathering of interested and like minds. And I wanted at the outset to congratulate Professor D.P. Singh for his very clear opening remarks. I think that really presents a great opportunity for everybody on this panel and everybody interested in the issues it raises in order to continue our work in different contexts. So thank you very much for that. And in the next few minutes, I wanted to share some ideas on how and why we should engage the relationship between social justice and social responsibility, because it's not a particularly clear relationship. And so we need to set that out, I think, quite clearly. And I want to commend FICCI's Higher Education chapter on ensuring that these questions sit at the top of the priority list, also for internationalization. And so this is where my university, the University of East India, I think can contribute. Under the auspices of our India Dialogue, we've been developing some, I think, productive and relevant partnerships work on this front. We've actively developed a new framework through which these questions can and should, I think, continue to feature. And this framework we're terming the University Social Responsibility Consortium. So the USR Consortium. Last year, we published a guidebook entitled University Social Responsibility from Dialogue to Implementation. And this tackles many key questions, and this guidebook can be shared on request. So today I wanted to speak about the outlook of the consortium in anticipation that this will provide delegates not only with food for thought, but also with some new horizons that can inspire future activities and partnerships. So in sum, the USR Consortium provides a framework of shared responsibility. Different institutional members will use this to cultivate and assess different approaches to social inclusion and social justice, with a view to learning from one another and setting in motion a number of new and overtly social policies at their institutions. Some, for example, may aim to highlight the findings of UNESCO's Education for All programs, which are focused on issues of cultural development, sustainability, intercultural education, and endangered languages, to help bridge the gap between knowledge creation and social equality. Others may want to broach questions of social justice in a more rights-orientated manner, as advocated by colleagues such as Ranbir Samanta and others in their 2009 volume entitled The State of Justice in India, to bring about a clearer linkage between minority citizenship, global citizenship education, and human dignity, etc. And so the point really is that an important dialogue awaits all of us. And we conduct this work at an opportune time when India's new national education policy highlights the contemporary social value of these important phenomena. And we've already alluded to them in this panel, namely India's humanist philosophy, India's multilingualism, India's constitutional values, and the capacity for India's higher education institutions to commit to global citizenship education. Every opportunity should therefore be taken to develop a shared ethos that is willing and also able to acknowledge the range of experiences and challenges that pertain to social inclusion, with a view to countering the underlying causes of social injustice. And so this is, I think, my main question. In what ways does the minimization of social injustice amount to or contribute to the maximization of social inclusion? Because we can, in a sense, develop forms and strategies for social inclusion that don't actually ask questions about the causes of social injustice. And so if we put an addressing of the causes of social injustice at the heart of our commitments to social inclusion, we can, in a sense, create a better kind of social inclusion that's more sustainable in terms of social sustainability. And so, in this process, we might again want to refer across to the UN's Agenda 2030 for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, or we may want to engage more local and structural issues and contexts. So in this process, we can acknowledge the great work done by the likes of colleagues such as Rajesh Chandan and other kind of earlier advocates like Radhakrishnan, Kripalani, Satyamurthy, etc., who have fed directly from India into UNESCO's philosophies and recommendations pertaining to social responsibility. So coming back to our USR consortium, our idea is to engage the complexity as well as the range, as well as the multidimensionality of USR, or University Social Responsibility. But in doing so, I think we also somehow need to simplify the idea of University Social Responsibility. And so in the next minute or two, I'm just going to highlight a five-fold model, if you like, on social responsibility that I think we can move forward with. So level one pertains to the smaller scale context through which social responsibility work needs to develop, namely the individual, namely the human. Broadly speaking, I would label this tier one human responsibility. Without one's capacity as individuals, as humans, to empathize, etc., to learn, we're not actually going to get very far. So this needs to be at the bedrock, as does the transition from human responsibility into the domain of academia. And so level two, I'm wanting to call academic social responsibility, which is about how and where our individual receptivity to these challenges, our individual capacities, as well as small-scale commitments to addressing issues of social exclusion come into play in academia. And they cut across many different subject areas, and they involve, therefore, different kinds of knowledge creation, different kinds of social commitment. So at the third level, we're thinking about actually university social responsibility, which is about generating the best fit for different kinds of academic social responsibility, such that academic social engagement can also then inform better and in a more sustainable way the social responsibility agendas of universities. The fourth level then comprises what I think some people are more familiar with when we're talking about social responsibility, namely the corporate social responsibility of universities as well as of other institutions that have a public policy role to play. So that's kind of interesting, that sometimes these more corporate approaches to social responsibility perhaps are less adaptive to the current issues, perhaps they're less committed to getting at the causes of social exclusion. So we're constantly then in the process of finding out and defining the bridges across between these different tiers of social responsibility engagement so that they can become mutually aware and mutually informative as well as more mutually respectful. Finally, the fifth layer pertains to what we might call global responsibility and how organizations can commit to partnerships that actually empower more sort of socially sustainable actions at a global level. And this is where not only SDG number 4, but SDG number 17 on global partnerships is really important. And this is where my university, together with partners in India, are developing some very good ideas and prospects that can be implemented through our partnerships with the likes of the UK-India Business Council. So with the UK-India Business Council, who are also at the heart of this USR consortium, we're bringing together a new phase of a collective effort on USR, which will, in the first instance, develop or aim to develop a new charter of university social responsibility that can really provide the groundwork, ascertain a clearer set of frameworks for this kind of collective action. So thank you very much for your time and engagement. I really look forward to moving forward collectively on these points. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you very much. I especially like your point about linking social responsibility to action against social injustice. Because otherwise, a lot of our social responsibility may remain very superficial. We may feel good about it, but nothing really changes structurally. And as Professor Singh in the very beginning said, there are structural impediments in our society which need to be addressed, and higher education can play a role provided we pay attention to those structural injustices that are embedded deeply. And so thank you very much for bringing that connection. Let me now invite Professor Sona Jharia Mins. She is the Vice Chancellor of Sidhu Kanu Murmu University in Dumka in the state of Jharkhand. Thank you very much, Professor Mins. Your reflections.
Johar, that's a word of greeting from this part of the country.
Yes.
Respected Professor D.P. Singh and Dr. Vidya, the chair of FICCI Higher Education Committee, and the esteemed panel. Thank you, Dr. Tandon, for including me into this session. And with a very, very focused target to share what I have done in this university since I have assumed the responsibility of a vice chancellor. I guess we will have to understand this is a university under a state government, so that has its own, therefore, part of a structural thing that comes in addition to or as opposed to the central universities. I think when I was being introduced, I would also like to add that I have had a very, very blessed walk of my career in my career so far, because having been in a university such as Jawaharlal Nehru University, which has been a bed of or which has been a place where many sub-institutions have been germinated and which have worked towards the social justice. A very specific I would like to refer to my being there in the Equal Opportunity Office, which Professor Salunke was mentioning. I think I would not like to go and reiterate the things which were spoken by Professor Salunke and even Professor Kulkarni, but I'll like to go bang on to the points that my actions or initiatives I have tried to initiate in the 8 months that I have been here in this university. The first thing I found absent and I did was to appoint liaison officers for SC, ST, OBC, disability and EWS category. Not only to ensure that there is recruitment as per the ensuring the compliance to the constitutional requirement, but also admissions, and to see to it that we are not caught violating even unintentionally. So that was the first thing I did. And then I was also informed that the university has been doing very well as far as providing admissions as per the reservation rules. Now, in the state of Jharkhand, the proportions are different, but however, because the demographic picture is likewise, it is possible to fulfill the requirements. It is interesting, and to also make a note is that there are a good number of girl students who join the university at the undergrad programs as well as postgrad programs. And I was told in certain classes there are more girls than the boys in master's level. I guess the boys choose other avenues rather than doing masters and etc. Now, having said that, there has been a culture of no compliance to the constitutional mandate for inclusion. The challenge any teaching learning space is faced with is the inequalities which is due to the background of the student, not in terms of the social, but educational background and the kind of educational background they come from. And therefore, I have seen that there is no equal opportunity office in this or equal opportunity cell in this university. So we have instituted the equal opportunity cell for two purposes. One is what Professor Salung has shared also, to put in place, there used to be the term of coaching, but I have emphasized that it be the remedial classes for each course that is taught in this university. So there be remedial classes. And second thing, in this state, we do also have post-matric scholarships for the SC and ST students, but it is so erratic and irregular that probably some of them get their scholarships at the fag end of their course, their program. So in order to see to that process, that receipt is in good time. So with these two mandates, the equal opportunity cell is going to function in Sidhu Kanu Murmu University. I also saw that there was a namesake cell, anti-sexual harassment cell. So we've got it functional as per the ICC, the act that is there. Now, having said these, and also having mentioned that students come with diverse abilities and inadequacies both. And so we have put in place linguistic empowerment programs, and that's going to be in English for sure, which is usually the case. But here it was, I was told that even Hindi, because the students who would like the part of the bilingual education, Hindi is the other one. And so we are having Hindi, linguistic empowerment in Hindi. But when that was being discussed, what came to my mind, and diversity being one of the words that we are discussing today, India cannot be not having diversity, or when we think of India, talk about even any pocket of India, diversity is one word that is to describe. And to my mind, diversity also demands respect for the uniqueness. And that respect can only come in only if there is knowledge about the other. And so we are working on, we have a department called Santali department, which teaches Santali language, which is, I'm in Santal Pargana, basically is the Santal people's region. So we are working on the language course where right now traditionally they do either English or Hindi, but we are going to have it 50% of English or Hindi, but other 50% be Santali for the students who do not come from Santali background, so that there is adequate knowledge and information about the other, which I expect would generate the respect, because then we are facing the known rather than an unknown. The next thing, I too have 6 points, and with Dr. Kulkarni and I didn't share notes, but my next point is that we have, I saw that we had certain disabled students, but there wasn't adequate a congenial environment. So now we have instituted a disability cell. In fact, on 10th of December, we had a program. We are going to have access audit done of the campuses. I have 32 colleges besides the location of Dumka. And so we're going to have access audit done. I have seen in the statute that instructs reservation for people with disability by pinpointing the category of disability. But so long as my recommendation to my state government is going to be to just employ whichever disabled person comes, and not keep a particular seat vacant just because the person from that category does not arrive. And so that, because right now what we're talking about, the horizontal reservation for people with disability, it cannot be actualized until that openness for people with any kind of disability be allowed to come in. So we are working on that. And the last but the one point is that to have a cell for collaboration, research and incubation, but focusing on collaboration. I already am engaged with a possibility of a collaborative program. They call it intercultural capital. This is a program that City University of New York is taking up. So we have already started talking about it, so that there would be, based on the cultural diversity, there would be engagement with students from both sides. It's going to be probably two teachers from both sides agreeing of the same subject, agreeing to allow some assignment to be done as the intercultural collaboration to probably harvest the capital. But last one, which I should have mentioned much earlier, but since in the chronological order, this is my last effort. What I have seen, and I know since I hail from this region, there is a huge potential for people who are equipped with ability for various sports and games and athletics. So my university is in the process of having a sports policy, so that the students with potential, with good sports, one category or the other, would have adequate space in this university. They may enjoy reading in the classroom less, but then probably enjoy better in the games field or in the stadium. But I feel if they are able to see or discover their own potential, they would be able to do well in other areas. So the sports policy is going to invite talent of these various kinds. And my vision for 2030 for SKMU is that we may have a number of sports academies in our colleges and the university, because I was told 2 weeks ago by the sports district sports officer and the coach of the archery academy in Dumka, that in the academy in Dumka we have even international level archers, but they could not play just because they didn't have the devices of that quality, international quality. And that broke my heart. And that is why I have decided that we have these academies properly housed in the various units of the university. We also have the sports policy, which would invite students with such potential, so that besides, and of course, we right now have only B.Ed program, which is teaching preparation, but probably we should be having BP.Ed, the physical education. So these are the 6 efforts I've tried. I'm halfway also into them. Pardon me, because I've had only a tenure of 8 months, but I really have my vision for 2030. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ming. What a lot you have been able to kickstart in 8 months. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I want to specially congratulate you for your Santhali language program. Professor Singh in his opening remarks talked about that knowledge systems exist in different parts of this country. And if we do not acknowledge that diversity of knowledge systems, we will lose out that valuable knowledge. And the knowledge systems of diversity are in the diversity of languages, because it is the language that communicates, stores, develops knowledge. And without understanding those languages, we will lose it out. So congratulations, and I look forward to visiting you with wonderful progress that is happening in your university in Dumka. Thank you very much. Let me now request Ms. Linda Liu, who is the Vice President of College Board, to share your reflections, Ms. Liu. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. No. Just check your connection again, please. Unmute.
Or can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Professor Tandon. And namaste to everyone from the eastern coast of the United States. It's such a pleasure to be with all of you today for this really critically important topic on diversity and inclusion in higher education. I am just so privileged to be with all my fellow esteemed panelists, and many thanks to Dr. Vidya and everyone at FICCI for including me in this discussion. As I listened to the discussion earlier and as I consider what I can share with you following the really insightful remarks from all of the other university leaders who have spoken about this issue of diversity and inclusion from various different perspectives, I thought I could share a little bit with you about the work of the College Board as one example of practical measures, which touches on some of the key themes that my fellow panelists have already talked about in this conversation. So just a bit of background on the College Board. We are a US-based, not-for-profit, membership-based organization, and our work really precedes that of many of my fellow panelists because we sit at that intersection between schools and universities and focus specifically on the transition from secondary to higher education. We were founded more than a century ago to really focus on expanding equitable access to higher education in the United States. And our oldest program, the SAT, or perhaps the SAT as it is known in India, was built to provide universities with a common benchmark to evaluate merit, regardless of a student's background. And in time, we found that this proved to be one of the most powerful tools that we had to support our university members precisely on these goals of access, inclusion, and diversity. I think even more importantly, through the College Board, we created a membership-based organization that brought together higher education and secondary schools to continue to focus in this transition to university as the world really changed around us over the last century. And so today, our membership includes more than 6,000 universities and secondary schools across 50 plus countries. Our programs reach more than 180 different countries, and each year we serve about 7 million students. So truly, global in our reach. But our mission and at the heart of our work continues to be connecting all students to success in higher education. And admittedly, much of this work over the last century has focused on the United States. However, as the world has and continues to be more global, we are also evolving our work to extend our mission, expanding access and inclusion to more students around the world. And in particular, in India, while our programs have been available here for more than 5 decades, it has largely been to connect students in India with universities outside of India. But about 3 years ago, we recognized an incredible opportunity to partner with universities here in India to connect Indian students with universities here and to support these goals of diversity and inclusion, particularly as the country seeks to become a global leader in higher education and now, of course, supported very clearly by the NEP. So we launched something called the India Global Higher Education Alliance, or the India Global Alliance, to provide a platform for connecting innovative Indian universities from around the world and secondary schools in India to, again, focus on issues of access, inclusion, and excellence in this transition to higher education. In fact, I'm so honored to be on this panel with Dr. Kulkarni and to be here with Dr. Vidya as well, since both Sri Sri and Symbiosis are esteemed members of the India Global Alliance. And this alliance really provides a platform for this community of Indian and non-Indian universities to really connect and share best practices, focused specifically in admissions and enrollment, really tackling questions like who gets access to higher education and what should that process look like to make sure that we are inclusive and that it is equitable. Which perhaps is even more important in this age of COVID, as the pandemic has exposed, as other panelists have said, the inequities in access to education really nearly across every country in the world. And really, if our work stopped right there, this would be a fine platform for sharing and promoting global best practices, which of course is very important. However, it was equally important to the College Board as well as to our members within this alliance to be thinking about how we can take very concrete actions to expand access, inclusion, and excellence. And so through common entrance exams like the SAT and providing a pathway into Indian universities through this credential, we hope to be able to streamline and simplify the process for all students to access higher education, not only in India, but also globally. So, a student could engage with one entrance exam and be able to have access to numerous universities across the globe. Furthermore, recognizing that financial constraints are often the biggest barrier to accessing quality higher education, we also introduced a program called the India Scholars Program. And through this program, students from low-income, underrepresented backgrounds who have both demonstrated achievement through the SAT and gained admission to one of the India Global Alliance universities would be eligible to receive a full tuition scholarship for the full duration of their study that is co-funded by the College Board and our member university. And I'm so pleased to share with you that this year, in the middle of this pandemic, we were so excited to introduce and celebrate our inaugural cohort of College Board India scholars. These are 16 of the most inspiring, incredible young people who have persevered through so many hardships, again, particularly in the middle of this crisis that we're facing. And we're confident that each one of them is going to be a leader and a change maker in their own communities in the future. But the potential of all these young people simply could not be realized without removing the financial barriers that stood in their way. So while this program is, is still small and at its inception, it really represents a very practical, tangible collaboration between the College Board, our member universities, and secondary schools that these students are coming from to drive these actions to really focus on inclusion and diversity in that transition to higher education. And so through these initiatives, we've really learned that listening to our members and listening to each other really matters. Collaboration is absolutely critical. No organization can do it all on their own, and tangible actions really matter. And so as we look ahead, we know that this pandemic is having a lasting effect on education, and the transition from secondary to higher education is no exception. So it's really absolutely critical that we continue to drive these collaborative efforts to support the ideals of diversity and inclusion in that critical transition into higher education. So I hope to be able to share that as one example of work that supports this with you. And thank you again for this opportunity to be part of this discussion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Liu. Thank you for bringing out the component of collaboration internationally, keeping students at the center. A lot of collaboration internationally is driven by faculty members and researchers, but the student focus is very important in what you just said. I was hoping that we would have millions of questions, but our panelists, including our chair, were so lucid that all our participants and listeners have raised their hands in thank you and said, you have answered all our questions by anticipation. What a wonderful opportunity. Let me just take 4 takeaways, and then I'm going to request Vidya ji if she wants to say a word or two. I know all of you have to leave. Professor Singh has to leave at 4:30 for another engagement. First takeaway, respect for diversity. Professor Singh started for that. It is not good enough to say diversity exists, but how do you respect something which is different from us? The language, the value system, the dress, the culture, the music, the arts. And this is where I think Professor Min's point about learning Santhali language and valuing our sports talent. May I add the art talent of Jharkhand people, Santhali people. I remember a year and a half ago, we were hosting an international conference on Mahatma Gandhi's contribution to higher education. Professor Singh will remember, we brought a delegation internationally to UGC also. And one of the persons who spoke, he said, in preparation of future generation of our academics and professionals, you need only 3 things: mathematics, gymnasium and music. That's it. Rest they can learn on their own. Body, mind, and soul. If you can, spirit, body, and mind, if you can bring that harmony, other disciplines can follow. And this is particularly important because the sociology in Santhali context cannot be the sociology taught in Delhi University. We must adapt it to the local knowledge system and local data. I love there was a silent question from one of my colleagues saying institutional practice. And I want to bring to Professor Salunke's very direct approach in saying that you must get your own students and faculty to go out and bring them in. Prepare a database, have a concrete plan of implementation of policies which go beyond mere affirmative action, but coaching, mentoring, counseling, upgrading the skills that come, because when they come, they are unequal. But they are unequal in not just capacities, they are also unequal in bringing new talents. And that needs to be harmonized. And the leadership, intentional leadership, Rajita ji, to create a culture in the institution which values women's contribution as much as anybody else's. And that by standard setting, by modeling, by being who you are, and by making your colleagues in the faculty take that forward. Committees make a difference, but it's the culture of the institution which is nourished by the leadership, which really gives the soul to those committees and those structures. Not to forget the importance of global collaboration. Both Daniel and Linda brought that out, but also having frameworks in which we talk about it. Diversity is given. Practices of inclusion need to be such that they challenge underlying social injustice, not just accept them, so to transform them. So thank you, colleagues, for a wonderful conversation. I want to remind all of you that UNESCO's third higher education conference is going to be held in Barcelona this October. And one of the central themes is inclusion. Theme 3 is on inclusion, and we must go from India with all our stories and examples and approaches to go and tell the world in that conference, even before that, these are the ways we are addressing the challenge of inclusion, given our wonderful and enriching diversity. Thank you for making this afternoon such a stimulating one for all of us. Vidyaji, you want to share a word or two? Sorry we didn't have too much time, but thank you for joining.
So thank you, Dr. Tandon, and thank you, Dr. D.P. Singh, and all my fellow colleagues here and friends. It was a wonderful session, and I must say that, I really wanted to attend this session, and that's why I sat through, because I think diversity and inclusion is what we practice at Symbiosis, the whole concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, having the world as one family, and believing that even not just nationally, but internationally, to include those Afro-Asian students who, at that point in time where Dr. Muzumdar sir established Symbiosis, was exactly on these principles. And I, for one, believe that, we always talk about diversity and inclusion in the context of the advantage that would go to the students who are going to be included. But I think it's the other way around, it's the other way around. When foreign students sit in the class, or whether, the socio-economically backward students sit in class, I think the more benefit goes to the students who are already sitting in class than those who are going to be included. Because, when we talk about Udara Charita Naam to Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the mind gets broadened because of, all such things that, of diversity and including these, whether it is the right to education, when you include those kids at the school level, I think the benefit is to more to the affluent children than really to those, because, they understand what sensitivity is all about, social sensitivity is all about. But these were excellent discussions, sir, and I'm so happy you conducted it so well. And all of you were excellent speakers. So I think we are kind of ending the day with a wonderful note on diversity and inclusion. Over to you, Rajesh.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, wonderful session indeed. In fact, very enriching. So we'll come to a formal close to the session, and then we split for 15 minutes, and then the next session starts at 4:45 on skills integration. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Namaste. Johar.
Johar.
Thank you very much. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice being with all of you. Yeah. So,
Everybody,
Pankaj,
great to meet you all.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. I'll get back to all of you and we'll carry forward this conversation.
yes, and we will continue with our conversation, Daniel.
Yes, very much, very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Salunke.
Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, Nandita. Good afternoon, Anne.
Hi. Hi, Nidhi.
Hi. So we're just waiting for Dr. Swati to join in and Robin. I'll just follow up, and then once before we go live, I'll announce here.
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Nandita. I was just wondering that if somebody could guide me about putting the virtual background that was.
I will try. Okay. So if we go down in the center of the screen, there's something called stop video. Oh, firstly, you have to download the video, the virtual background that.
That's what I've done.
You've done that.
That's what I've done.
So now you go to stop video. At the bottom, the next stop video, there's a down arrow. When you click on that, there is something called change virtual background.
Just once again. No, I mean I can go to mute, start video.
Stop. That stop first.
Change virtual background. That's
yes.
right.
When you click on that, then you go to downloads, and then you click on the.
Then I go to the downloads. Where are the
because you have put her. I mean, you've downloaded her.
Yes. So where are the downloads? Like
so on your when you go. Okay, sorry. When you go to this start video, there's the option of the virtual backgrounds. There are about 8 backgrounds already there, but you want new one, so you have to press plus. When you press plus, it will let you search for another one.
Yes. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Plutôt le filet. T'inquiète pas. Tu redescends?
Non, mais j'ai pris le deux. Je mange.
Ça te dérange pas?
Je remercie.
Donc je te le garde là-bas. Ah oui, non, là c'est sûr, je commence.
Good afternoon, Mr. Alok Mishra ji.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Rajesh. Let me just quickly.
Hi, Rajesh.
Hi, Nandita. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Mr. Alok Mishra, I have a question for you.
Yes, please tell me. Yeah.
What would you like me to call you? Is Mr. Mishra, Alok, Mr. Alok Mishra, what works for you?
Alok is good.
Thank you. What about Raj Nehru? Are you there? Okay.
Yeah, he's there. Yeah, I think he's on mute.
Maybe he's on mute.
Yeah, hello. Hi, Nandita.
Hey, how are you?
Very well. You can call me Raj.
Okay, thank you very much. So as everybody knows that we don't have a chair speaking, so please feel free to give as many real examples because the intention is for it to be useful to the people in the audience, and if they hear about the real things that you have done, I think that that will be really, really good for them.
We will have Mr. Robin probably joining in maybe in the next 2 minutes.
Nandita, you're in mute. We can't hear you.
So Rajesh, somebody will send me the questions in the chat, yeah?
Yeah. Nidhi will pass it on to you.
Okay.
There's a team working out, so they're pulling out from the platform, the Vice platform, and then they're passing on to Nidhi, and then you get that questions. So
Okay.
you get it on your mobile as well as the chat box. Nidhi will put in chat box also.
Okay. Thanks. And how is it? How was the last session? Attendance and all? Is it going well?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's well. Yeah. Hi, Robin. Can only see some people.
So we'll start the session. Good afternoon, everyone. So we start off with the last session of today's conference on day one of FICCI Higher Education Summit. A very exciting one, integrating skills in higher education. So we had since morning, we've discussed around disruption, education 4.0, future of universities, RISE as the theme of the session said, resilience, innovation, sustainability, enterprise. We had a very exciting session on diversity a while back. And of course, there was one session on risk management. Now, this skilling is something that's been talked about all over, and then so is the NEP that got released in the month of July, also kind of highlighted a lot, right from the school space to higher educations. So all sorts of skills, the basic fundamental ones, the disruptive new age skills. So we're going to hear a lot from the diverse set of panels that we have as of now. So I request Nandita to kind of moderate the session and take this to the next level of excitement. I mean, the way we've had the other sessions in the morning. But before I do that, I would kind of briefly introduce Nandita, and then maybe she could set the context and also introduce you all as the session progresses. So Nandita, she is the president of Pearl Academy, one of the leading business fashion school of the country, very internationally acclaimed and doing a lot of stuff around fashion and design. She's a member of Executive Committee International Foundation of Fashion Technology Institute, and she has been on the research committee of IFFTI and presented papers at Melbourne, Jaipur, Taipei in the areas of pedagogy, employability, and international collaboration. She has a master's from Philadelphia University, PG certificate in higher education from Nottingham University, PG diploma from NIFT Delhi, and a bachelor's in economics from Bangalore University. So Nandita, I'll request you to introduce the session and take it forward. Over to you, Nandita. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh. And welcome to everybody who's here. Welcome also to my speakers. I am very honored and super excited to be here today with a really competent panel that is going to help us look at integrating skills in higher education. Actually, a panel is no fun when we can't really see the audience. So we're all going to imagine you sitting over there, and you have to ask as many questions as possible so that we can engage with you and these super speakers can give you answers to what it is that you want to know. But integrating skills in higher education, is that an important conversation? Yes. India's working age population will continue to increase through 2041, rising by 96.5 million from 2021 in the next decade, and by 41.5 million in the decade after that. Therefore, integrating skills with higher education really holds the key to reaping what could be the demographic dividend. The NEP 2020, and for you, that's the new education policy that was brought out this year, a very progressive one, suggests steps towards building a fully integrated vocational framework within the formal education system. So globalization and new emerging technologies are changing the way we work, the very nature of work, and many skills like flexibility, adaptability, agility, and lifelong learning has become very important. Universities and higher education institutes will have to play a critical role to propel our youth to acquire higher levels of technical skills, soft skills, and the ability to not only work with the industry, but lead the industry ahead. Though we have many initiatives that have been executed, there is an urgent need for all of us to come together and with a concerted effort with the government, with other stakeholders, to come together and really define and execute, because now the time is for execution also. But what are these skills? We had a short discussion earlier, and some of the skills we could think about were future-ready skills. Maybe you know what they are, but otherwise we're going to find out. Technical skills for a particular vocation, soft skills, learning skills, thinking skills, transferable skills, interpersonal skills, communication skills. So which really are the skills that are required for tomorrow? And how can we together transform higher education to ensure that our students develop the same? Today, we will hear from experts from universities, institutes, policymakers, and the industry. We will understand what they see as the skills required, how they work to give these skills to young people, what issues and problems they face, and we hope to come up with some clear suggestions as to how we can scale up progress and create some definite movement in our journey towards this. This conversation is important and urgent, and you as the audience must ask as many questions as you may have so that we can make the most of the discussion and use the fabulous experience of these people who we have amongst us. I will first briefly introduce the panelists, and each one of them will talk about what they do in the area of skills and what skills they think are important. Next, they will each give their viewpoint on how skills can and should and could be integrated in higher education, along with maybe some of the issues that are faced along the way. And next, we will answer questions that you have to ask them. We also have some of my lovely students who are documenting the key points of the session, and we'll put it all together, and FICCI will share that with everybody after the conference is over. So here we go. I'm going to introduce my esteemed guests. I'm going to start with Professor Raj Nehru. Professor Raj Nehru is the Vice Chancellor of Sri Vishwakarma Skill University. He's actually, they said, he's actually the youngest founding Vice Chancellor in the country. And he left his corporate career to serve the dream of transforming the national skill ecosystem that is on a high priority in the state and in the country. So that's a really super combination of what the industry needs and what a university or a skill university can give. He's also been appointed as the director on the board of Haryana State Electronics Development Corporation, and UGC has appointed him as a member on the formation and implementation plan for NEP. So welcome, Raj, and I'm really excited to have you here with us. I think this is going to be super. I'm going on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Alok Mishra. Alok Mishra is the Deputy Director General of Niti Aayog. He looks after development, monitoring, and evaluation, and he oversees evaluation studies, external engagement, and capacity building initiatives. Prior to this, he was the Senior Deputy Director at Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration. and at the Ministry of Education and media units in the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. So there we have somebody who can not just look after one university or drive one university, but look at policy on the whole and what can we do to come together to make it work.
Thank you so much.
Another speaker that we have with us, I think each one is special. So I would say the next speaker is really special, but the last speaker was very special too. We have Dr. Swati Majumdar. Dr. Swati is an international TVET and higher education expert, and she's been advising the governments at national and international level on policy-related matters in higher education, skill development, vocational education, and ODL. She is a policy advisor on skill development and financial universities, and she has established two, not one, two skilled universities, the Symbiosis Skills and Professional University in Pune, and also the Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences in Indore. So we're going to really hear from her that how does one execute and what does one face along the way. Welcome, Swati. Thank you for being here with us. And another super strong woman on the panel. I think that's one of the deals that we made with FICCI, that we must have as many women on the panel as men or more, is Anne Asensio. Anne is coming to us all the way from France. She's Vice President Design Experience at Dassault Systems. She founded the Design Studio, which is a multidisciplinary team in innovation strategy by design, design research, design management. And these are all the key words that we've been hearing recently in the past. She is a designer and has held executive roles in design management and innovation systems at Renault, General Motors, and of course Dassault, and led complex multi-brand design programs. She's won several design and innovation awards, and she's on the executive board of the World Design Organization. So Anne, thank you for coming here to be with us, and really looking forward to hear what your point of view from the industry. And of course, I know that you've been working with higher education also, so we look forward to that. And last but not least is Robin Bhowmick, Chief Business Officer at Manipal Global Education. And I have to tell you, everybody, colleagues in the audience, that it has been so interesting for me to really meet these people. And I hope, and I'm sure it'll be interesting for you also, to see all the amazing things that they've done. So Robin, currently in his role as Chief Business Officer at Manipal Global Education, is responsible for leading Manipal's highest priority and most strategic business initiatives, focusing on helping clients unlock value from continuous skill-based organizational outcomes. He's done amazing work, and I'm not going to tell you what it is about, because now we're going to go back to them and we're going to ask them the first question, okay? And we'll go in the same order that we started. The first question that we have is, what do you see as the skills required in order for our students, our industries, and our world to have a better future? And how does that connect with the work that you do? Okay, so maybe we go first to Raj. Raj, what do you see as the skills for the future, and how does that connect with the work that you do? You're on mute.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yeah, super.
So thank you, Nandita, for this elaborate introduction. It's so nice of you. And thank you, FICCI, for introducing and inviting us to this event for this topic. And thank you, my co-panelists, with whom I'm going to speak today. The first thing when we talk about the integrating skills with higher education, I think one important skill today is required by our policymakers, where the policies have to be designed, developed, and implemented in such a way that it binds the three pillars, which is educator, educatee, and the employer. My personal view is that today all these three E's, educator, educatee, and employer, are working in 3 different worlds, and there is no synchrony that can help to work and make higher education successful. So the first thing is there is a need of policymaker skill to how to weave these 3 E's together. The second thing that I feel is that we have entered into a world of VUCA, which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And the drivers for all these 3 volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous require very different kind of skills compared to the conventional education system that it has been providing. If we look at what is happening in the current world, we'll find that if we look at the India perspective, the coming time is indicating that most of the jobs, almost 15 to 20% of the jobs in the workforce may be deployed, redeployed, or maybe may not be there in next few years of time. Maybe 30 to 40% of jobs will require radically different kind of skill sets. And if the current education system does not keep this in mind, it will continue us with the situation where we have more than 65 to 70% of youngsters who leave higher education institutions, they are not employable. So what I think is most important today when it comes to developing skills, I think one important skill set that I personally feel is critical is how the education system, right from the entry level to the higher education, helps a student to develop their cognitive flexibility. And when I say cognitive flexibility, I mean to say that how we are preparing and developing and equipping our youngsters to adjust their thoughts, their emotions, and their actions in any given set of situations and environment which is rapidly changing and which is unpredictable. So the entire education system has to weave itself around it. And it is the teacher, it's the educational institution, it is the employer as well who has to coordinate with the educational institutions and then the educatee itself. And besides this, then the education has to focus on developing those skills which are focusing on developing the critical thinking, or which are focusing on developing complex problem solving or emotional intelligence, while keeping focus on the new technologies that are emerging, which is artificial intelligence, blockchain, big data, Internet of Things, and many more technological skill sets. So we have to make sure that the cognitive skills, emotional skills, and the technical skills are well curated in the curriculum right from the beginning until the student enters into higher education and we prepare them for the new jobs. Thank you. I stop myself here.
Thank you very much, Raj. I think that's quite a lot. And let's see really whether everybody agrees with you or not. We'll go next to the policymaker here with the 3 E's. So over to you, Mr. Mishra. Alok, what do you think? What do you think are the skills that are required?
Right. So, great, great to be here. Just sort of wanted to emphasize, yes, I do sort of agree with, with the ideas that have been expressed. I think the skills have to be seen. What I believe is the skills have to be seen from a larger continuum of job skills and education sort of linkages. And, you have also highlighted that how the nature of work is changing. And, although you have number of studies world over about the changing of, the changing nature of job, but in India, I could find only one study, which is like EY study, which came out in 2017, and which forecast actually based on interviews done with industry leaders, that how the nature of jobs is going to change. And what it forecast was that by within 5 years, how many sort of jobs are not going to be there, and what kind of skills they will require. So basically, what it forecast was that close to sort of 20% of the 15% of jobs, 15 to 20% of jobs are going to require skills which did not exist, which are not there with the people. And then sort of then there are going to be jobs which are going to sort of require another set of skills, change the skills, and some which are going to stay the same. It also emphasized the sectors which are going to be sort of focus of that kind of change in skills. Now, what my understanding is that most of the higher education systems, and more so in the public sector, have not been so nimble-footed in terms of adjusting to this kind of challenge. And I would see that private sector to that extent has adjusted to sort of that idea much more. Money piles towards. They do sort of much more sort of a wonderful job in this sort of area. The public sector sort of universities will have to wake up to this kind of challenge. I can sort of think of some of the sort of public universities, Bombay universities, which have introduced a number of sort of courses in this area. But the rest of the public universities remain slightly sort of slightly immune to this kind of change that is happening. That has something to do with the traditional perception that we have had of higher education. Higher education has been more associated with research, generation of new knowledge. Skills remained a bit of a lower priority. And it is the right time that MIT has come up with that idea of integrating across the whole spectrum of education. And what I think is that once it gets more and more integrated in the school education system, it will nicely start flowing up to the university system as well. But concerted efforts will have to be made, and I think UGC will have to play a sort of greater role in terms of mandating, in terms of approving, in terms of establishing standards, how the skill courses can be instituted in so many of the public universities, where so many of the students still sort of from lower strata and from more disadvantaged sections tend to go. And that's where the sort of challenge will lie, because people in the upper strata will always be able to acquire skills by playing up. But there's a huge mass of people who lie in the lower strata that will pose a significant kind of challenge as far as skilling ecosystem goes. I would not like to go much into the policy aspect as far as the apprenticeship has been concerned, because technical skills, that's where I think that countries like Germany have done a wonderful job in terms of apprenticeship, which has sort of created those smooth linkages between the higher education and the industry. I think you did emphasize the kind of interlinkages, the kind of linkages that we require between the higher education system and industry, so that higher education system more attuned to the demands that sort of that the industry will have. So those are the things that we'll have to think about. These are just initial comment. As we sort of go more into the discussion, I'll come to this.
Thank you for that, Alok. And so I think looking at skills that we started off with about thinking, emotions, actions, and also moving into job-related skills. So let's go now to Dr. Swati. Are you in Pune or Indore? Where are you right now?
No, I'm in Pune, just returned from Indore.
Okay, super. So the question to you is that what do you think, what do you see as the skills that are required for the future? And are you putting that into your universities? How are you putting that in?
Yes, so I agree with the predecessors who emphasized on some of the future skills. A recent survey that we did, because we wanted to start courses, we are working on a very large project with a company called JP Morgan, and we have taken up the humongous task of skilling about 1,200 students within the next 3-4 months. And for this, we JP Morgan and Symbiosis did a joint research as to identifying what are the future skills that are required. So apart from these skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, soft skills, some of the technical skills which have come, which have emerged are artificial intelligence, natural language processing, machine learning,
data analytics, PLC programming, um, some of the CNC machining. So these are some of the courses which have come to the forefront as emerging future skills. So we just launched a project with JP Morgan because it's a big grant under their CSR which they gave us, and they expected us to train students only on future skills. And you will not believe that when we floated these courses, they range anywhere from 3 months to 6 months. It's an overwhelming response that we have got. So for every seat, we've got 30-40 applications of students who are wanting to do these courses. The surprising part or the pleasant part is that the first batch was actually, got placed even before they passed out.
Wow.
So while they were undergoing the courses, the jobs came in. So that was a kind of sense of satisfaction or assurance that we were going in the right direction, because after all, every skilling effort has to lead to gainful employment or entrepreneurship. And if that is not going to happen, then no matter how many statistics or how many surveys we do, they would be pretty much useless. So we are very happy that we are on the right track so far. We just launched these 2.5 months back. Even during the pandemic, we got a special permission from the district administration. Some of these sectors which have emerged as high growth sectors post the pandemic are automotive. You'll be surprised because last year we all read news about the automotive sector going down. So automotive has emerged as a strong sector. BFSI has again emerged as one of the strong sectors. Engineering and manufacturing, retail and logistics and supply chain, pharma and healthcare. So some of these sectors have suddenly emerged, and I think we should, all colleges should endeavor to, offer courses around these sectors rather than thinking of courses from our own intelligence or in closed rooms. That is often the mistake that academia makes, coming out with courses from our own thought processes. So we should rather go with the surveys and find out what are the high growth sectors and offer courses in those areas.
Super. So Swati, was this reskilling of people in these areas, or?
No, this was not reskilling. This was skilling. These were all students who were pursuing their graduation, and we chose students who were not getting a job. So that was very important, that we wanted to take students from not being able to get a job to getting a job. So there are students who are enrolled in engineering programs, in technology programs, even in programs like commerce and arts, and then retraining them to learn the future skills like cloud computing, data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning. So it was a challenge, but I'm happy, like I said, that they're getting placements. That was the test, the litmus test.
That's fabulous. And thank you for that. We'll come back to that also. And Anne, it's next over to you. So from the industry point of view, I think a lot of keywords and catchwords about the future you have heard. What do you see really? What is it that we should equip our young graduates with? Anne, you're on mute.
Thank you, Anita. Yes, clearly a lot of subjects are being already covered, and specifically when it comes to answer the question about what are the future skills for the industry, for the economy. And I would like to be a little bit controversial, and maybe that's not the right question. Maybe it's those skills are depending of in which system they are basically being engaging, and we need to realize that the reason we need to have adaptation of the skills, the association that I heard earlier between the different, employees and educators, and how those sectors have to be reassociated and bridge it's due to the fact that we are living in a system. And I was reading some of the question from a panelist saying, well, I'm trying to, about the skills, and I don't want to disregard about all of the attempt to make an assessment of the future skills and try to adapt the education by just providing those skills for gaining the employability of these students. Yet we are not addressing the bigger problem that we are facing, that are being approached. That is the fact that the world is different. It's beyond the level of uncertainty that we were discussing and the fact that we are engaging in the unknown. It's really about the fact that the technician system that we are living in is now accelerating with such a pace that our very stable way of balancing education and industry and employability, we just have a basic disconnect, and the disconnect is due to the acceleration of the technical evolution of our overall economical, cultural, industrial scope and world. So why I'm saying that is we need to have a huge shift in the paradigm in the way we think education within the need for education within the world. And what I mean by that is we should start to imagine in a higher level, in a meta level, while we are educating the student. That means that it's not just for getting them a work. It's about resolving the big challenges of the society. And this is what the industry is doing. So it's really a real shift of the role of what the industry is doing and what we are providing as, and how we are responsible in providing the right skills for changing that economy. So that huge shift is the reason that if we keep improving skills will not be sufficient. Okay, so that's what we need to understand. So we can adapt slowly, but slowly will be always too slow. So that's the first point. This notion of unknown lead to definitely change the paradigm of the way we learn. We need to learn, and that's it's not about skills. It's about how you provide the environment where knowledge still being there, but also how do you engage within those knowledge, and how do you basically activate something that is profoundly human. And I know you were talking about that earlier. That is the way we interact with the environment. How we basically engage with the full spectrum of our abilities as humans. And that's definitely what we call soft skills, that I'm not really comfortable with that, because as we will have hard skills and soft skills, we have hard science and soft science. What the hell? I mean, sorry, I'm sorry to be too direct, but it's about just being humans, trying to find a world where we can inhabit and where everyone can have the possibility to be in incapacitation of doing things, to have the emancipation of staying humans and working. I don't want to go back to the philosopher Gunther Hunter, Hannah Arendt, or even our French philosopher Bernard Stiegler, where we need to start to shift toward an industry that is really leading into what we like to call the link economy, because the digitalization have already completely dematerialized all the needs. So it's not about just learning about being a digital coder or being, those technology skills will be obsolete faster than you can imagine. So you will basically adjust, but in 5 years from now, you will have to relaunch this. I give you an example. It is clear on the automobile, that as a sector in the industry that I know very well, they have in very few, I will say months, to address the new European Green Deal regulation and policies, they had to shift entirely the way they produce, the way they articulate the resources. And this is people already working that already will be out of work because their skills are obsolete. So I think we need to address that to a system level. So we need to reconnect, and that's really something I'm very strong about, academics, policy, and industry. And to do that, it's easy to say, it starts by understanding it's not about skills, It's about language. It's about negotiation. It's about the engagement. It's about what I'm very strong about, what I call in negotiation, under determination. The ability for you to not come because you know, but to come to the party because you don't know. And this concept of openness and under determination concept from Annie Jantes, she's a doctor in Paris Tech Mine in Paris. It's absolutely critical to engage the critical thinking, the collaborative and contributive thinking that we need to establish within the academy. And what it means by that, it means that we need to stop to have a teacher teaching you knowledge. We need to start to create environments that are a place for reflection, place for interaction. We need to stop to have those type of here is engineering, here is science, here is art, here is literature, and so on. Because we are basically, over time with the industrial era, split the human capacities in small little swim lines that are now completely disconnected. So the paradigm I'm talking about is reconciliation, association, and not dissociation, and a lot of underdetermination.
Wow, under determination. So I think that it's really interesting that that you say, Anne, that we should come to the table or come to a place of learning, all of us, with under determination, not with superior knowledge. And when we come with under determination, that gives us the opportunity to learn more and to continue learning. Thank you for that. I'm going to go to Robin. And Robin doesn't work with 1 or 2 or 100 students, but tell us what you do and what are the skills that you think that your students need, Robin.
Sure, Nandita. Thanks, and very interesting conversation going on here, and I'm glad to be here. I run probably the largest finishing school in the world for the banking and the financial services sector. And it's a little known fact. Now, maybe the first question we should be asking ourselves is, why do you need a finishing school?
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Robin, you're saying a finishing school in order to get into the banking and finance sector.
Absolutely, absolutely. So what is the problem statement that we have been solving now for the 13th year in running? By the way, statistically, 1 out of every 5 bankers in the country today is from my academies.
Wow.
So it's a very large percentage of people. Today, as we speak, we train close to about 20,000 people every year on an average. Now, the discussion has been very interesting because I think the Indian scenario is extremely complex. And when we talk about skilling and skill development, we often, kind of confuse it with employment and employability. In my mind, I think the first thing that we really need to talk about is what is the problem we are trying to solve, or what is the discussion about? Is it about skilling? Is it about skill development? Or is it about solving for the employability issue, right? And in my mind, the two are very different. So let me take the employability issue first, which is what we really solve for within Manipal. And of course, all of you know Manipal, we have our universities and we have our healthcare business. But from the BFSI or the banking financial services perspective, we realized that the banking sector, which was growing at a breakneck speed in 2008 when we started these academies, their biggest challenge was the availability of what they call as first day, first hour productive employees, right? So in India, because we are growing so fast and we have such a large number of people, and of course we have a large market, I think speed to market, go to market is very important for everybody. So naturally, the BFSI sector were very hesitant to go through a standard procedure of lateral hires and then training them and investing in them and growing them through the ranks, and only to find that someone else will come in and steal their valuable employees 18 months down the line by paying another additional 15% on the compensation. So we were trying to solve initially for the employability challenge. Then we moved into really making sure that we are measurable and accountable for employees who are really contributing to the growth of the business. So return on investment, not only from an employee perspective, but also from the employer perspective. And there are various ways in which we measure it. So coming to the skilling part of it for employment, right? One of the things which I mentioned to you on my email to you, Namita, is that ironically, 60% of people who apply for banking jobs from my academy, they are engineers. Now, just imagine, why would you be an engineer and then go and work in a bank, right? So when you are applying for your undergrad, and that also applies to my daughter who asks me the same questions today. 9 out of 10 people don't know, why they're going for it, right? So when I was about to become a graduate, I come from a family of engineers. And people in those days used to say, look, if you're not an engineer or a doctor, I mean, you don't have a future. So the focus in the Indian spectrum or the Indian society has never been so much on the skill factor. It was on what do you do in your undergrad so that you can get a job, right? Now, given the fact that there are so many students who are coming into the system and who have gone through an undergraduate process where they have really focused on making sure they've gone through each milestone, right? You go through your year 1, year 2, year 3, and then you hope in the 4th year of your graduation in engineering that someone will come and give you a job on campus, right? And what we often see is, and this is true for a lot of our recent schools as well that we have started. So recently we started a school called the School of FinTech. A lot of the people who are applying in the School of FinTech, they are all computer engineer graduates, right? And they would typically wait 1 year and expect, amazing jobs and amazing salaries from an Amazon or a Google or a Microsoft. Wait 9 months, 10 months, 12 months, they realize that they're not getting it. Then they come into a School of FinTech where we not only teach them basic coding, but we also train them for the role, right? So it's not good enough just to know the ABCD. So whatever a lot of the panelists were talking about, I call it as the ABCD. Analytics, artificial intelligence, blockchain, cybersecurity, big data. That's table stakes almost, if you want to get into the technology world. But in addition to that, what a lot of industry requirement hovers around is the application of that knowledge. So, for example, we work with all the top banks in the country. And when the top banks come in and say that, look, hey, Robin, I want to hire some students from your School of FinTech, right? The focus is not only do you know, let's say OpenStack programming, or are you a full stack developer, for example? Equal focus is there on show me the project that you have worked on, right? How have you applied the knowledge that you have learned, right? What are the problems that you solved along the way? And increasingly, what we are seeing is that the latter part of it is taking precedence over the former part, right? Because it's very easy to go in and maybe even do an online course on programming. And hey, you come out and say, look, I did a data science program for 9 months. Now I want a 40 lakh or a 50 lakh job. It doesn't quite work that way, right? So the industry is really waking up to the fact, and they're waking up very, very quickly, that over and above the knowledge that you have learned and the skills that you have acquired, how are you applying that to your real life? Show me what you have done, right? And that's one of the areas where we work very closely with large numbers of students. And that's really, in my mind, a lot of the discussion that we just had around, for example, let's say design thinking as a concept, right? If you want to talk about design thinking, and I'm a big fan of design thinking as a principle more than anything else. How do you apply design thinking in building products which, let's say, bring in a different level of user experience, right? Nowadays, people are literally tripping over each other to launch new products and new services, and the whole discussion focuses around user experience, right? So how do I offer a differentiated user experience? Now, at the core of it is design thinking. Now, how many people or how many children pass out of class 12, and when they're looking at pursuing their undergrad at Manipal University or some other university, let's say, they're saying, hey, I want to spend the next 3 years of my life in design thinking, or the next 4 years of my life in design thinking, right? I think those are changes that we really need to bring in. And the sooner we bring in those changes, the better it is for everyone. Clearly, we have a big role to play from the academia perspective. We work very closely with the industry, as I mentioned earlier. And we are also trying to put in a lot of these new academia, the schools that I talked about. The entire purpose of building these new assets is really to kind of translate some of the Greek and Latin that industry expects and provide a bridge with academia, which says, hey, just learning a particular tool or a process or an application, or a skill will not get you there. You actually need to kind of get there by following a series of other things. So Nandita, maybe a long-winded answer to your earlier question, but that's really where we are.
Super. And imagine that one needs to have a finishing school to become part of an industry. I'm going to go to Raj because he runs a skills university. So Raj, how do you put in all the interesting things that you talked about? You talked about emotions, critical thinking, AI, and of course, at the end of the day, would the students need to go to a finishing school before they start working? How is it? Can you help us by telling us how do you inculcate both the big data, AI, blockchain kind of skills, but at the same time, cognitive flexibility and adaptability in your students?
Okay, so that's a very interesting question. And what I would like to share is that we need to remember one thing, that we are a government university, given the challenges of infrastructure and the shelf life of skills, which is shortening almost, with every new survey that we find. The getting of continuous new infrastructure is not possible for many institutions, especially in the government sector. So what we have done is we have developed a model which we call dual integration industry integrated model. Now, in this dual integration model, what we do, our entire curriculum for the courses that we run in 4 segments, which is engineering segment, management segment, humanities, and agriculture. All the courses that we run, whether they are short-term courses or whether they are diploma, graduate, postgraduate courses, we have an industry partner for every program. Now, what we do with the industry partner is that the board of studies that we constitute for that program, it constitutes the members of the partnering industry and some of the associate channel partners of that industry. And based on the mutual work, we develop the courseware. The beauty is that the program is designed in a way where 60% of the credits that a student has to earn is from the work that is being defined and driven in the industry in a partnering company. So what happens with the 40% credit is the appointed faculties of the institution of our university, they are supposed to deliver the rest of the part. So by this way, we
Have we lost him? Okay. Okay, Raj, we can't hear you.
Am I audible?
Okay. You're back now. Okay, so while Raj comes back, I'm going to take a lead from that and come to you, Alok, because yes, you're audible. No, not so good. No. Okay, we'll come back to you, Raj. Alok, let's go to you. And he says, at the speed at which things are changing, the speed at which skills are required, and that really resonated with also what Anne said. So, what do you think that the government can do, or what policy can there be to help government universities work with things like infrastructure, speed of skills, and remain up to date?
Right. So, one thing that we have tended to sort of overlook has been the collaboration with industry. And why I say collaboration with industry, because, what Raj highlighted that, the pace at which the change is happening is tremendous. And by the time a sort of student graduates, probably the skill set required might sort of undergo change, or some of the skills which he or she has acquired might not be as relevant, and that will pose a real problem. Now, that requires that government sort of public universities really need to collaborate with industry. And I can see that there has been a bit of a hesitation in the kind of collaboration that can be between the public universities and the industry for several reasons. I mean, we need to sort of accept that academia works in a different ecosystem and the industry works in a different ecosystem. Industry is used to hard timelines, which the academic institutions at times are not. My understanding would be that to push for depending on in the areas in which sort of local ecosystems in which the universities sort of exist, based on the demand for the skill sets, the industry in that area could sort of come together and establish skill labs or all that kind of infrastructure, and that can be left to the industry. And probably sort of industry could incentivize that if people were to sort of become proficient to a certain degree, the industry would be willing to sort of provide jobs and those kind of things. That way, it will incentivize the children also. It will incentivize the industry also. Please, we need to understand that if industry invests somewhere, it is expecting some kind of return. If the sort of child who sort of does that skill training and does not go for that industry, and then the return does not materialize, and that way, that is the economic problem with skills, because they have huge positive externality, and as a result of it, industry may not so much like to sort of invest. But these kind of dedicated linkages need to be sort of made. So first thing would be that the dedicated industry academia collaboration that has to be really stepped up in the public university. Second thing, I think what I think is that there's a problem which is slightly more fundamental, and which the national education policy this time is trying to tackle. There has been this sort of thinking that vocational education is perceived to be something inferior to the mainstream education, and in some way even the academic institutions may be looking at it. They have been used to that higher thinking, higher knowledge research, and somewhere the vocational education has not become a kind of center, stays in that kind of sort of ecosystem in which some of the public universities work. So I think that does require a lot of attitudinal change, and I would think that whatever gets I'm a perfect believer in the sort of saying that whatever gets measured gets done. Government will have to somewhere start assessing public universities in a way they generate incomes, in the sense that whatever sort of skills or knowledge they generate, how, if at all, are utilized by the society, wider society. It need not be that everybody has to go to sort of industry. But at least if that knowledge and that skill is being utilized, then it serves some purpose. Otherwise, you can see that, if you see nowadays number of government jobs department where people with, high engineering degrees or PhDs are applying for the lowest of the job that really does no service either to the ecosystem or to the institution that is there. So I think that is one thing that industry, academia collaboration, government will have to really work in terms of raising the profile of vocational education. And that can be done by one or two things. And that's what sort of national education policies so nicely sort of trying to do. I mean, one of the sort of reason that very small number of students were receiving vocational education was that it was not further integrated after 11th and 12th. The boy or the girl didn't know where to go actually, and it was not integrated. There was no well-defined pathway into the higher education, higher education system. I think that is the correction that government is bringing it out, and sort of that's what will go a long way in terms of really integrating all the ins and outs of how a child who may after in 11th and 12th may do some vocational education courses, and how does he can get back into the higher education system and then get out of it and acquire new skills. Because the new era that we are going to see is going to be of continuous skilling and reskilling, and continuing what Ian pointed out was that learning to learn new things, that attitudinal change. And that's what I think the public universities will have to be really sort of adept, skillful, and slightly more agile in sort of adopting that thinking.
Super. And before we go back to Raj from the public university, Swati, Dr. Swati, if you are there, you're a private university and very well known. And we just heard Alok talk about industry academic collaboration, attitudinal change towards skills, etc. What are the issues that you have faced? Or what are the problems that you face in skill-based education, and how do you think that can be taken ahead?
There are 5 issues which are practically we are facing on a daily basis. And I really urge this August gathering as well as NITI Aayog and the government to take up these issues, because they have been highlighted on multiple platforms since the last almost 4-5 years. And we have not been able to find a solution, and therefore skilling has not been as successful as one would like it to be. And some of these challenges are as follows. Number 1 is the lack of equivalence of vocational students at +2 level to enter undergraduate programs. For example, ITI students. Now, ITI students who do 2-year ITI course after 10th standard are not given equivalence of higher secondary certificate, which is 12th standard, because of which they are unable to integrate in the mainstream of education. The topic, as you all are aware, for today's discussion is integrating skills in higher education. Now, there are so many students from ITIs and from the MCVC, which is a scheme that Government of India launched in 1988 called Minimum Competency Vocational Courses. These students get a HSC certificate with vocational written in parentheses. And these are extremely good trades on which the students are getting training. But you will be shocked to know that most of the state governments do not allow these students, they don't consider them at par with other 12th standard students, and they are not even given admissions to engineering or agriculture or even BSc electronic courses. In fact, on one account, I mentioned to the Chief Minister of Maharashtra that you have more than 80,000 engineering seats going vacant in Maharashtra alone, but you don't want to consider them equivalent to 12th standard and allow them to appear for the MHCET, which is the engineering entrance. So there are many such examples of vocational students who are not given equivalence. In fact, when our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, he had issued a notification where ITI students were considered equivalent to 12th and they could enter the mainstream of education, which is not the case uniformly followed amongst other states. So this is a problem. The second problem is the credit system. There is no uniform definition across universities about credit system. For example, in skill universities, there is no definition of credits for the skill component. In our university, what we have done is for every 1 hour of skill class that the student takes, he gets 1 credit. As you know, in AICTE, for 2 hours of practical, you get 1 credit. For 1 hour of theory, you get 1 credit. So similarly, for a university or any skill training that a student conducts, what is the credit that he will get? This is not defined anywhere, because of which recognition of prior learning is not successful in India. The second is the transfer of vocational students into mainstream. For example, if a student is undergoing BVOC, can we transfer his credits so he can get into another degree program like BSc? So these are some of the questions around the credit system which are still left unanswered. The third challenge that we are facing is that there is no vertical mobility from certificate to diploma to degree. Yes, the government introduced the BVOC degrees, but there is very poor acceptance of BVOC in the industry. When we started these skill universities, I personally spoke to so many industries in forums like FICCI, in Maratha Chamber of Commerce, in CII, and the industry said, we don't know what is this BVOC. We've never heard of it. And we don't have a cadre to recruit BVOC students. Because of which, in our university, what we have done is we have introduced conventional degrees, but we have vocationalized the entire curriculum. So that 70% of the focus is on practicals and skill training, and 30% is on applied theory. So vocationalization of education and offering vertical mobility right from a certificate all the way to a degree, as is there in German universities, must be done in in India as well. The fourth challenge that we are facing is the lack of integration and vertical mobility from school level vocational courses and NSQF to conventional courses. I am aware that NSQF has prepared all these levels, level 1 to level 7. But if a student has completed level 5, there is no university in India today who gives him a lateral mobility into one of their degree programs. Even in symbiosis, it is not possible. So these equivalences and this mobility, both lateral and vertical, must be detailed out by the government as quickly as possible. The last problem which we are facing in India is the qualification of teachers. See, UGC has prepared a certain guideline for hiring of teachers, but the main reason why our skilling is failing is because our teachers themselves don't have skills, because many of our teachers are not acquainted with the industry practices. They have never touched or worked on those machines on which we now want them to train the teachers. So if the teacher themselves doesn't have the skill, how do you expect them to pass it on to the student? Now UGC says that they must be a PhD or they must be a net set to appoint them an assistant professor cadre. But there is no importance given to industry experience, and you will find very few industry people who go on to do their PhD or doctoral programs. So we must have separate guidelines when it comes to teachers. The last part about the teacher qualification which I would like to mention is that in many countries abroad, you see that for training a vocational teacher, there is something like a B.Ed program in vocational stream. So the teacher is taught the entire pedagogy of delivering a skill-based course. In our country, there is no such qualification. As you know, in India, if you want to teach at a school level, you need to complete your B.Ed. So can we work out on a qualification for a teacher that if you want to teach a skill-based course, you must undergo this kind of training? In order to compensate for this, now I have just recently established Symbiosis Institute of Teacher Training, where we are arranging refresher courses and sending our own teachers for a 2 months internship every year to the industry, where they can learn these skills. So these are some of the challenges we face, and I hope that such platforms like FICCI can help to elevate these issues to the government and to the policy makers, and these issues which have been long burning and on our back burner need to come into the forefront if skilling is to be really successful, as what the new education policy has actually put in writing. Thank you.
Super, Swati. Thank you very much for that. And I hope you're listening, Rajesh and Nidhi and everyone at FICCI. And some of these are issues that we can take up. And I'm not going to go back to Alok unless you want to. Do you want to take Swati head on and give her answers, but these are definitely things to think about, and issues that faced while implementing skills education. Actually, last night, FICCI had organized a very interesting discussion between academics and industry. So how can one help academics keep up with the speed of industry? How can industry contribute to academics, innovation, etc.? And these are ways that really one can go ahead. And what is the role that the government can play? Because the intention of the government is quite clear. But we need to figure out how to execute and implement also in many areas. And I think Raj is part of implementation for NEP. So I'm sure you'll take some of these points into consideration. I'm going to come back to you, Raj, to ask you about any of the points that Swati said, and if you'd like to comment on that. But before that, I'm going to just go to Anne, because this comment on industry came up quite strongly, both when Raj spoke and Alok spoke. So from the industry point of view, what is it that you're looking for? Yeah, what are you looking for? Yeah.
Thank you, Nandita. I think it's perfectly linked to what I would like just to share to the audience. We, the System, are digitalizing enterprises, and we are just providing virtual universe to provide the space for collaboration in the enterprise, in the industry. We cover all the sectors, and we know how to basically manage knowledge and know-how within virtual space. What it means that it may be through the 3D Experience platform a great opportunity to imagine what may be the new paradigm that I was talking about. How do we basically start to operate education and working within this link between education, academics, and industry within a common ground or a common space? So the platform that we are using is now being leveraged for education. We basically have great possibilities to actually bridge what the industry is currently doing, because the industry is thinking, when you are within the industry, you are reflecting, you are continuing, your education by just, doing those projects and interacting with the different departments. So you are bridging those skills. But what's happened when you are not yet in the enterprise? That's the real question. How do you get into the system where your learning capabilities will be keep regenerating? So this platform is on the cloud. It's really a platform that can bridge all of our education partners with the industry, the customers. And what is very important, we discuss about design thinking, creative skills. What it's very important is as soon as you have a common ground where you are taking the first step, that to me is the most important one to learn by doing, its project. That means that on the complement of the fundamental skills, you encourage students and people in the industry to work together on projects. It's typically what used to happen through internship, but internship was going through what we were discussing, the continuity, the credits, all of the continuity of education that may basically require some kind of serious, requirements and criteria. But I'm getting it in much more opportunistic way. The young generation, they are just using technology for their regular human relationship. Education and industry should be taking in the same paradigm. So we are doing it right now. The design creative mindset is really at the heart of this type of collaboration. We are leveraging all of the methodologies that are considered soft skills at the heart of advanced science, engineering, and design at large, conception of new product, imagining, what may be just the way we should be basically defining and habitat the world tomorrow. But this is really a place where you learn by doing. You are not just looking at education on things that you should know, but things that you will learn by doing. So that's very key. And I think the next step would be that we engage much more on the policy making, and the policymaker, they should also be part of it. Because how do you design a policy when you are not understanding what's going on really at the moment where you incubate knowledge? Okay, I like that term, incubation of knowledge. So you need to really get all the party, not just the party who are actively working in the industry, but the people who are providing the political, environmental, economical scope or framework for making this happen. So open online platform that allow you to some ways not, I'm not talking about digitalization of knowledge. I'm talking about offering a space. We love in France to separate digital and numeric. You know, we separate those because it means two different things. It's really how do you basically create a virtual place for learning. And it's something that goes both ways for education and for industry that is also facing the unexpectable or unexpressible needs they may have for the skill of the future.
So Anne, would you put something into the chat box? Can you share either a link or somewhere that we could explore further about the virtual platform, which is not online courses, but learning through doing with the industry? That would be really helpful to all of us. And I'm going to go to Raj. Raj, we lost you in between, but you were saying something really interesting, and we picked that up about internships and working with the industry. But what I want to ask you is that you heard Swati and the issues that are being faced. And since you played a role in the NEP and are looking at implementation, is this seamless or mindset seamless transfer from skills to what we call higher education, or the mindset, is that going to change? Is there something that you see in the implementation that is going to help people who are skills university or even skills at high school, like she said?
Am I audible now?
Yep.
Okay. I think first let me complete what I was saying, and then I will come to the point of Dr. Swati. So I was talking about how our university has handled this vocational education aspect. And what we have actually done is we have reached out to industries, and all the vocational programs in the form of short-term diploma, graduation or post-graduation programs, whether in the area of engineering, agriculture, management, or humanities, all programs have an industry partner. So every program that we roll out, every program has one or more than one industry partners. And what is the role of industry partners is to help the institution, university, develop the program in a way that it addresses the job role requirements of different levels. Say, for example, if we have a 3-year graduate program in mechatronics or automotive manufacturing or robotics, so with the relevant industry, when we work, we identify various job roles of different levels, and then we develop our curriculum accordingly for each level. So for example, in a graduation, you have a 3-year program. So level 1 is diploma, level 2 is advanced diploma, and level 3 is the graduation. So all these 3 levels specific industry. And what we do, the entire syllabus divided into 60-40, 60 and 40% is the classroom theory. The theory actually the student goes in the class and then also goes on to the work in the industry partners' premises. In fact, most of our campuses are actually inside the industry partners campus. So the classrooms are opened there, the faculty goes and teaches there, the students' classroom happens there, and then students goes and they work on the shop floor or different departments which have been identified as a part of the program. By this way, our university has integrated work together and helps to develop an application-based learning, which makes the student eventually job ready for the industry. So this is one thing that we have done. The beauty in this part is further added by the industry providing stipend to the students every month for the period they work on the inside the campus of the comes in a learn program. So our major portion of the students come from the poor family background, do not have access to the very go to the ITs, but have and potential. We engage with the industry and make our industry integrated program. This is number one topic. What Dr. Swati mentioned is absolutely correct, that we have challenges today, and those challenges are, the first challenge is today industry is not yet matured enough completely to understand how industry academia partnership should happen. In fact, we also experience this, but that is a challenge which we have been trying to mitigate. I think there is where the policy has to really intervene. Have seen National Apprenticeship Program Promotion Scheme has really not been picking up well, despite government has increased 10% to 15% of NAPS penetration, but we are yet to see it completely going up. So I think this one part has to be really made lucrative, and this is where the most of the industry integrated apprenticeship based, internship based, on the job training based aspects can strengthen the skilling. Swati talked about the teacher training. It is absolutely fair point, because we do not have teachers today who can have the vocational teaching experience. Unfortunately, that's an irony, because we never had a vocational teaching ecosystem. But what we have done, and I heard Dr. Swati also talking about that, in our university, it is mandatory for every teacher who is joining our university to in the industry campus or the industry premises and understand the various operational activities, so that they are equipped with the knowledge and experience of the industry, which in the teaching concepts and teaching methodologies, so that they can to the shop floor. But we need to do more, and I think national education policy in future step ahead. National education is talking about integrating the education with the general and professional education. While on the one side we have a qualification framework for skills, which we call NSQF, the new education policy has talked about creating NSQF, and I think in the coming days we'll out. There are two more things that our university has to enhance. What we are doing in our university, that we are deploying so that the student dedicate amount attention of the machine that they actually need to. Besides this, we have also increased the number of practice hours in their curriculum. So with these two aspects, I'm sure that the student of learning and practicing more as they go for the programs. We need to understand one thing, that I saw a question coming up from a participant that technically we have been talking about skilling, but it's not working. The problem is we have been teaching skilling, we have never been training skilling. The problem is, unless we address this issue, we are not going to address the gaps that the skilling has created. Dr. Swati raised a point on credits, and that's a very valid point, because today there is a complete blackness with the student, that what to do after achieving a specific qualification, especially when it comes to NSQF. What our university has done is we have set up a credit framework team in university with the help of the government. And this team is working on mapping the for the qualification packs that are being run by various sector skill councils. And we are examining how we should be allocating credits. But before that, university has rolled out a policy on RPL in higher education, which is recognition of prior learning in higher education. So what we have done is that there are millions of youngsters today in the country who are eligible, but they have not been able to go into the higher education, and they have eventually entered into the labor market without getting a higher education. And the population is more country from a population. And what we have already proposed the government of India as well as government of Haryana is that we will have a mechanism of creditizing the experience of individuals who are already working in the industries with relevant experience after class 12 or ITI, and creditize that part of the experience. If today our university working in industry versus class 12 in manufacturing, we will be providing an opportunity of recognizing his previous learning after mapping it with the modules of the BVOC automotive manufacturing, and then allowing him not to or exempting him from those aspects which he already has. So by that way, we will be encouraging such youngsters to get back into the higher education. And this is where the credit-based system is what this university has actually started putting up. So what I'm trying to say is, we have problems, undoubtedly. We have a new education policy, which is one of the best, I think, that the country has. It is going to create a tectonic shift in the country. But while that is there, I think universities are autonomous. They have the opportunity of ideating wherever the compliances allow them to do, and within the ambit of compliances and regulations, I think universities can explore, innovate, and creatively address some of the problems. But the issues raised by Dr. Swati are relevant, and these need to be addressed by the policymakers.
Okay, super. I have a message saying that it's time to wind up. But I think this has been a really interesting discussion, all the way from talking about what are skills and are skills meant just to get a job, and then what happens next, because that job is going to change very fast because of the speed of which things are going. So how does one prepare someone to be a learner for life, looking at different kinds of skills, looking also at what education is and what is the paradigm and how can there be a renaissance in that. I want to thank each and every one of you. I also want to thank each and every one of you for the work that you do, because the work that you do is really useful, helps young people, and really prepares young people for their life. There are many issues that we heard that we have to overcome, but we will overcome. And thank you for sharing those issues. Thank you for sharing your successes. Thank you, Anne, for sharing so many links. I, for one, am dying to go and look that up and see that do we want to create something in parallel for that. So thank you very much, Robin. Thank you, Raj, and Alok, and
Welcome.
Dr. Swati.
Thank you.
Thank you, FICCI. And over to you, Rajesh.
Thank you, Nandita.
Yeah, thanks for this wonderful engagement, power-packed engagement.
Thanks.
Thank you, Nandita. Super moderated.
Thanks, Pankaj.
Moderated very well. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Good night.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
On behalf of FICCI, I would like to thank all our special invitees, speakers, and viewers for being a part of the ceremony tonight. We are proud to present to you the 7th FICCI Higher Education Excellence Awards 2021. The awards have always been an eminent part of our higher education initiatives, and we are glad to have you all for this exciting ceremony. We have amongst us eminent guests who will be announcing and honoring the winners of the 11 categories of the FICCI Higher Education.
How do I switch off my video?
So without further ado, I would now request Mr. Shubhrakant Panda Vice President FICCI and Managing Director, Indian Metals and Ferroalloys Limited, to please share his welcome remarks. Over to you, sir. Sir, you're on mute.
Thank you, Deepthi. Mr. Suresh Prabhu, Member of Parliament and India Sherpa to the G20 and G7. Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, Indian National Research Professor and Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology. Distinguished jury members, nominees of the awards, members of the FICCI Higher Education Committee, speakers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the 7th edition of the FICCI Higher Education Excellence Awards 2021. The FICCI Higher Education Awards were instituted in 2014 with a view to inculcate a spirit of competitiveness within the Indian higher education ecosystem by recognizing those institutions which are striving to set benchmarks through delivery of quality education, visionary thinking, and the use of technology and partnerships. Education is, of course, essential to the economic development of any country, especially in a globalized world. India has started to make rapid strides in this context by way of increased focus on research and through technological developments, which are now beginning to draw international attention. The government too has contributed to this process by way of several policy measures which will transform the education sector. Those who are being honored today are doing sterling work in the higher education space, which is truly inspirational. On behalf of FICCI, I would like to recognize their contribution, which not only sets new benchmarks for excellence, but also helps build Brand India. In a short span of 7 years, these awards have received an overwhelming response with active participation from both public and private sector institutions. The number of entries and enthusiastic participation demonstrates the impact these awards have had in terms of recognizing and encouraging trendsetters. FICCI has gone to great lengths to ensure the selection process
You're
of the awards
muted.
is
This is
transparent.
for myself.
While EY, the official tabulator, will explain the process in greater detail, suffice it to say that an eminent jury headed by someone of the stature of Dr. R.A. Mashelkar inspires tremendous confidence. My gratitude to him, therefore, and other members of the jury for the time and effort that they've put into this whole process. I am also delighted that Mr. Suresh Prabhu is gracing the occasion today as chief guest and would like to offer him a special welcome. So without further ado, I welcome all of you once again to this event and look forward to the announcement of the winners. Thank you.
Thank you, respected Panda sir, for your remarks. We now move on and we are going to show you the process presentation of how these awards are designed by the official tabulator from Ernst & Young.
Good evening, everyone. I am Sakshi Kishnani from EY, and we are the official tabulators of the FICCI Higher Education Awards. I would want to take you through the process that we have followed with respect to the evaluation. Firstly, there were a total of 9 categories, out of which 7 were open for the call for entry process and 2 were special awards. There were various rounds of evaluation that were conducted. The first round was the due diligence that the EY team conducted with respect to the eligibility criteria that was defined, followed by a screening jury evaluation where all the entries and the application documents were reviewed by our respected jury members. Based on the evaluation conducted on predefined evaluation parameters, we determined the finalists in each category. The finalists then presented to our respected grand jury members. It was a virtual round of interaction. Based on the scores received by our grand jury members, we then determined the winners. Thank you so much for the overwhelming response. We've received a total of 180 plus entries in this edition of the awards. EY has moderated the entire evaluation process, has moderated the jury rounds as well. On behalf of Ernst & Young, I'd like to congratulate everyone who has participated and also all the finalists and the winners as well. Thank you, and I hope you have a great evening ahead.
That was a sneak peek to the entire process of award designing. Moving on, we have our guest of honor for the evening, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar. Dr. Mashelkar, National Research Professor, has been the Director General of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Chairman of National Innovation Foundation, and also the President of Indian National Science Academy, Global Research Alliance, and Institute of Chemical Engineers, UK. In recognition of his pioneering research contributions in polymer science and engineering, he has been honored as a Fellow of Royal Society, Foreign Fellow of US National Academy of Science and Engineering, Foreign Associate of American Academy of Arts and Science, and Fellow of US National Academy of Inventors. 44 universities from across the world have honored him with the honorary doctorates. Dr. Mashelkar, who was a member of the Scientific Advisory Council to the Prime Minister for over 30 years, has been honored with Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and Padma Vibhushan, three of the highest civilian awards. May I now request Dr. Mashelkar to please share his remarks.
Right. Thank you very much. Honorable Shri Suresh Prabhu, the great eminence I see in front of me, my very good friend, Dr. Kasturi Rangan. I'm seeing you after a long time indeed. How are you? And revered Dada, Professor S.B. Muzumdar, and all of you, the award winners, the juries. I want to extend a very warm welcome to you all. I must say that I have to begin by thanking FICCI for giving me this opportunity to chair this committee year after year. And I can only tell you that it is getting better year after year, not only the number of entries, the quality of entries, the kind of processes that we follow. So I want to begin by thanking the fantastic jury that we had and the great work that E&Y did. All that I would say, like I said in the morning during the inaugural ceremony, where our Honorable Minister gave a very inspiring talk in terms of the new vision, that I began my morning talk by saying something, and I will repeat that. I said, Rangan, that 2020 saw the worst as well as the best. The worst was the COVID pandemic, and the best was the new education policy that you captured. Because education is our future. And this policy, as a matter of fact, would build India's sort of future. So we want to thank you personally. The government has done a great job after 1986. This is the first policy that has come out. The jury process has been already sort of explained to you. All that I would say is that the types of awards that we are giving, recognizing different things, because education is our future, but as far as the future is concerned, that itself is very dynamic. For example, somebody had said that 2/3 of the children who are in school today, they will end up in jobs which do not exist today. So we have a very interesting challenge of teaching for jobs which do not exist today. Or, for example, the digital world is creating a huge sort of transformation. And the challenge is that the students would be better informed than the teachers. So how do you sort of teach them, and what is the change of role, etc., etc. So therefore, I think with the changing demands, the changing dynamics, the higher education system has to be extremely dynamic. And I'm very happy to see that in each of the awardees, you will see that peak of excellence coupled with the peak of relevance. So I want to congratulate the awardees for being what you are and what you have done for the nation. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Mashelkar, for your words. We now come to our award presentation. The first category in the list of our awards is Excellence in Enabling Research Environment. May we please have the nominations?
FICCI is here with its 7th edition of Annual Higher Education Excellence Awards to commemorate these esteemed individuals who have made a significant mark in education sector with their outstanding and innovative work. nominations in the category of Excellence in Enabling Research Environment are Banari Aman Institute of Technology, College of Engineering, Pune, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, and Wells Institute of Science, Technology and Advanced Studies.
May I please request Dr. Mashelkar to announce the winner of this category, please?
The winner in this category is Institute of Chemical Technology.
May I please request a representative from ICT Mumbai to please acknowledge the award?
Thank you very much, FICCI. Thank you very much, the esteemed juries. And we really appreciate the recognition in spite of the pandemic, what we have been able to do in Institute of Chemical Technology. I acknowledge the efforts of all our faculty, all our students for this award. Thank you, FICCI, again. Thank you very much.
The winner is Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai.
Big congratulations to the winners. We now move on to the second category in the list of our awards, which is the Excellence in Institutional Social Responsibility. May we please have the nominees?
Nominations in the category of Excellence in Institutional Social Responsibility are Assam Don Bosco University, Banari Aman Institute of Technology, Loyola Institute of Business Administration, LIBA, Sona College of Technology, and Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nashik.
May I request our guest of honor, Dr. Mashelkar, to please announce the winners?
Could you announce the winner, please?
Sure, sir. We can have the video also, please. The winners are Assam Don Bosco University and Sona College of Technology.
And the winners are Assam Don Bosco University, and Sona College of Technology.
So we have two winners in this category. May I request Team Assam Don Bosco to please acknowledge the award? In other case, may I also request Team Sona College of Technology to please acknowledge the award?
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for this award, FICCI. And indeed, we are really happy to receive this kind of award, having done a lot of work in the CSR. And of course, you call it as institutional social responsibility. And this is what we have been doing. And we really thank you. And at this juncture, I would like to thank my management, because without their support it is not possible for us to reach to the society and do services for them, and also our own faculty and the team. Thank you once again, FICCI, and the juries who had selected our name in this place. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations, sir. We move on to the third category of awards in the list of our awards, which is the Excellence in Employability through Industry Engagement. May we please have the nominations?
Nominations in the category of Excellence of Employability through Industry Engagement are Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, KIIT, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, New Delhi Institute of Management, NDIM, New Delhi, University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, UPES, and Vellore Institute of Technology, VIT.
Yeah, please announce the winner, please.
Sure, sir. And the winner is New Delhi Institute of Management, Delhi.
And the winner is New Delhi Institute of Management, NDIM, New Delhi.
May I request Team NDIM to please acknowledge the award?
Yeah, thank you so very much. It's been a great honor. My real sincere grateful thanks to the honorable jury and to the FICCI for hosting it. In fact, I must say one thing, that recognition by FICCI, we have been waiting for the last 2 years. CII already awarded us 3 years in a row. SOCM has awarded us 5 years in a row. But FICCI's award has been long awaited, and it is extremely prestigious, and that satisfies my total run for all the business chambers awarding me for the linkages and the placements. I'm really, really grateful, and entire credit goes to my board of directors, to the entire team of NDIM, and of course, to all the well-wishers in the industry. It's a great honor, and I only assure that we will live up to this honor. And one small thing, if you permit, Government of India declared us also as the Mentor Institute of India for a period of 3 years. Under that mentorship responsibility, we are reaching out to almost 800 people every fortnight, bringing in entirely new paradigms of learning to all the universities across the country, to all the institutions across the country. So in case FICCI wants to give any kind of a responsibility or role to us, we would love to have it as a part of mentorship responsibility. Thank you very, very much. We are extremely humbled today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. We now move on to the fourth category in the list of our awards, which is the Excellence in Creative and Performing Arts. May we have the nominations, please?
Nominations in the category of Excellence in Creative and Performing Arts are Indian Institute of Gems and Jewelry, Mumbai, Pearl Academy, Symbiosis Institute of Design, and Whistling Woods International. And the
Yes, and the winner is Pearl Academy. May I please request
Pearl Academy.
May I please request Nandita ma'am to acknowledge the award?
Super. Thank you very much, FICCI. Thank you, jury. And I'd like to say a special thank you to the creative industries who really come together to make us and allow us to be as useful as we'd like to be for our students. So thank you, industry. Thank you, faculty members. This is a really special moment for all of us.
Congratulations. We now move on to the next category of awards, which is the Excellence in Faculty Award, and the nominees are
Nominations in the category of Excellence in Faculty are BMS Institute of Technology and Management, Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Sciences, deemed to be university, Indraprastha Institute of Information Technology, Delhi, Jagannath International Management School, St. Joseph Engineering College, and Vishwakarma Institute of Technology.
And the winner is Indraprastha Institute of Information Technology, Delhi.
And the winner is Indraprastha Institute of Information Technology, Delhi.
May I request Team IIIT Delhi to please acknowledge the award?
Hi, thank you so much. It is a great recognition, and I would like to thank all our faculty and our board members and thanks again to FICCI for this recognition. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations. We now move on to the next category of awards, which is the Excellence in Internationalization of Education. And the nominees are
Nominations in the category of Excellence in Internationalization of Education are Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, KIIT, Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Symbiosis Law School, Pune, and Vishwakarma Institute of Technology.
May I request Vice President FICCI, Shri Shubhrakant Pandaji, to please announce the winner?
The winner of the award is Symbiosis Law School, Pune.
And the winner is Symbiosis Law School, Pune.
I request Team Symbiosis to please acknowledge the award.
Respected all, I am extremely delighted and humbled to receive this award on behalf of Symbiosis Law School, Pune, which is part of Symbiosis, where winning is a habit and excellence is a culture and internationalization is personified. So I'm also happy that it is the hard work of our team and our generosity of our international partners, the openness of learning to which India is opening up in last 2 decades, and also the constant support of our top management, where I'm also honored to have our Honorable Chancellor receiving award today. I'm very happy to acknowledge this award and thank FICCI for an excellent and a very grueling way of deciding the awardees, and also the best practices that have enriched the landscape of Symbiosis Law School. As all of you would see, in the world of technology, which easily translates transnationally, it's not easy to translate law. So I'm happy that FICCI has validly acknowledged the difficult and the odd way in which we have braved to compete in this award. Thank you one and all, and thank you Symbiosis, which always breathed the philosophy of one world, one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Thank you.
Congratulations to the winners. Thank you, ma'am. We now move on to the next category of awards, which is the University of the Year Award, in existence for 1 to 10 years. And the nominees are
Nominations in the category of University of the Year in existence for 1 to 10 years are Chandigarh University, G.D. Goenka University, Gurugram, Indian Institute of Teacher Education, Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women, IGDTUW, and ITM University, Gwalior.
May I request our Vice President, Shri Pandaji, to please announce the winner?
The winner in this category is the Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women.
Do we have a representation from Team Indira Gandhi?
The winner is Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women, IGD-TUW.
A very good evening, everyone. I thank the FICCI jury and the esteemed panelists who are here for making us realize our vision and dream and bringing us 1 inch closer to realizing our vision of women education, women empowerment, and women enlightenment. I'm really thankful to everyone here, and kudos to the faculty and to the staff and students who have been working day and night to realize this vision of ours. Thank you very much.
Big congratulations to you, ma'am, and the entire team. We now move on to the next category of our awards, which is the University of the Year in existence for 11 to 30 years. And the nominees are
Nominations in the category of University of the Year in existence for 11 to 30 years are Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Bhubaneswar; Indraprastha Institute of Information Technology, IIIT Delhi; Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, KIIT; SRM Institute of Science and Technology; and University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, UPES.
sorry. May I please request Sri Pandaji to please announce the winner?
I'm especially delighted that the winner is from my home state, Odisha, which is Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Bhubaneswar.
And the winner is Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Bhubaneswar.
May I request Team IIT Bhubaneswar to please acknowledge the award? Sir, you're on mute.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Indian Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar has been trying to offer the best of education through several innovative initiatives during the pandemic, and we have been successful in doing so, fairly successful in doing so. I would like to thank Dr. Mashilkar, the rest of the jury, and FICCI for this honor. The credit goes to all my faculty members and staff members at this institute, along with the students. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now move on to our next category of award, which is the University of the Year in existence for more than 30 years. And the nominees are
Nominations in the category of University of the Year in existence for more than 30 years are Dr. Rajendra Prasad Central Agricultural University, Pusa; Guru Nanak Dev University; Pondicherry University; Savitribai Phule Pune University; and Tyagaraja College of Engineering.
I request Respected Panda sir to please announce the winner.
The winner in this category is Dr. Rajendra Prasad Central Agricultural University, Pusa.
And the winner is Dr. Rajendra Prasad Central Agricultural University, Pusa.
May I please request Team Dr. Rajendra Prasad Central Agricultural University, Pusa, to please acknowledge the award?
Thank you very much. Thank you, FICCI, and thank you, Dr. Maslekar Saab, and as well as Mr. Panda for this awarding this university as a FICCI award. I am grateful to all my colleagues everyone who contributed to this award, and especially everyone who served during the corona pandemic with the most sincerity and dedication. Thank you, FICCI, again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and big congratulations to you. We now move on to the most exciting category of awards this evening, which are the Personality of the Year and Lifetime Achievement Awards. And to give this award, we have with us Honorable Shri Suresh Prabhuji with us. May I now request Dr. Vidya Yerebedkar, Chair, FICCI Higher Education Committee and Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis International University, to please welcome India's Sherpa to G20, G7 and Member of Parliament, Shri Suresh Prabhuji.
Thank you. Honorable Shri Suresh Prabhuji, I'm very happy, sir, that you could join this function. I know you're not in India and you are in UAE, so it really shows your commitment towards what we are doing at FICCI. You also were the chief guest 2 years ago when you were the Minister of Commerce, and you gave a wonderful speech then. I'm very happy that Dr. Mashalkar, sir, who was chairing the jury, these awards, and was also the keynote speaker in the morning session, along with our Minister for Education, Shri Ramesh Pokhriyalji Nishank, and sir spoke very well. Dr. Mashalkar, sir, we are indeed grateful to you for having spared time even this evening. And tomorrow again, we have Mr. Piyush Goyalji, the Minister for Commerce and Minister for Railways, addressing us. Over the last 2 days, we've been speaking on this wonderful topic, which is so very relevant, especially during these times, on resilience, innovation, sustainability, and enterprise. And we've had about 3,000 delegates who are attending, not only from India, but from 74 different countries. I would only like to once again thank Dr. Mashalkar, sir, for these selecting these excellent universities and institutions. And of course, thank Shri Suresh Prabhuji for attending this award function. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vidya, for your remarks. We now move on to the Personality of the Year award. I would now request Honorable Shri Suresh Prabhuji to please announce the winner for this category.
Yeah, I'm very happy to say and announce that the Personality of the Year award goes to none other than my dear friend, Dr. Kasturi Rangan.
Personality of the Year, Dr. Krishna Swami Kasturi Rangan. Dr. Krishna Swami Kasturi Rangan is an eminent Indian space scientist who headed the Indian Space Research Organization ISRO from 1994 to 2003. He is the brain behind the National Education Policy 2020, which holds great significance in changing the paradigm of Indian education sector. He is currently the Chancellor of Central University of Rajasthan and NIIT University, and has also served as the Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University and the Chairman of the Karnataka Knowledge Commission. He has written more than 200 papers in reputed international and national journals. Dr. Kasturi Rangan has been conferred with the highest civilian honors, Padma Shri in 1982, Padma Bhushan 1992, and Padma Vibhushan in 2000 by the President of India. FICCI deeply appreciates his contributions to society and particularly drafting futuristic National Education Policy NEP 2020 and takes immense pleasure in conferring the Personality of the Year Award 2021 to him.
May I please request Dr. Sir to please share his remarks?
First of all, I'm really touched by the events of this evening, and particularly I would like to thank FICCI for this wonderful recognition that you have extended not only to me, but the whole group of people who worked on this national education policy. And I'm happy that the jury, headed by my dear friend Raghunath Mashelkar, really has put this kind of effort and analysis as usual to come to this kind of a conclusion, which in a sense expands to all the activities and all the people who have been associated with the formulation of this policy. I thank you, Raghunath, and your people for this decision to nominate us, and I really receive it on behalf of them. I'm extremely delighted that my long-term friend, in a sense a mentor during my Rajya Sabha days, Suresh Prabhuji, is here to hand over this award. It is one more renewal of our nostalgic memories of a wonderful association where he told me what to say and what not to say in Rajya Sabha. And in a sense, I came out unblemished from Rajya Sabha thanks to the guidance of Suresh Prabhu. So this is the kind of friends I have. This is the kind of colleagues I have. A national education policy finally has found its place in the country, and the people, by putting it in the public domain, we have got an acceptance of the majority of the society of India in the context of the future of education. It's only because of the fact that we had a large set of people interested in providing inputs, organizations, and I should say particularly, I recall the visit of the FICCI delegation when we were trying to consult various people. And in fact, I can see Dr. Vidya Vadekar here, who played a spearheading role in this connection. And they really provided us wonderful analysis, which was not just a presentation of what their wish list was, a good analysis, good implications kind of a thing, and the pragmatism with respect to which it can be implemented. So due to all these, I think today FICCI and the jury together have decided to give us this honor. I accept it with all the humility that it deserves, because it is not only that I accept it on my name, but most importantly for the whole system that worked to create this policy. And on their behalf, I accept this award, and thank you, FICCI, thank you, jury, and thank you, my dear Suresh Prabhuji, for all these interesting events of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, respected sir, for your kind address. We now move on to the final category of the 7th FICCI Higher Education Excellence Award, which is the Lifetime Achievement Award. May I please request Honorable Shri Suresh Prabhuji to please announce the winner of this category.
I don't think there would have been any problem for my dear friend Dr. Mashelkar to find out who should be the personality who should be given the Lifetime Achievement Award. So obvious choice would have been on none other than my another dear friend, Dr. S.B. Majumdar. So I'm really happy that he is receiving a truly lifetime achievement, which he has achieved, and you can see it for yourself, the great Symbiosis Institute. So congratulations to him.
Lifetime Achievement Award, Professor Dr. S.B. Majumdar. Dr. S.B. Majumdar is the founder and president, Symbiosis, and Chancellor, Symbiosis International Deemed University. A renowned academic and educationalist, he is one of the established institution builders and has been a brand ambassador in promoting internationalization of higher education in the country. Dr. Majumdar established Symbiosis in 1971 with a view to help the foreign students and provide them a home away from home. He has been bestowed with several awards and recognitions. The Government of India conferred him with the Padma Shri in 2005 and the Padma Bhushan in 2012. FICCI deeply appreciates his passion, commitment, and contributions to the society with his visionary leadership and takes immense pleasure in conferring him with the Lifetime Achievement Award 2021.
May I please request Dr. Majumdar sir to please share his remarks.
Firstly, to all of you, respected Suresh Prabhuji, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, Chairman of the jury, FICCI, Dr. Kastur Rangan. Today is my special evening. Special evening because I am receiving Lifetime Achievement Award from FICCI, and that too at the hands of Suresh Prabhuji, whom I always respect for his intelligence and erudition. I'm also happy that Dr. Mashelkar, whom we regard as the leader of higher education in our country and described as dangerous optimist, is the chairman of the jury, and it is at his hands that I am receiving this award. Really, this is a special evening. I must tell you that while at Ferguson College, when I was professor at Ferguson College, the symbiosis was started for the welfare of foreign students. It was a small organization called Symbiosis International Culture Center. Later on, it was metamorphosed into Symbiosis International University. The organization was started primarily for the welfare of foreign students, and I must tell you that Pune is the favorite destination of foreign students. There are many problems, admissions, accommodation, homesickness, and whatnot. And I must tell you that the Symbiosis has a DNA of internationalization. And I'm glad that the Symbiosis, which was established 50 years ago, we are celebrating Golden Jubilee this year, is now recognized by FICCI. I am really grateful to all the persons connected with this award. Thank you, and God bless you. I expect that Symbiosis International University will be a university of future. Thank you.
Thank you to you too, sir, and many congratulations. May I now request our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Suresh Prabhuji, to please share his remarks.
So thank you very much, my dear friend Dr. Vidya, for inviting me for this very interesting program. I never realized that this program, whether it's a real award ceremony or it's a friends get together for me, because I can see clearly all those in the screen have been my dear friends for many, many years. And I think I don't get opportunity to meet all of them. So Vidya must have thought, let her educate me as to how to make friends with the friends that already have. And that's how I think it's an event for reconnecting with friends for me. And therefore, I really thank her for being me this opportunity. Let me, first of all, start with the two awards I gave, the two awardees who honored me by receiving awards from my hands. One, Dr. Kasturi Rangan, one of the best scientists that we have had in the country. He is actually a space scientist. He's actually, I don't know what he is. He's many, many things rolled into one. But one of his great achievement in the field has been in geospatial space science. And I always say that space normally can be associated with something which is far away from us. But Dr. Kasturi Rangan brought space so close to us. We never realized that space has the ability to change our lives to such an extent. And sometimes you may feel that space is a vacuum, but he filled it with so many interesting things that we realize that space can change the lives for us. And he has been holding many positions, but very interestingly, honestly, I never knew that who was drafting this new education policy. In the meantime, I was also busy with doing so many things. I'm a little crazy, so I keep doing things that I should not be doing, also do things which could have been avoided, but I keep doing many things. And therefore, when I saw the document of the new education policy, which was presented to me in my new capacity as a chancellor of another university called Rishiud University. In fact, Dr. Vidya, you have a right to invite me because now I'm your fellow in the field of education. So we'll discuss that some other time as to how to now take this issue forward. When I saw the policy, I said, who must have made it? It seems like it is coming from not just around us, but something from far away place. The knowledge which is rooted into the ground and ideas are something which can be implemented very easily, but somebody has thought about it very distinctly, very differently. And then I was not surprised when I was told that Dr. Kasturi Rangan had drafted this policy. So it is no surprise that it is one of the best documents I ever seen in public policy in recent times, which has the ability to transform not just education, but probably transform the society. And that's why he's rightly chosen as the man of the year. And I know, Dr. Vidya, you also did something great, proper, that you ask Dr. Maselkar to chair the jury. So number one, when he chairs it, it will be completely, absolutely perfect job he'll do, as he has been doing all his life, whether in laboratory or in the ministry offices or into any other boardroom of any company, or to help poor people to solve their problems. In any position, any job he does a perfect job. And if Dr. Maselkar would do a job which will be impeccable, nobody can dispute the outcome, as you can see today clearly. And therefore, he chose Dr. Muzumdar as a Lifetime Achievement Award. Dr. Muzumdar has been a teacher. He started his career as a teacher, and he continues to be a teacher. He keeps teaching many other persons, not just in the classroom, but he teaches others as to how to live life by living a life like that. So his own life is a lesson to be learned by others as to how one should practice in life what is really necessary to be done in the most difficult situations. And he has built a fantastic institution, a big institution. Campuses going not just in different parts of the country, but some are outside also, I think. Isn't it, Dr. Vidya? You have some campuses outside as well. And therefore, it's truly a global education. I was once asking him, Doctor, how did you think about it? He said, I could see the problems that the students encounter, and I realized that I must help them out. And therefore, I decided to start an institution. Just imagine, a teacher only can understand the problems of a student. The relationship of student and teacher, guru-shishya relationship, is so important, so precious, that only teacher can understand the issues that his ward is facing, the student is facing. And therefore, he started an institution, and today it has become a role model institution. So I know, Doctor, you have got this award, but that's only a reminder that you have to keep walking all the time, or probably even jogging and running. You cannot stop just because you have got Lifetime Achievement Award. Your life is long to go, and therefore you will achieve many more things to come. And therefore, I must congratulate you. I must thank Dr. Vidya, because she's the one now who has taken the baton from her father, and now she's also running fast. She's actually a medical doctor. So she could have cured patients, but now she's curing a society. She could have probably helped ailments to disappear, but now she's trying to help the social problems to disappear from ourselves. So therefore, it's very rightful person to chair the FICCI committee for this. And I didn't realize that the new president of FICCI is another friend of mine, Mr. Panda. I didn't know he's become the president. So I think I've become too old to keep track of all these very interesting developments that are happening. So I can clearly see FICCI playing this very useful and important role in the field of education by bringing all the stakeholders together. I was happy that so many nominees were there. Obviously, each one of them would have deserved to get an award, but there only one had to be chosen, and therefore Dr. Maselkar did a right job. Each one of category is rightfully chosen. But in the field of education, we are now at the threshold of implementing this new policy. The other day, I had a very online interesting program with the Minister of Education, who is another dear friend for a long time. When I was a minister in the Union Cabinet, he was a member of Parliament, and we have worked together for many, many years together. And I was asking him this question on an online program when we were discussing this education policy as to what could be the hurdles in the way of implementing it. Because we'll have to bring so many stakeholders together. The states are the very important component of that. They'll have to be, private sector will have to be involved into this. And I'm very happy that Dr. Kasturi Rangan has spelled out a very clear-cut roadmap. How to bring skill education into this. How can you have gap years? How can you get credits even if you are doing multiple courses? Many things. I clearly see that this is going to be a foundation which is going to be laid for building tomorrow's modern India. But to do that, I would request Dr. Vidya that you must have an ongoing series of programs focused on different aspects of it. If I have one thing I will suggest, I'm also a chancellor. Of course, I'm a chancellor. It's like in the school of chancellors, I'm a student as a chancellor because the university which has just been born and they made me the chancellor, the founding chancellor. But what we should have very quickly is a chancellor's conclave. Dr. Vidya, you think about it. As FICCI, if you want to do it, we can do that. And we should try to, for implementation, we should try to take more. And we should invite all the top personalities who are here, including Dr. Mashelkar, Dr. Kasturirangan and others, to actually look at it from implementation point of view. The policy is a perfect document, and it couldn't have been better than this. Implementation part, again, we should not lag behind and we should try to put in place, particularly not in the ministries alone, but where the education is actually imparted. And that's in the campuses, in the classrooms. So how do you actually take these new ideas into the campuses and to classrooms of the country? And to do that, the chancellors will be the right mode to do that. Through them, we can implement it. So I think we should organize that event as quickly as possible. Again, we should have different aspects of this policy implementation should be put into different modules, and we should keep having ongoing programs of that. I would be very happy to contribute to it because this is my passion. This is my, in a way, my love. I studied many things and even now I'm doing 2 doctoral programs. But I think always believed that only way you can be always be abreast about what's happening in the world only when you continue to remain a student. And Dr. Radhakrishnan was always saying you're a lifelong student. So I think we should try to do that and try to take it forward. But I can see that education itself is undergoing a sea change. The policy is of course going to make it, but even otherwise the global trends are forcing us to do that. Probably the best of universities over a period of time probably will be struggling to get students into the campuses because distant education from not necessarily going to the college is going to be a reality. Online education will also assume a different proportion. But while we do all this, what will remain important is the quality of education, on which there has been a very stressful importance given by Dr. Kasturirangan in this policy. Because without quality, what do you get? We can get degree, we can get a certificate, we can get a diploma. But what is it worth of? It's like when you have a currency which you can transfer and you can use it as money. What is currency? It is actually on a piece of paper. But why it is accepted? It's not because it's a paper which is printing is good, because there's a value attached to it. What is the education degree? Wherein there is no quality in it. Can it just be a piece of paper that can be put and be hanging on the wall? Or this is something which can be traded for ideas and knowledge that we go with that, and that will come from quality. And to do that, we must focus on a quality education in the years to come. So all those important institutions, and I know most of them who were nominees and couldn't make it, or those who made it also, I know them well, including National New Delhi Institute of Management of Mr. Bansal and others. I can request all of you to focus only on one aspect of it, that's the quality. Just imagine many of Indians, and I'm actually right now out of the country for some very important event. I just came out of it because Dr. Vidya said I have to come. I said I'll definitely come. Because Dr. Buzumdar, I don't know why you call your first child Vidya, because that is also education. So your daughter herself is known by education, Vidya. So Dr. Vidya told me I had to come for this program, so I came out. But I can tell you something, when you go abroad, you see Indians succeeding. Fortune 500 companies, CEOs being Indians. What was their passport to that position? What propelled them into that type of trajectory? Why? They earned the right education in India. Many of them, or most of them. And that education was quality education. That helped them to climb the ladder to reach the top. But today, if quality is compromised, we'll never be there where we are supposed to be there. Dr. Kasturirangan and his team has done a phenomenal job My colleagues in the education ministry are trying to implement it, but if you don't focus on quality, we'll never get where we are supposed to be going. And I think that's the only thing that we should focus on all the time. Whatever kind of education we are giving, whether it's liberal arts or whether it's sciences or whether it's only skill-based education, whatever we do, we must focus only on quality, quality, and quality. I think that's what we should try to do. And if we do that, and I'm sure you will do that, and all of you will get committed to do that, I think we'll reach where we are destined to reach. India is a society, India is a country which has tremendous potential, which has not been realized fully as yet. And to do that, education will be the rocket launcher. I think the students are missiles, but the rocket launchers will be the education system. And I think that's why we should try to focus on, and let's try to do that. Let me once again congratulate all the winners, particularly the two young people who got the award. One of the youngest, Dr. Muzumdar, another young man, Dr. Kasturi Rangan. And I congratulate both the youth for doing so well. And I think that really puts to shame an old person like me, that at this young age you can do so much. So how much more I have to do in years to come. So congratulations to all of you. Dr. Kasturi Rangan, you have gone to the moon, but now we can actually aspire to shine in the moonlight that you are providing to us, and hope that we'll be able to succeed in the years to come thanks to the policy document you have prepared and the implementation of it that you started, Dr. Muzumdar, in your campuses. I think all of us will get inspiration from that and raise the level of education in years to come. Thank you. Congratulations. All the best.
Thank you very, very much, respected sir, for the words of inspiration and motivation. We've almost come to the closure of the award ceremony tonight, and may I please request Dr. Rupa Manjari Ghosh, Co-Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee and Vice Chancellor Shiv Nada University, to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everybody. It's indeed my pleasure and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of FICCI. We are pleased to have carried forward this platform of excellence awards over now 6 years, celebrating excellence and innovation in the education sector. We have been honored to have amongst us Mr. Suresh Prabhu, former Union Minister and India's Sherpa to G20, G7, and now MP. He has been our chief guest. Your words of wisdom and advice are still ringing in my ears. And we have, of course, been honored to have Dr. Mashelkar, National Research Professor and Chancellor of ICT, as the guest of honor again this evening. We had his blessings even in the inaugural session this morning. Your presence in the awards function brings in the credibility and stature that we wish to create for our winners. So thank you very much for your support. I'm indeed grateful to Dr. Mashelkar for leading the jury, along with the other panel members, Dr. Darli Koshi, Mr. Divi Shastri, Mr. Anand Sudarshan, Mr. Ajay Bohra, Mr. Sudesh Venkatesh, Ms. Veena Sarup, Mr. Ajay Vatra, Mr. Gautam Shroff, Professor Rupa Chanda, Ms. Parveen Malhotra, Dr. Mahesh Verma, Mr. Chetan Kapoor, Mr. Rajiv Arora, and Mr. Hemal Shah, who use their experience and wisdom to decide on the winners in each category. I'd also like to extend our deep appreciation to EY, our official tabulator, for their meticulous work over the last few months. I also take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt thanks to the advisory committee, the interim jury. The interim jury members who conceptualized the awards, gave us the vision and direction, and had enough faith on FICCI to take it forward. Congratulations, of course, to all the winner institutions and education luminaries for carrying exemplary work and for improving the quality of higher education in India through their visionary thinking, adopting process innovation and disruptive technology. We are indeed honored to have Dr. Majumdar and Dr. Kasturi Rangan grace our list of honors. I'd like to extend a special thanks to nominees and award participants for reposing your faith in us and participating in the awards once again. We look forward to your continued support in spreading the good word around for next year's awards, which will be actually later this year in Dubai. So many congratulations to all the winners. See you all tomorrow for day 2 of the FICCI Higher Education Summit at 9:45 a.m. So thank you very much and all the best to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Bose. With that, we've come to the final closure of the awards night. We look forward to having you all tomorrow morning with the keynote address by Professor Michael Crow, President, Arizona State University, who will be speaking on the online higher education changing imperatives. A big thank you to all of you for joining us today. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you and namaste.